Chapter 11. In the aftermath of that evening down in Eyes, Tam was convinced of only one fact. Nobody was giving her the straight story. Not Noda, not Mori, not Ken. And when she tried to talk supercomputers with Media Fisher, was at the Kyoto conference, she again sensed she was hearing a runaround. Suddenly all she could get was Japan's public face, that version of reality Japanese executives call Tate-me, superficial and soothing assurances, intended to promote the wa harmony, so desirable in human affairs. When Japan doesn't care to give answers, hi no longer translates as yes. It just means, I heard you. Even more troublesome was the question of Ken. As best she could tell, he was merely a reluctant accomplice in Noda's grand design. But why was he going along with Dai Nippon if he was as apprehensive as he seemed? Ken, she concluded, knew a lot more about Matsuo Noda than he was saying. So instead of giving them all an answer outright, she decided to spend a few days analyzing what she'd managed to piece together so far. As Noda had couched his proposition, it was simple. He was offering her a chance to do more than really write prescriptions for America's economic recovery. She would guide it. One thing, Matsuo Noda was no proponent of half measures. The way he laid out his scenario, it was visionary. No, revolutionary. After thinking over his proposal for a week, she still wasn't sure whether he was brilliant or a megalomaniac. Dai Nippon's program could conceivably change the course of world history, and the prospect of being at the helm of its juggernaut was seductive. All the same, what if Ken's hints were right? What if Noda did have something much grander in mind, something impossible even to imagine? When you ride the whirlwind, who's really in charge in between her visits to the conference, she spent some time at Denai's Kyoto offices getting acquainted with Noda's operation, the computers, fiber optic links, analysts. Very impressive. Although Dai Nippon was technically only a shell corporation, all Matsuo Noda had to do was pick up a phone to have at his disposal the expertise of any one of 100 Japanese corporate brain trusts. Half of Japan's new high-tech movers, it seemed, owed him some kind of obligation. Given that, and all the money, he could well be unstoppable. Also, the austerity of Dai Nippon's offices reminded her once again that none of Japan's new power was accidental. The discipline of the samurai. It was almost as though this country had been in training for centuries, toughening itself through self-denial and work as duty to be ready for an all-out economic blitz. Now, finally, Japan had an edge on the entire world, more technology and more money. Was Noda about to just give away? At edge, the implausibility made her certain something was missing. Late that Friday, the conference over, she and Ken packed their bags and checked out of the International. But after they'd shoved their way through the usual pandemonium in the lobby and hailed a cab, he gave the driver the name of a place on Shinmonsen Street, the Antique District, not the train station. When she tried to correct him, he waved his hand and said he'd arranged for a surprise. Tam, the International always leaves a bad taste in my mouth. It has nothing to do with Japan. It could be anywhere, just like some Hilton next to a freeway. He smiled and lightly patted her hand. Let's not go back to Tokyo just yet, please. This weekend, let's stay at a place where nothing will exist but you and me, not even time. Just turn off the clocks. Sounded like a great idea. Well, now and then it's nice to turn them down a bit, don't you think? He laughed self-consciously. That's a contradiction about me you'll someday have to get used to. I like a high-tech office, but when I'm away, I prefer to be surrounded by things that are very, very old. He leaned back. Indulge me. Let me show you my favorite spot in all of Kyoto. A place time forgot. This is going to be quite a trick, she told herself. Very little was left from years past. Maybe the city hadn't been bombed out during the war, but the blitz of urban renewal was rapidly accomplishing much the same result. Through the light of dusk, construction cranes loomed above the few remaining thatched roofs of neighborhoods about to be overwhelmed by steel, glass, cinder block. Kenji Asano, it turned out. deplored this immensely. As they rode along, he pointed out the latest construction sites with the sorrow of a man documenting the end of civilization. This, we hear, is the price of progress. I'm always tempted to ask, progress to what? Or what? He leaned back with a sigh and lit a peace cigarette, non-filter. Someday I think we may have to ask ourselves if this modern world we've created for ourselves was actually worth the toll it's taken on our sensibilities. Eventually, their taxi pulled into a narrow side street, edging past a few women carrying small bundles of groceries bound in scarves, then easing to a stop before the ramshackle bamboo gates of a place that seemed abandoned to foliage and vines. The driver helped carry their bags in through the gates and up the rocky, hedge-lined pathway leading to a wooden veranda. Ahead was a thatch-roofed, weathered house shrouded by towering elms. As they approached, an elderly woman in a dark kimono emerged from the recesses of the interior. She sang out a welcome, bowed deeply, and produced 2 pairs of leather slippers with an air of ritual solemnity. They were expected. Off went the street shoes, on went the slippers as they melted into a world that would have been perfectly natural 4 centuries ago. When they passed the lobby off to the side, tatami-floored, with a few ancient screens scattered about, Tam noticed that there appeared to be no desk. But there was also no check-in. The proprietress clearly knew the Honorable Asano-san. She also must have known he was with Midi, since her honorifics soared into the upper reaches of politeness as she guided them along the interior hallway. Tam realized they were in a traditional Japanese inn, a ryokan, surely the last vestige of classical Japan. As they moved out onto another veranda, this one circling a central garden and pond, the place appeared to be totally empty. The woodland vis. To in the center hinted of infinity, with stone paths and a wide pool dotted with shapely rocks. Although there were a dozen or so closed doors along the wooden platform, the inn seemed to be there solely for them. In the cool dusk, clumps of willows across the pond masked the view of the other side, furthering the illusion that they had the place all to themselves. It couldn't be true, though, since chambermaids in kimono darted here and there balancing lacquered dinner trays when they reached the end of the veranda. Their hostess paused before a set of shoji screens, knelt, and pushed aside the rice paper-covered frames to reveal a room entirely bare, except for a low lacquer table. Well, not quite. On the back wall was the traditional picture alcove, takanoma, in which a 17th-century inkwash scroll hung above a weathered vase holding 3 spare blossoms. Their room had no keys, no clocks, no television. It was a cocoon for the spirit, a place of texture. Woods, crisp tatami, lacquer, and rice paper. The woman deposited their bags on the black-bordered tatami, consulted briefly with Ken concerning dinner, then backed, bowing out of the room, leaving them alone together in another time. Ken, it's perfect. I needed some place like this. We both did. He embraced her. They're running our tub now. Afterward, I have another surprise for you. What? Allow me some mystery. Whatever he had planned, she couldn't wait to throw off her claw. Don a loose cotton yukata robe, and pad with him down to the little wood-lined room where their steaming bath awaited. The floor was red tile, the walls scented Chinese black pine, the massive tub cedar with rivulets of steam escaping through cracks in its cypress cover. While they perched on little stools beside the tub, he soaped her back, occasionally dousing her with the bucket of lukewarm water. Then she did the same for him, watching half mesmerized as the soapy bubbles flowed off his shoulders, broad and strong, almost like an athlete's. Finally, they climbed in, and amidst the cloud of vapor, her last remaining tensions melted away. You know, I think of you every time I come to Kyoto, wanting to Were you back? He reached for the brush and began to gently massage her neck. I honestly never dreamed Matsuo Noda would come along and try to hire you. He paused. I wish I could help you make your decision, but the most I can do is warn you to be careful. What are you telling me? She wondered. Ken, you seem troubled about something. What is it? Tamara, powerful forces are at play here, beyond the control of either of us. Things may not always be what they see. Just be aware of that. But Please don't ask me anymore. Just look out for yourself. I've had a lifetime of looking out for myself. I can handle Matsuo Noda. Just don't ever underestimate him. He's not like anyone you've ever known before. The man is pure genius, probably the most visionary, powerful mind in the history of this country. You've met your match. That remains to be seen. She leaned back. Ken was challenging her now. On purpose? Maybe he figured that was the only bait she would rise to. He wanted her to play along with Noda, but he wouldn't tell her why. After they'd simmered to medium rare, heading for well done, they climbed out, toweled each other off, slipped back in to their yukatas once again, and glided back to the room. She noticed that an interior screen had been pushed aside, opening onto another tatami room where a thin futon mattress had already been unrolled and prepared with white sheets and a thick brocade coverlet. Hot tea waited on their little lacquer table, but their bags had disappeared. She checked behind a pair of sliding doors and saw that all her things had been neatly shelved by some invisible caretaker. Even the clothes he'd been wearing were already hung in the closet. Now for my surprise. He was slipping on a black silk kimono. They have a special little garden here that only a few people know about. I've arranged everything. Shouldn't I change too? For whatever it is we're doing. Theoretically, yes, but formality doesn't suit you. He cinched his obi. Come on, you can be formally informal. He led the way to the end of the veranda where they each put on the wooden clogs that were waiting. Then they passed through a bamboo gate into yet another landscape, this one lit by candles set in stone lanterns. At the back stood a small one-room structure of thatch, reed, and unfinished wood. A tea house. Tam, can you sit here for us? Ekand, in the waiting shelter? He indicated a bench just inside the gate under a thatch overhang. I'll only need a few minutes to prepare. Off he went, clogs clicking along a string of stones nestled in among the mossy floor of the garden. He was following the roji, the dewy path that led to the tea house half hidden among the trees at the back. Unlike the Ryakan S larger garden, this one had no water. It was meant to recall a mountain walk. The space was small, with natural trees, offering no illusion of being more than it was. But it was a classic setting for tea, a kind of deliberate poverty. While she watched the flickering stone lanterns and listened to the night crickets, the cacophony of Kyo Uro could have been eons away. Finally, Ken appeared beside the doorway of the tea house and signaled her forward. As she moved along the stepping stones, she noticed that the pathway had been swept clean of falling leaves, after which the gardener had strewn a few back to give it wabai, an unaffected natural look. The art of artlessness, she thought, as she paused at a stone water basin to rinse her mouth from its bamboo dipper, part of the preparatory ritual. The Chan-O-Yu, or tea ceremony, she knew, required almost a lifetime to master completely. It was a seated ballet of nuance and perfect clarity of motion. One awkward gesture and its carefully orchestrated perfection could be spoiled. She hoped she could remember the rules well enough to get it right. Ken was already seated across from her, tending a small charcoal brazier sunk into the tatami-matted floor. From its light, she could just make out the room's rough-hewn timbers, the straw and mud walls, bark, and bamboo ceiling. A small calligraphy scroll hung in the Takanoma alcove. As he beckoned her formally to sit, the room was caught in an unearthly silence, the only sound the sonorous boiling of the kettle. Ken was profoundly transformed, almost like another being. Warm and attentive only minutes before, now he was part of a different world, solemn and remote. The black silk of his kimono seemed to enforce the seriousness in his dark eyes. She watched. He ritually wiped a thin, delicately curved bamboo scoop with a folded cloth, first touching the handle, then the up-tilted end, after which he balanced it atop the lacquer tea caddy. Next he lifted the tea bowl, an earth-tone glaze that shifted from mauve to brown as he rotated it in his hand and wiped the rim. Finally, he swabbed the bottom and positioned the bowl on the tatami in front of him. Now the utensils had been formally cleansed. He was ready. From the tea caddy, he spooned a mound of jade-green powdered tea and tapped it into the bowl. Then another, this last with a carefully prescribed twist of the scoop. Next he extracted a dipperful of boiling water from the iron kettle and measured a portion into a bowl, lifted the bamboo whisk sitting inverted beside the bowl, and commenced a vigorous blending. The tea immediately began to resemble a pale green lather. Still no words, no sound save the whir of his whisk intruded upon the quiet of the room. It was a moment hundreds of years old, framed in silence, the economy of ideal form. That, she found herself thinking, was what this was all about. How flawlessly could you perform what seemed the most simple, humble act? And he was good. Whereas the mastery in his hands revealed itself by the control with which he whipped the tea, the rest of his body remained taut as a spring. Total discipline. Each tiny motion was distilled to its crystalline essence. At last, when the green froth was ready, he gave the whisk a final half-turn, then set it aside. Next he lifted the bowl, rotated it in his hand, and placed it on the mat beside the open charcoal fire. His part was over. It was as oh, the authority had been passed. Ken had prepared the work. Now it was her turn to take up and finish it. Her role was different yet required its own kind of skill. She bent forward and ceremonially shifted the bowl a short distance toward her. Then she scooted backward on the tatami and again moved the bowl closer. Was she doing it right? The flicker in Ken's eyes said yes. Finally, with a bow of acknowledgement, she raised the bowl in both hands and brought it to her lips. To her first sip, she bowed again, then drank it down as he watched in silent approval. The powdered green tea was harsh and bitter, just as she remembered from times past. Even for a Japanese, it was difficult to feign appreciation of a musky beverage produced in the Chanoyu. She recalled what was next. With deliberate dignity, she extracted a small napkin from the obi of her loose yukata, wiped the rim of the bowl, and placed it carefully onto the tatami in front of her. The motion had to be quick, spare. Ken didn't try to disguise his pleasure. She had passed some sort of crucial test, and she told herself he had too. Together they had joined in one of the most demanding yet exquisite bonds too. People can share. At that moment she felt was it imagination, like an ancient Fujiwara celebrating some age-old tradition. The ceremony was over now. She bowed again, then lifted the bowl to admire the light crackle in the lays, the slightly inturned lip. It's raku. I think it's the finest I've ever seen from my collection. It's by the hand of Chijiro, the 17th century Korean who was in the employ of the Shogun Hideyoshi. He smiled. I had it brought down to Kyoto especially for tonight. For you? I'm honored. She was. After she had admired the rest of the utensils, the remaining formality of Chanoyu, they both relaxed, their minds purged, their spirits attuned. Like the ceremony itself, the moment was aesthetic and sensual. Tam, this has been a wonderful rebirth for me, being with you again. You've helped revive in me so many feelings I'd almost forgotten. The joy of it all. Who could have known? He leaned back and reached for a flask of plum wine. Formalities were definitely over. As someone once wrote, love, its roots are deep, its source unknowable. He was pouring 2 small glasses. That's from the Tsurugusa 14th century, right? Again, you amaze me. You really are Japanese. I like the poetry. Then you know, Tam, our poets excel in feeling. We've always celebrated emotion over logic. He smiled. Which one said, love is the passion in the heart of man? Those who will not listen to reason. What does reason have to do with love? She took a glass. Didn't Shakespeare say love and reason keep little company together? My turn. That's from Midsummer Night's Dream, which was 16th century. Uri, you're pulling out the moderns on me. He laughed with delight. You know, in Heian times, 800 years ago here in Kyoto, I'd be expected to make a linked verse about the night now. He looked out the doorway, then back. How? About the moon in veil, perfumed with night, who can deny love at a time like this? Then his visage quickened, another mood switch. His eyes mellowed as he turned and carefully lifted the bud from the vase behind him. It was a camellia. Urist white. He held it before him as he turned back, its long stem still dripping. You know, there's a haiku by Basho I love very much. Let me give it in Japanese. A haiku only sounds right in the original. Time ga ka. Nai nato hai no deru yama jai kana. She paused to let the meaning sink in, to feel that open-ended sensation a good haiku always sends your imagination spinning off into. How's this for the English? With the scent of plums on the mountain road, suddenly sunrise comes. Not bad. He glanced at the blossom in his hand. I don't know why, but the camellia makes me think of you. He rotated it carefully, then looked back. Let's dedicate tonight to our own Sunra. He inspected the flower again, then impulsively leaned forward and placed it onto the tatami in front of her. Next, with the same control in his powerful hands that had touched the glaze of the tea bowl, he gently gripped the shoulders of her loose yukata. She felt her body flush with warmth as slowly, gently, his strength once more held in check, he carefully slid back the cloth off her shoulders until her breasts were free. Then, plucking a petal from the bud, he reverently brushed one nipple, then the other. It was an erotic game she knew he loved, one of many games. Sometimes she had imagined them inhabiting an 18th century shunga, those woodblock prints picturing lovers in what she had once thought him. Possible embraces. He'd once declared that the kimono was actually the most sensual garment in the world. Take a look at some of the shunga, he said, and the possibilities become obvious. Though it seems cumbersome, entangling, yet it lifts away like a stage curtain to invite all sorts of dramatic possibilities. The human nude is only interesting when half-concealed. Games. She reached and took the petal from him, then ran it along the silk of his own kimono. His muscular thighs as he sat, Japanese style, feet back. Next she lifted away the silk from the flawless ivory skin she knew so well. She drew it along his thighs to tease him. Tam. He reached to slip away her yukata, but she caught his hand. Then she touched his lips with her fingers, silencing his protest. She pushed away his kimono and trailed the petal upward, lightly brushing his own nipples. Finally, she pushed him gently backward and smoothed her cheek against his thigh, drawing back his kimono even more. The glow of the coals was dying now. As the last shadows played against his face, she laid the petal on the tatami and moved across him. They lingered till the moon was up, then strolled back through the garden wearing their antique wooden clogs. The air was scented, musical with the sounds of night. Later that evening, they downed an 8-course meal off antique stoneware plates, drank steaming sake on the veranda, then made love. Or hours on the futon. Around midnight, he ordered one more small bottle of sake, a go, and suggested they move out onto the veranda again, this time to watch the moon break over the trees. She slipped on her yukata and padded out. She'd just decided, Tamara, I want to tell you something. He poured her small porcelain cup to the brim. You are everything Matsuo Noda is seeking. The way you held the tea bowl tonight, tasted the tea. The Chan Oyu doesn't lie. You have discipline, our discipline. That's very, very rare. You mean for a Gaijin, for anyone. Besides, I don't think of you that way. You are one of us now. She looked into his eyes, dark in the moonlight. Then she remembered a Takanoma alcove in the tea house where a rugged vase had held the single white bud, its few petals moist as though from dew. Not a bouquet, a single bud, all the flowers in the world distilled into that one now poised to burst open. Ken. Giussano lived that special intensity, that passion, which set Japan apart from the rest of the world. Ken, her voice was quiet. I'll do it. You mean Noda? Noda. He said nothing for a moment, then finally he spoke. The game big? Ends. Chapter 12. Over the last 3 weeks, I'd spent long hours on the phone handling Matsuo Noda's new hedging in the currency markets. The play started out modestly, but as his 800-year funds became bloated with cash, it grew into an avalanche of speculative positions. His guiding principle was to keep a low profile in order not to spook the markets, same as any good trader would do. Whenever the Forks desk of one market maker bank on his list would start getting nervous, I just hit the next place in line. Finally, after everybody on this side of the ocean began backing away, he went international. Zurich, in particular, loved the action and took everything he threw in its direction. And I guess the Swiss are used to high rollers, since their financial casino never got cold feet and invented a house limit. Somewhere along the way, I also came to realize I couldn't possibly be the only agent in his employ. There was far too much money to move. Also, my list of contracts eventually got pared to manageable levels, so somebody else had to be picking up the slack. It appeared that just as I was spreading the action he'd assigned to me all over the globe, he was spreading his own assignments worldwide. The man had to be covering a major chunk of the world market in interest rate futures and currency forwards, but not a penny of it was traceable to Japan. Or to Matsuo, no? How, I kept marveling, could this be happening right under the nose of all our supposed geniuses of world finance? One thing, Noda had all his moves down pat. My hunch was he'd started routing a lot of short selling through Sydney and Hong Kong, and also was hitting the off-exchange third market, any place he could find somebody to take his bets. If you remember how the dollar plunged in the mid-80s, you'll also recall that anybody who'd had the foresight to dump it in advance would have been sitting pretty. Plenty of traders did, but none of them received any particular attention, since the pond is so huge. In cumulative totals, the currency exchanges worldwide easily handle as much as $200 billion a day. Although DNI's massive short position clearly signaled that somebody major was anticipating a crash of the dollar, Noda realized that all he had to do was keep moving, and nobody would put it together. Need I add that my own little dollar hedge for Amy was peanuts compared to what was going on now? Dai Nippon, through its anonymous agents, was dumping American currency in the multi-billions worldwide. But since Noda kept the action spread out, nobody bothered to notice the pattern. Ditto his awesome, naked shorting of Treasury futures. I mean, anybody who'd troubled to assemble the numbers could have predicted somebody up on the bridge must have sighted a reef dead ahead. I kept trying to warn traders I knew, both on and off the exchanges, but nobody wanted to hear downbeat speculation from some Cassandra. They were all too busy pocketing commissions and ordering more champagne. And then it happened. In broad daylight. I'll explain the operative details shortly, but if you were there, that could be a little like reviewing the theory underlying nuclear fission for somebody standing at ground zero when the bomb hit. So first, let me recollect how it felt down in the trenches. I was breakfasting at the dining room table downstairs that particular Monday morning, November 7, as we all remember so vividly, when Matsuo Noda dropped the first shoe. Or maybe it's more accurate to say he began loosening the laces. I'd just finished squeezing some orange juice when I punched in the number of a financial update service on my trusty cordless phone, mainly to hear the recorded sound of a human voice. I'd totally forgotten the U.S. Treasury was holding its quarterly refunding that day. Newsbreak. Dealer banks were reporting that demand for the long bond, the 30-year, was extremely soft to non-existent. Equally unnerving, there wasn't any noticeable interest in Treasury's 10-year notes either. The reason seemed to be that the usual heavy participation by major Japanese investment houses, typically 20 to 40% of the total, had inexplicably evaporated. In fact, a rumor currently flying across the floor of the Chicago Board of Trade said a number of Japanese securities, houses, and banks in New York had begun what appeared to be a program to divest their current Treasury holdings massively. Since spokespersons at Japanese outfits like Nomura and Daiwa Securities had clammed up, refusing to deny that rumor, the usual institutional buyers like Oppenheimer and Goldman Sachs were holding back. Nervous? Hang on, I said to myself. Can this mean we're about to test out Henderson's worst-case scenario, that Japanese pullout all the analysts say could never happen? But there's no reason. No sudden icebergs out ahead. Noda. I said the word out loud. Noda's kicked off his play. I almost laughed at the thought of his naivete. Was this going to be his game? Who was he planning to fool? For once you've got a little surprise in store, chum. Treasury may. You have to sweeten the pot, but there's a lot of money in the world. The United States of America can't be blackmailed. Then I glanced out at the blue morning sky, empty except for a single swooping sparrow, and had a strange premonition. One of those mystical moments when everything sparkles with crystalline clarity. I had this feeling I can't explain. Still in a reverie, I carefully set down my orange juice glass, walked upstairs to the office, and dialed one of the computers into Reuters's Wall Street service. How were the securities markets taking the news? It was already 10:30, time enough for some initial response. Dear God. For a second or so, I just stared at the numbers in disbelief. What was happening? Noda hadn't gone near the stock market. I quickly switched on the TV and located CNN, which was already carrying a special report live from the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. There stood a badly shaken Dobbs minus his tie, minus, in fact, his jacket. The scene around him was pandemonium, and the Dow Jones average. He glanced down at a monitor. Has dropped 680 points in the last 20 minutes. At that moment, somebody jostled against the cameraman, giving us a momentary view of the ocean of paper buy and sell slips littering the floor. 190 million shares have already changed hands in the first half hour of trading this morning. My God, I thought the market is in free fall. Was meltdown Monday in 87 just the warm-up? As yet unconfirmed rumors concerning a slow foreign response to today's Treasury auction. Although he was weighing his words carefully to give the appearance of calm, the hasty makeup on his forehead was already beginning to bubble with perspiration. Seemed to be responsible for what most analysts are describing as an entirely inappropriate overreaction in securities prices here this morning. What else could he say? It was as though everybody's gnawing primal fear had just been confirmed. There really was a hairy beast lurking in the bedroom closet, waiting to jump out and eat us in our sleep. The market was running to mommy, safe and soothing cash. Next, he made the tactical error of buttonholing a couple of floor traders and specialists for comments. They didn't bother to mince words. Their one, Terry. Fide question. Had Japan finally decided to let the U.S. and its towering debt just twist slowly in the wind? If that happened, U.S. capital would simply dry up, sucked in by Treasury's massive money sponge. Interest rates would soar, murdering the U.S. economy. The Great Depression of the 90s. As I watched, a bulletin started running across the bottom of the screen. Bids on the new issue of 30-year bonds had now dropped an amount equivalent to raising their return. Almost 2 full interest points. I zeroed in as the text continued. Worse news. The coverage ratio, which measures how many more bidders there are than necessary, had plummeted from 2.7 to 1.3, and still dropping. More and more potential buyers were running for cover. Lou, who was now surrounded by traders in blue jackets and couldn't see his own monitor, was assuring his viewers that experienced market analysts were all saying the slowdown in Treasury action did not accurately reflect worldwide demand, that Deutschmarks and pounds sterling undoubtedly were already winging westward to take advantage of the new higher rates, sweating there in his melting pancake. The poor guy had no inkling the patient was slipping into a coma just as he'd forecast full recovery. Well, I thought, there's always prayer. Anything's possible. But, as Henderson used to say, if frogs had wings, they wouldn't bump their ass. I got up to go downstairs and pour another cup of coffee. Coming back, I decided to forget about the stock market for a moment and just focus on Treasury. So I clicked on my Telerate service and scrolled through the financial quotes. Friends. By that time there was no market out there for Treasury paper. Now that the Japanese dealers appeared to be dumping everything, European banks had hit the sidelines, waiting to see what transpired. Would rates continue to move up? Would Treasury be forced to withdraw the issue? Should everybody be bailing out now before bond prices went through the deck and demolished years of interest earnings? Looming over it all was that standing terror of the bond markets. No. Liquidity. Back to cable news network. An officer from one of the dealer banks, which bid on big chunks of Treasury paper, then retail it, had rushed over to CNN's Midtown studios and was explaining to us all it was clearly nothing more than some minor trans-Pacific communications snarl. The problem, obviously, was simple. Japanese securities firms here just hadn't received authorization from their head offices in Tokyo, where it was after business hours. A clarification would be forthcoming any minute now. Well, if you've ever been turned down for a mortgage, and you fantasized a day when you'd see that high-end mighty clerk behind the desk have to ask you for a loan, I hope you caught that one. This paper shuffler, whose secretary had agreed a week earlier to take on $3 billion of Treasury's new debt issues paper he now couldn't give away, let alone resell, and he was practically on his knees begging America to save his bank. What the hell was going on? My mild-mannered friend Matsuo Noda had inadvertently, I assumed, kicked off a major financial panic. I clicked the dial over to Financial News Network, FNN, which had momentarily interrupted its heavy midday fare of California snake oil and options hucksters. Now, a decidedly pale investment banker, this one an unindicted employee of Drexel Burnham, was declaring it was all merely a little tempest in a teapot. His precise words, the Japanese securities houses wouldn't dare pull out their funds and kill the market, he explained. It was absurd. If they did that, their investors would lose a fortune, since any big sell-off would automatically drive down the value of their own massive portfolio. Ergo, Japan's funds had no choice but to stay invested. No problem. My friend, I thought, where have America's bankers been? Out repossessing some widow's Chevy? As a matter of fact, the Japanese outfits here don't give a flying fig what happens to our debt market. If you'd been doing your job, you'd know that Matsuo Noda had already sold Treasury futures, far in excess of Japan's portfolio, back when values were still high. Now he can go out and pick up all the notes and bonds he wants, cost approximately nothing, and turn around and deliver them at yesterday's full price. The man must feel like a riverboat card sharp who's lucked into a saloon full of Huck Finns on payday. Don't you realize he's just cleaned you out, right down to the fillings in your teeth? And now he's got his team on the bus ready to roll. Over to CBS, a special report underway. It featured a stream of well-meaning and incoherent Treasury officials, none of whom had the slightest inkling what to say. Then Jack O'Donnell came on from the Senate press room, breathing fire. The administration's light at the end of the deficit tunnel had turned out to be a freight train heading our way, just as he'd predicted. America's debt chickens were coming home to roost. He was demanding that the Speaker call a joint session of Congress this very day, and by God do so. Thing right, Jack. What? Looks like our pal Matsuo Noda is about to have the U.S. of A. Exactly where he wants us. By the balls. I guess I must have been operating solely on instinct by then, because a phone number popped into my head that I hadn't recalled in years. Sam Klein, my old broker at Merrill Lynch. I hadn't talked to Sam in ages, but his number used to come to my fingers whenever the market started acting up. Maybe he was sort of a father figure. Truth is, I'd first learned what little I know about the market watching that giant ticker ML had up at one end of the office, just above Sam's desk, and long gone in this age of computers. I remembered how heavy trades over N,000 shares were marked with stars, always fun to watch. Forget the financial experts. They were reduced to spouting pure gibberish. Time to check in at the real front line. Sam Klein. Maybe I just wanted to have Sam to sue me like in the old days. Pour some of that dreadful coffee he had in his thermos. Tug down the cuffs of his trousers and say not to worry. There's always tomorrow. The disaster in my portfolio merely reflected a long overdue and healthy correction in the market. Only years later did I finally realize that correction was a special Wall Street expression, meaning all the stocks you own just tanked. When Sam finally got around to my call, he was barely coherent, but still trying. Matt, what's new? There was turmoil and yelling behind him, as though the office was about to go under a wrecking ball. You tell me. Well, at the moment it's something of a downside morning, but Sam, I snapped. This is me, Matt, save the Pollyanna. A short pause, and then he crumbled. Matthew, want the truth? The Monday massacre of '87 was a rally compared to this. That crash was just stocks. This time it's US bonds, the dollar, everything. A market's falling apart. Right this minute, the trust departments at First Boston and Morgan are dumping entire sectors like they were some nervous greenhorn in Oshkosh. Pension fund managers I've known for years are liquidating whole blocks at the market for whatever they can get. One specialist downtown just told me he had to eat 100,000 shares of General Dynamics. You can't give away Northrop. And Lockheed, forget it? Another pause. God almighty, Matt, we need a market up here. How about not now, Sam? It was like hanging up on my own father, a knife in my heart. Look, I'll get back to you. Best to Naomi. Good God. I wanted to hire an airplane and skywrite a big sign over downtown. Wait. Trouble was, I wasn't sure myself what it was all about. However, there was one thing I could do. I punched in the contact number for Di Nippon uptown and told the polite little lady who answered the phone to get Tanaka on the line this goddamn minute. About 10 seconds later, he was there. Are you guys nuts? I yelled. Doesn't anybody up there know what's happening? We are well aware of the situation, Mr. Walton. Well, do something for Chris' sake. Our securities dealers here are in contact with the appropriate officials. Nothing is to be done without explicit instructions from Noda-san. He has not yet been in communication. Well, get him in communication. There is no cause for alarm, Mr. Walton, he continued calmly. Noda-san has made sure that our dealers' exposure in treasuries is covered by the futures contracts DNI has acquired. Japanese investors are sheltered from price fluctuations. Noda-san is most grateful for your listen carefully, I said. Fuck Noda. I hung up. The rest of the morning I just sat there and watched the market crater after bond futures prices on the Chicago exchanges had sunk the daily limit as far as they could drop in a single session. The action merely moved elsewhere. A cash market developed off-exchange worldwide and was going crazy, with spot quotes nosediving. Prices now were only rumors, but the satellite services were still trying to track them. At exactly 12:37 p.m., the president finally got around to issuing an executive order suspending all trading at the exchanges in government bills, notes, and bonds, including futures contracts, until further notice. It turned out to have been about as effective as prohibition. Besides, by that time I figured Noda had already cleared at least 50 billion. Enough. I couldn't watch anymore. All of a sudden I felt like a guy who'd bailed out of his flaming F-16 only to see it total a schoolhouse. I kicked off the computer, slipped on a suede jacket, and headed for Bleecker Street to fortify myself with muscles marinara and a stiff Bloody Mary. The early post at the corner newsstand proclaimed with characteristic understatement the imminent passing of the civilized world. Over cappuccino, I finally started to think rationally. Nothing anybody was saying added up to a full picture. There had to be more or less to the story. Then the truth glimmered before my eyes, yet another transcendental moment. What Noda was planning was obvious. At last I realized why he hired me. Like a great chess player, he could see about 10 moves ahead. The question now was no longer what his next move would be. It was when. You want to win World War III with a quick blitzkrieg, knock America to it. Sneeze, simple. Go for the blind side. First you short a piece of the debt market, then for fun you dump the currency in advance, since it's just naturally gonna go the way of the peso when you make your opening move. And you might as well squeeze the orange if it's just lying there anyway. Next you kick things off by giving everybody the impression you're divesting all treasury paper, which causes the dollar to predictably plummet. Christ, what about Amy's currency? Hedge. 3 weeks ago I'd contracted to sell the banks of New York $10 million she didn't own. In all the pandemonium, I'd completely forgotten. I threw down a 20 for the lunch and literally raced around the corner to look for a pay phone on MacDougall. When I finally found one that worked, I shoved in a quarter and dialed the Forks desk at Citibank for a $1 quote. Henderson was right. Paper money is predicated on trust. It seems that when the and largest industrial nation in the world apparently doesn't think enough of the credit rating of the first largest industrial nation in the world to loan it 2 cents. Then talk about the full faith and credit of said first largest, etc. Doesn't cut much ice. The Fed was out there buying dollars and dumping marks and yen and pounds in the billions to try and keep the dollar afloat, but nobody else in the group of 5 those countries supposed to step in and buy. Each other's faltering currencies to prop them up was lifting a finger. In spite of our Treasury Secretary yelling fire and damnation, all they'd done was announce an evening meeting in Paris. Period. What, they inquired, had the U.S. done lay? To help out France, West Germany, Britain, or Japan. Behind our allies' diplomatic and not-so-diplomatic posturing lay a simple, rhetorical question. Who needed passage on a sinking ship? At the moment, the only thing governments around the world wanted less than U.S. Treasury debt was U.S. greenbacks. I'd contracted to swap 10 million of them for other currencies back when they were worth $1. That afternoon, I settled with bills worth 80 cents. Sinking. That's right. Amy's college fund hedge cleared 2 mil. And if you think Miss Amy Walton survived the dollar's crash intact, what about Matsuo Noda, now holding tens and tens of billions in world currency forwards? What didn't? Prosper that Monday was a state of mind called Wall Street. By mid-afternoon, all the market indexes were down by half. Exchange trading had been halted in a good 2/3 of the Dow stocks. A major brokerage house had frozen it. Ounce and announced Chapter 11, and gold futures were soaring. The October crash of '87 was now a nostalgia item, remembered as a few sessions of light trading with a hint of downside bias. A lot of investors went to cash, but most switched into money funds. What else could they do? While sophisticated players were shorting the stock indexes and futures, the newsletter gurus who charged $200 a year for hot tips about equal in worth to those of a New York cabbie were calling their major clients. A big sell signal was emblazoned in the streets of lower Manhattan. Everybody assumed the situation was temporary, but nobody needed to ride the ship down. By the close, in Bell, the Dow had sunk over 1,150 points. And don't forget, the DJ average represents blue chips. Prices for over-the-counter outfits like Widgetronics Inc. just packed up and headed south for the winter. The way I figured it, Noda was probably more or less on schedule. By nightfall, the stock exchanges had blood on the floor. A dollar was worth roughly 2/3 what it had been at sunup. And the U.S. Treasury couldn't have panhandled a nicka anywhere in the free world. I've mentioned Jack O'Donnell a time or so previously, the Columbia University professor turned politico. Jack was the junior senator from New York. Irish idealism goes to Washington. I'd gotten to know him reasonably well, thanks mainly to a series of rubber chicken dinners I'd pitched in to help him with. Needless to say, O'Donnell's well-known attitude toward fiscal sleight of hand in the corporate sector had made raising money on Wall Street a decidedly uphill endeavor. His Insider of the Month award was especially unpopular. That was a large, gold-plated screw suitable for mounting, which he regularly bestowed on any corporate board members who just happened to dump big blocks of their personal holdings about a week before a disappointing quarterly report sent their company's stock price through the floor. For some reason, Jack never seemed to buy their collective "gee, we had no idea" explanation. And Jack always assumed that corporate managements would walk off with anything not securely riveted to the floor. He also believed most of the corporate takeovers these days were about as helpful to America's competitiveness as masturbation was to population growth, a viewpoint I tended to share, which is one reason why I helped him raise money from time to time. More than that, though, I admired him immensely. The man was a real samurai. Unfortunately, however, he was his own worst enemy half the time when it came to soliciting campaign checks. He could never understand why executive dining rooms weren't necessarily the optimum terrain to start raising hell about shareholders' rights. And sent him a dog muzzle for Christmas after he pulled just that trick at a CEO fundraiser I'd carefully set up in one of those private suites atop the World Trade Center. He'd been especially busy this session. When he did come to York, he spent most of his time up at the West Side apartment of a female aide of his, where they reportedly were polishing a lot of position papers these days. Monday, however, he had only one thing on his mind: how to keep the U.S. monetary system from going belly up. Trouble was, he had no idea what to do. Naturally, he immediately canceled his subcommittee hearings for the day and inquiry into how charge cards and the banks touting them, loving those wonderful loan shark rates, were lofting consumer debt to dizzying heights. That afternoon, he began working on a speech for the Senate floor, a hellfire preachment intended to shame the administration into some kind of action. After thinking about it a while, he decided that, since all the nervousness in the market was traceable to an apparently total Japanese loss of confidence in U.S. government obligations, he'd have his staff call around concerning what other Japanese moves were underway. He had questions such as, if they're pulling out of treasuries, are they dumping corporate bonds too? Real estate? Where in blazes is it going to stop? Simple questions, maybe, but tough ones to attack on short. Otis given the clampdown at the source. So his people started making calls, and finally one of them got hold of Charlie Mercer, an executive VP at Sherson. Purely chance. Did Charlie happen to know any big Japanese heirs in town? Well, yes and no, replied Charlie. Strictly off the record, one of his biggest personal clients lately was an attorney here in New York, who always paid with corporate checks bearing the logo of a Japanese-sounding outfit, but it was a purely private arrangement, and he was sure. The staffer immediately told him to please hold while she switched the call to Senator O'Donnell. Actually, I'd known Charlie for years, and I also knew the poor guys. Ife had some kind of esoteric bone cancer that meant 10,000 a month in radiation therapy. So I'd let him set up an account on the side and do some full commission churning in the name of one of Dai Nippon's dummy fronts. Why not? Then Jack came on the line. Mr. Mercer, am I to understand you've been handling heavy trades for a Japanese firm? Nothing illegal about that, is there, Senator? Charlie was growing nervous, suddenly seeing himself under the hot glare of TV lights in Jack's finance committee. Truthfully, the man I actually deal with is an American attorney here named Walton. Matt Walton, roared Jack. You know Matthew, Senator? Inquired Charlie, stunned by the sound of the august public figure abruptly bellowing in his ear. Know him? I may kill the prick for not talking to me sooner. Approximately 5 seconds after this conversation, my phone erupted. Tell me, Judas, he yelled. Is it true you're helping them? Out, I want the goddamn truth, and I want it now. Jack, I finally recognized the voice. Helping who? You know who, you fucker. Our good friends the goddamn Japs, that's who. There, Jack, calm down a second, I interrupted. It's J. It's possible this whole thing is some kind of scam. Not at all what it seems. Talk to me. Not over the phone, client confidentiality. But if you're coming up anytime soon, I'm mad enough to give you a full rundown of all I know. Strictly off the record. I'm scheduled in on the 6 o'clock shuttle. Where can we meet? How about the club? I promise you an earful. The Centurion? He inquired sourly. I knew how he hated it. Jack wouldn't kill you to rub elbow. Was now and then with an actual capitalist. Don't worry. There won't be any photos to sully your reputation. I suggested the place partly to pay my respects to a wounded ward after the day's carnage, and partly for Jack's convenience. It was a combined press hangout and new money convocation, located just around the corner from his New York office in one of those old mansions right off 5th, Midtown. They'd just begun allowing the fair sex to cross there. Hallowed doorstep after a lawsuit. A move certain diehards felt signaled the curtain raiser on the West's decline. For my own part, I'd actually put up Donna for membership as pan of the test case. We eventually established that the Centurion's unwritten membership criteria were actually pretty simple. In addition to being white and male, you also needed to be either rich or well-known. Being all four made you a shoo-in. A couple of us fortunate enough to have ends on the circuit bench called in a few favors and arranged for a black female judge to hear the case. The proceeding was over in time for lunch. "Is 8 okay?" "Done," he said. "I'll be there on the dot." He was late as usual, but I managed to pass the time. It was enough just to sip a Perrier and observe the shell-shocked faces of golden boy brokers presently mainlining martinis down the bar. Fortunately, the place was on the ground floor, so nobody could take a dive out a high window, but the crowd had all the insouciance of hookers working a Salvation Army convention. I checked over the room, lots of designer suits topped off by long faces, and wondered how many millions had been dropped that day by those present. Booze was flowing across the mahogany bar as if there were no tomorrow. Maybe there wasn't. At 8:45, Jack O'Donnell marched up the blue marble steps, a man in from the war front. O'Donnell was a big guy who looked every inch a senator, right down to the $30 haircut and the $800 suit. I think it was his overcompensation for being Irish and being crapped on by the Columbia University administration most of his days. A so-so academic, he'd blossomed as a politician, firm handshake and steel eye, and had easily devastated the smooth-talking Long Island party hack the big money had thrown against him. The man was a straight shooter who believed the purpose of capitalism was to make a better place for all Americans, not merely enrich the unscrupulous or crafty few. As a result, his Senate harangues were a lonesome cry in the takeover/arbitrage/leveraging/executive perk wilderness. His contempt for overpaid investment bankers was exceeded only by his disdain for overpaid corporate CEO. Anyway, we settled into the leather chairs of the back room while he ordered a medicinal scotch double. After his nerves stabilized a bit, I suggested he let me give him an informal rundown of what little I knew. High goddamn time. He grimly extracted a notebook. "Jack, here's the mea culpa. I now confess before God and you that I've been a very uneasy point man for an outfit that calls itself Die Nippon International. They have been playing a little game with interest rate futures and currency forwards in quantities that stagger the mind. Thus far, however, their activity has been strictly legal and right out there for everybody to watch. I also tried to warn anybody who would listen. Consequently, any of our financial analysts who didn't see this brouhaha coming a mile away has been suffering a severe rectal cranial inversion." He snorted and pulled at his drink. "Okay, since you seem to know so much about this Die Nippon outfit, care to clue me in on what's down the road?" "Jack, I think the answer is 1. Nobody's figured." Then I delivered my brand new theory. He stared at me skeptically, sipping at his drink. "Good God, you've gone off the deep end, Walton. I always assumed it would happen someday. Jack, from what I hear, none of the big Japanese securities dealers here will even pick up their phone." "What does that tell you?" "They're softening us up using the weapon the market dreads the most, uncertainty. What better way to terrify the street? Christ, let somebody start a rue. Or the president has a toothache and they practically have to shut down trading. Matt, nobody's going to believe your crazy scenario. Matter of fact, I don't either. It's too wild. I'll tell you what most people are saying, all the news O's tonight hauled out our doomsday economists, Lester Thurow and his ilk, to declare we had this one coming. The consensus going around is the Japanese are finally fed up hearing us bellyache about trade barriers. So they've decided to treat us to a pointed demonstration concerning exactly who needs who. That's all. Japan now controls America's destiny. But since a few people here still have the idea we won the last war, Tokyo just wants to make sure we get our history straightened out. Could be, I answered, but I still thought everybody was missing the forest for the trees. Then I went on to describe Noda's building, his high-security computer setup. Nobody would install an elaborate headquarters like that merely to get your attention. He listened in uncharacteristic silence, beginning to appear a little more convinced. "Well, let's run with your cockamamie theory a second." He rattled his ice cubes, a habit of his eye. "Always found distracting. Say something bigger is coming up, and this is just the pre-game warm-up. What can we do?" My suggestion, that the president close down all our financial markets immediately to keep Noda's hands off them, was not received enthusiastically. "You want me to stand up in the Senate and propose that?" His already ruddy cheeks were beginning to redden even more as he glared around the paneled room. "Matt, I'd be tarred and feathered by every stock. Holder in the country." "Maybe so," I said. "But what about Noda's vast Third Avenue nerve center, his supercomputer? The Uzis." It had ominous portent. "Tell you the truth, Jack, I'm not even sure I should be talking to you. After what happened today, that guy scares hell out of me." We ran through the known facts a couple of times more, not getting any closer to agreeing on the big picture. Finally, he summed up his own fears. "In my view, we weathered the October 87 crash because the Fed still had some control over liquidity. When money started disappearing out of the market, they just printed more. They countered deflation with inflation, kept the dollar in balance. This time, though, we've lost all three pillars under our financial house: stocks, bonds, and the dollar. There's nothing the government can do to stop this one." At that moment, there was a tap on my shoulder, and I looked up to see Eduardo, the club's recent attempt at Hispanic affirmative action, handing me a cordless phone. Then, I remembered I'd set up things downtown to forward calls to the bar. The next sounds in my ear were the mellifluous profanities of Dr. William Henderson. Bill had just gotten off a plane after spending a few days loosening up at the Sandy Lane in Barbados, assaulting its reserves of sugar cane brandy, and he was mad as hell. His Georgia Mafia had been caught flat-footed. Why hadn't I warned him that the Japs had scheduled this move? Surely I must have had an inkling. He would have shorted the market and scored a pile. I suggested he calm down, that nobody, me included, had seen it coming. What's more, I had a strong feeling it was awe. "Well, what the hell's next?" Bill continued, oblivious. "What's Noda saying?" "Nothing here but speculation. He's probably getting his beauty sleep at the moment, but take some of your own advice, friend, and stand clear. I've got a feeling there's less here and more than meets the eye. Don't get the idea you can outguess Matsuo Noda. I think he's pulling a number, but..." Bill interjected something brief and unrepeatable and rang off, undoubtedly headed for insulation. "Was that Henderson?" Jack asked, then watched me nod. Bill had pitched in to help Jack out of a few tight spots on the money front, in appreciation of which O'Donnell had proposed him for the Council of Economic Advisers and, shortly thereafter, forfeited all credibility with the administration. These days he couldn't have gotten into the White House on a VFW tour. Well, the man's got no idea when to keep his mouth shut with the press, but he's no bod. His idea of a fool. What does he think this is all about? Sounds like he's just studying the tea leaves like everybody else. Jack sighed, then rattled his cubes some more. Well, if Henderson can't figure out what's going on, then nobody can. That in itself ought to tell us there's a patch of slippery ice down the road. My own guess is the Japanese have decided to play a little poker with the American markets, without having the damnedest idea of the consequences. What if they do? After we sat there gazing at the gilded plasterwork ceiling for a while, we started getting caught up on old times. He inquired what I thought the press would do to him if he married one of his staffers. My guess was that a photo of Washington's most eligible divorce veteran at the altar once more would probably make the cover of People. Everybody loves a lover. That possibility seemed to cheer him up a bit. It was roundabout then, probably close at 10:30 p.m. that another call came through. This time I already had a feeling who it was, and I momentarily considered not taking it. But then, why not let O'Donnell have the story straight from the source? The caller was, of course, Matsuo Noda. It must have been late morning Japan time after a very long night. What he inquired was my on-the-spot reading of the scene. I don't know. The phone had that same funny whine I remembered, as though he had a private own system worldwide. Maybe you should be telling me. Noda-san, no surprise, didn't seem particularly unsettled by the developments. I assure you there is no cause for alarm, Mr. Walton. The situation may seem temporarily unfortunate, but I have long believed all things turn out for the best. Could have fooled me. But while we're all waiting for the silver lining to this cloud, you could do everybody a favor and get your goddamn securities dealers here to issue a statement clarifying their intentions. Mr. Walton, he chuckled, you ascribe far too much influence to me. I am merely a banker, one of many in Japan. I have no control over what our institutions choose to do or not do. I wish I could believe that. Well, I suppose there are many things about Dai Nippon that need to be explained more fully. I look forward to seeing you next week. We can talk then. Upon which he advised me just to sit tight, all fur. Our communications would be routed through their office uptown. And with that dictum in place, he suddenly had better things to do and said thanks for all my help. There was the sound of some satellite bleeps, then silence. Welcome to the brave new a world, I thought. Again, I had this definite feeling the DNI rodeo had just begun. By then, Jack was nearing terminal exhaustion. I passed along Noda's cryptic refusal to lift a hand, advised him to make a statement tomorrow. But that the U.S. financial markets could be dangerous to everybody's health, and helped him into a cab for his aide's place uptown. The evening was fizzling out with nobody left at the bar but regulars. Thus, I went home alone to check in with Amy and then drift off into a very unsettling dream. My nightmare was over by morning. America's was just beginning. Chapter 13. Funny thing about investor confidence. Often as not it relies more on faith than facts. Give it a little unsettling heat and it can just melt away. Belief turns to fear, then blind panic. Insight number 2, the bigger you are, the more scared you tend to get. So what appeared to be a sudden Japanese loss of conviction regarding the U.S. Treasury's ability to meet its standing obligations received close attention from the world's bankers, from Zurich to Hong Kong. The Japanese securities outfits just kept dumping, and nervous phone inquirers from locales as diverse as the White House and Red Square were all advised that everybody was in a meeting and will get back to you. As a natural consequence, the world's major financial players succumbed to a terminal case of nerves. When the bond markets finally reopened on Wednesday, Treasury's 30-year issue had scooted up 4 full interest points. There was still a mark. It for Uncle Sam's, everything on this planet will move for a price, but buyers were wary. They wanted their newly perceived risk sweetened considerably. Predictably, rates on corporate and municipal bonds did a similar tango north, leaving America's conservative investors wondering what hit them. In fact, a lot of scheduled corporate debt offerings were scuttled to await more settled times and lower rates. The dollar also stayed on the critical list. Everybody was worried the U.S. Treasury might just rev up the printing presses to produce enough greenbacks to pay off all the foreigners who wanted their money back. Since Paul Tight Money Volcker, who probably would have thrown his robust torso onto the ink to prevent that from happening, was now gone, there was nobody at the Fed with a real commitment to holding back the flood. And the stock market. People weren't starting to call this Black November for nothing. A lot of players feared that the higher rates would hobble the economy, a perfect excuse to head for the exits while the getting was good. As Henderson liked to observe, psychology is a fundamental too. The next day, the Dow sank another 200 points, the day after that 100 more. Where had those sellers been 2 days before? The 4th and 5th days it slowed, heaved an audible sigh of exhaustion, and sort of peered up out of the bunker to see if the bombing runs had let up. The downward pressure was still evident, but it was finally losing some of its steam. Yours truly did a lot of thinking as the week wore on, while the country appeared to wobble on the brink of unprecedented disaster. I also conferred now and then with Jack O'Donnell, and with Henderson in between their appearances on TV chat shows. Although Bill's bearish reading of the nation's estate had been vindicated well beyond what even he had envisioned, I can report he took small pleasure in his newfound celebrity. He was increasingly miserable over his own missed opportunities in the financial casino. Jack, for his part, had gained a profound appreciation of the helplessness of government to intervene when fear and greed seized the market. My personal ruminations on the situation turned out to be too Machiavellian for anybody to entertain seriously. Question: if you wanted to pull all your money out of the U.S., is this how you'd do it? Answer: no way. And you'd go about it gradually, a little at a time, in order not to stampede the markets and cause exactly what was happening now. Ergo, I concluded, this isn't real. Noda just wants every investor in the world to assume there's a Japanese pullout underway. But why the grandstand play? Sure, he'd made a pile, but he didn't seem like a guy who had to sweat his mortgage payments. Nor did this kind of market manipulation require a building in Midtown Manhattan and a computer setup to rival NORAD headquarters. Something more had to be coming. And the only thing I could think of was that Noda's something had a lot to do with my profession. This was not a welcome piece of prognostication to lose upon the world. Since the financial markets already had plenty of problems on their plate, there wasn't all that much interest in speculating about the next course. Consequently, nobody made the slightest attempt to man the rampa. It's for what was ahead. Our financial battleship had been stopped dead in the water and its engines disabled, but nobody was even bothering to prime the guns. This couldn't be an all-out attack. Right, wrong. The stage was now set for no. Does real move? The following Saturday, I was summoned to Dai Nippon's Midtown Fortress, where I watched my crazy theory become reality. Before anybody in our shell-shocked financial centers had time to digest what had happened, Matsu Onoda his Dai Nippon 800-year funds underwritten through a syndicate of Japanese banks and insurance companies led by the Daiichi Credit Corporation, Limited, of Tokyo hit the beach. In the days to come, I did manage to assemble a rough outline of how Noda pulled off his brilliant opening feint. It was elegant, and to savor it fully requires a quick peek at his reserves Japan's bankbook. Start with personal savings, the hundreds of billions being squirreled away by individual Japanese. Then, add to those monies the assets of Japanese pension funds, private savings organizations with several $100 billion to lend out. Next come insurance companies and corporations. Similarly awash in loose cash. Taken together, the total amount of excess capital in Japan is now well over $5 trillion. If all those zeros befuddle you as much as they do me, try thinking of it like this. $1 trillion is the size of the annual U.S. budget. So if the Japanese regulators open the floodgates and let all that money roll, its citizens have the ready bucks to finance our government's entire budget Lockheed, stockpiles, and pork bear. All for at least 5 years using just what's in their mattresses. As it happens, all this Japanese cash has become an important, nay, indispensable component of the American financial scene. We and the Japanese are like an old married couple. They're the wife who scrimps and saves, we're the husband who borrows and squanders. The middlemen who rifle her purse and ship the proceeds to us are, increasingly, Japanese investment firms, at least half a dozen major Japanese securities dealers with offices in New York run big bond departments. The foremost of these is, of course, Nomura Securities International, the world's largest brokerage house, having aced out Merrill Lynch. With over $200 billion in customer accounts, Nomura is now a primary dealer in U.S. Treasury issues, meaning they can buy directly from the government and sell to their clients. And since Treasuries pay several interest points better in return than Japan's miserly savings accounts, their customers back home think they're getting a terrific deal. Little wonder Japanese investors finance a full third of America's budget overdrafts these days. Another major player is Daiwa Securities America, which also underwrites federal paper on its own. Nor should we overlook Nikko Securities and Yamaichi Securities, both handling money in the tens of billions. These outfits and others are well past the beachhead stage of entry into the world capital markets. They're entrenched, they're big, and they know how to play hardball, Were they involved in Noda's assault? Nobody ever knew for sure, but you figure it out, banks. As it happens, the biggest one, the world is Japanese. The Daiichi Kangyo Bank Limited of Tokyo has unceremoniously reduced Citicorp to second banana. Rounding out the top 5 worldwide are Fuji, Sumitomo, and Mitsubishi, and worldwide means everywhere. Japan controls 10% of the U.S. banking business, a quarter of all British banking. Of the 10 largest banks in the sovereign state of California, 4 are Japanese. Japan, in brief, has become banker to the world, with more ready money than anybody else, and it also has a battalion of financial samurai who know the game. What makes these Japanese players especially powerful is the kind of bucks they represent. It's called hot money cash lent. Out short term and therefore subject to immediate withdrawal. Instead of tying up their overseas bankroll for years, they stick to offshore investments that can be called in tomorrow. At home, Japan invests for the long horizon, but abroad, the bulk of the money is short. Hot money, since foreign investors normally pick up well over half of a given treasury refunding. The paralysis when Japan began recalling its hot money, thereby spooking buyers worldwide, was as predictable as the sunrise. Matsuo Noda didn't have to be a Rhodes Scholar to realize how much mileage there'd be in a big Japanese sell-off program, and a no comment from his dealers. Here's how he orchestrated the details. Apparently it had all been very Japanese, very consensus. A few phone calls, then a lot of meetings over green tea. Later on, some late nights with sake. Noda, thanks to his new clout, had been in the driver's seat from the start, the money man. Nigers in Tokyo were all feeling the heat over demands by investors that they participate in the multiple 800-year funds he'd floated. All across Japan, people were starting to ask whether their savings were out there waving the flag too. A lot of those managers were starting to get edgy, so Noda thoughtfully struck a deal, a little consensus. Okay, hold your monies, but let's get organized. When the next treasury collection plate comes by, don't roll over any more short-term U.S. T-bills and don't take a piece of the next sale of long bonds. In fact, that's the day you begin to divest. Staggering losses. No problem. I just happen to have everybody's portfolio insulated with futures contracts. Sell away, and even when the price plummets, nobody's gonna lose a yen. In fact, you can have a piece of the currency windfall I've set up. Apparently everybody shook hands on it, or whatever they do in Japan. Nowadays, consequently, none of the big Japanese houses in New York had to take a lot of risk. The sellers were covered by Noda's rate contracts, which I later discovered he'd passed along, at cost, to anybody who needed them. The rest, he sold himself for a hefty profit. So in the course of his play, he incidentally raised several billions in additional operating capital for Dai Nippon while fully protecting the home team. When the dust had finally settled, and out, he didn't actually liquidate very much treasury paper after all. He didn't need to. In fact, Japan dumped only about 8% of its holdings. If you think about it a minute, you realize they couldn't possibly have hoped to divest everything they had in dollars. What would they do with all that cash? Loan it to Brazil? Veterans of world finance will tell you there were already precedents for this kind of Japanese muscle. Back in the mid-80s, Nomura Securities had unsheathed its financial sword and totally controlled the Eurobond markets for about a fortnight. They were just letting everybody know they were in town. So there was nothing particularly unprecedented about a little numb, or whereby a handful of Japanese banks and securities firms could, by concerted action, bring the U.S. financial system to its knees. Although I'd been convinced from the very first that Matsuo Noda had engineered the whole move, I had no hard proof. Besides, what was I supposed to do? No laws were broken. He was playing strictly by the rules, so I just took cover like everybody else and watched the marketplace disintegrate. My main preoccupation was a growing suspicion that Noda was now moving up his battery of guns for the next round of shelling. I was right. His treasury sell-off had merely been a demonstration of firepower. Its effectiveness must have given confidence that his beachhead was secured, since he came ashore at the end of the week to take personal command of the real landing. He and his general staff hit town quietly and with no fanfare on Thursday, spent Friday in a strategy session, and on Saturday, took over the computerized command HQ on 3rd Avenue. That afternoon, Tanaka called and ordered me, very politely but curtly, to assemble my records and come uptown. The operation was being consolidated, and Noda-san wanted me coordinated. From now on I would be working out of their offices. This was it. Just what I'd been waiting for. At last, I could confront the bastard, one-on-one. No way was I going to be part of the big assault I saw directly ahead. My first look at the revised operation uptown confirmed my worst fears. The technical analysts had been replaced by a new set of troops, money men. Open collars were gone, supplanted by a lot of business school types wearing and black ties. Tanaka's office had been moved off to the side. The corner office now belonged to Dai Nippon's 4-star commanding general, Matsuo Noda. After I'd cleared security, that's where I was led. "Mr. Walton, how good to see you again." He looked up from a printout, his silver hair perfectly groomed. "I do hope today is convenient for you. This is going to be brief." I ignored the chair he rose to adjust for me. "I'm only here to advise you that my participation is officially terminated as of this moment. I'll be sending you a final invoice next week. You can find yourself another attorney. But your work has scarcely begun." He appeared to be mildly puzzled, as though I'd just made a small misstatement about the weather or some such. "We expect your participation to be crucial. Surely you're joking." I was turning to leave. "Mr. Walton." He shifted the printout around and shoved it across the desk. "Contrary to what you may presume, we are here to help this country. You might wish to look over our program for the near term." "This I've got to see." I came back and studied it for a few seconds, then stared back at him. "Impossible," I finally realized he was serious. "Whatever you're thinking, I'll tell you right now, you don't have a chance. These outfits have lawyers, hundreds of them." "Ah, but that's why you are on our staff. This is your specialty," he smiled. "Remember the book of Five Rings by the swordsman Miyamoto Musashi. In it, he describes the 3 kinds of attack. There is the Ken no Sen, where you move first and catch your opponent unprepared. Next is the Tai no Sen, whereby your initial move occurs a split second after your opponent's. And finally, there is the Teidai no Sen, in which you and he attack at the same instant. What has happened up until today might be likened to the Ken no Sen. We have made sure that nothing was anticipated. Very soon, however, we will have to move to the Tai no Sen, responding with lightning speed to the moves of those who would thwart us. Miyamoto Musashi declared correctly that if you are attacked with force, you must counterattack with ease and greater force, and thereby upset momentarily your opponent's rhythm. That moment can mean victory, but only if you are totally prepared." He leaned back. "We must be totally prepared. Why in hell would I want to help you? I guess you didn't hear me. I've just resigned." I turned for the door. "Besides, nobody could pull off what you're planning. You're going to have battalions of attorneys moving against you." "I expect that." He stopped smiling. "But that area is your responsibility now, Mr. Walton. A good swordsman does not think, he acts intuitively. And if I refuse, you cannot possibly try me. Only you can handle this, Mr. Walton. Betray us, and you may well witness the disappearance of America as an industrial nation. The time is now or never." That zinger gave me pause. He meant it. But before I had a chance to tell him he was completely crazy, he went on to sketch out what he claimed was his objective. How he planned to address the American crisis and resolve it. Let me tell you my first impression of Matsuo Noda's scenario. It was legal, it was legit, and it was as Joanna's teenage niece used to describe notable phenomenon. A totally fucking awesome. What's more, he wanted me to stay on as tail gunner. The truth? I felt the disorientation of a kid who'd been fooling around in the soapbox derby, suddenly being handed a slot in the Indianapolis 500. The most astonishing part of all was, I had the feeling he just might pull it off. You're right. I should have said no, not on your life, this is way out of my league, never in a million years. Instead, I said I'd think about it. Good. He said, why didn't I stick around till Monday and get a feeling for the operation? I didn't shake his hand. I just walked out and poured myself a cup of green tea from the huge urn there in the middle of the floor. Walton, you idiot, huh? How did you get yourself into this? Which is when I spotted a sporty-looking lady way across on the other side of the floor, over by the climate-controlled NEC mainframe. Something about her seemed vaguely familiar. Definitely not Dia. Nice staff. Wearing jeans, dark hair, and a nice designer cut, handled herself like a mover. Not to mention a world-class bottom inside those tight, shapely Calvins. From all appearances, she actually seemed to be second in command. She was. Reading the riot act to Tanaka about something to do with the computer, had the self-important little fucker bobbing and weaving. Who was that? Hadn't seen her around here before. Well now, no time like the present to head on over, and check into this. A fellow Gaijin, could be she'll explain what in hell's going on. Is Noda real? Suddenly she turned around, saw me, and stopped. I stopped. We both just stood there trying to remember. She hit pay dirt first, but I was only microseconds behind. Want to know my first thought, my very first thought? Matsuo Noda, you son of a bitch, you're even smarter than I'd given you credit for. You've hired the best, the very best. Is this how you pick your women these days, Matt? Given up on vegetable stands. She was walking toward me wearing a smile. I tried to grin back. How are you, Matthew? Good to see you've still got your hair. Well, most of it. Tam Richardson, I don't believe this. Now I know it all is a dream. Please tell me you were kidnapped. None of this is really happening, right? It's just a very big, very bad dream. We'll all wake up tomorrow and go to the beach. Welcome aboard, partner. She stuck out her hand. It's going to be a wild trip. No kidding. I looked her over as I took her hand. Nice and warm. Time had treated her well, very well. How long have you known Noda? Less than a month. She was checking me out. For 2. Wonder how I was doing. How long have you been helping him? It occurred to me that we both should have been using that classic hooker response when the guy asks his young companion how long she's been in her particular field of endeavor, and she replies, long enough to know better. Few months now. Noda is pretty impressive. I tried to sound casual, not to mention persuasive, that he is. Well, let's have a toast to winning this. I turned to the urn. How about some Professor? Love it. Tam, let's just hope these guys don't suddenly decide to eat us alive. I passed it over. What do you think our chances of survival are? That one startled her. I got the impression she was half thinking this same thing, then she managed a thin laugh. We'll eat them first if they try. You still talk tough. I always told you should have been a lawyer. But she was right. Once the cards are dealt, you play to win, which is exactly what I planned to do. Since my own part was still down the road, that weekend I just sat in their offices watching spellbound as Noda and Dr. Tamara Richardson reviewed the data and put together the financial details. Next, a lot of coded elixes were sent out to pile up somewhere in Tokyo with instructions for routing of the funds. After I digested his opening move, I did have occasion to ask the boss a few pointed questions, such as wasn't he at all nervous that Wall Street might rebound before he could get rolling. He replied correctly as usual that the total collapse in the financial markets would last for a while. Even though the dollar was still down for the count, over 40%, he figured only the most intrepid foreign speculators would go plunging into the American stock market looking for bargains. As for American investors, most of them, including the institutions, were still in shock. He rightly forecast that a herd mentality of the street hadn't been repealed. War stories of '87 were going around, and nobody wanted to make the textbooks as a fool. Better a little profit foregone than more money lost. The mutual fund managers, most of whom had been caught with their pants at half-mast, were devoting their energies that weekend to composing creative explanations. Vance Monday proved him to be essentially on target. There was an eerie quiet over the financial landscape. Everybody was waiting for somebody else to try breathing life back into the corpse. Then a few analysts noticed something peculiar. Anonymous buy orders were coming in, more and more, for stocks in the sector hardest hit, high T. Maybe it was bargain hunters. The buyers weren't any of the growth mutual funds that might have been expected to lead the action. In fact, many of those hotshot managers were relieved to part with some of the dogs they'd ridden down. That long, lonesome decline of the week before. Gradually, the prices of certain securities began to edge up in this early thin trading, enticing more and more holders to sell on strength. What issues? First off, anything to do with computers. Of course, there weren't all that many hardware manufacturers left around by then, after the shakeout and mergers of the mid-80s, but somebody was buying heavily into the few that remained. They were also actively purchasing software outfits. Those stocks had taken a heavy beating over the past week, so prices were at an all-time low for most. Other industries they started to nibble at were telecommunications, aerospace, biotechnology. They seem to be looking for outfits with substantial R&D operations. The focus was on creativity, growth sectors, the sunrise industries. Of course, what this mysterious new buyer was really doing was snapping up outfits loaded with labs and PhDs. Dr. Richardson and my new client Matsuo Noda had DNI acquiring companies short on competent management and market share, but long on research. Innovation, the one thing we were still halfway good. Looked at differently, what Dai Nippon was really buying was underused brain power, the American smarts currently going to waste thanks to inept corporate management. Explanations began to sprout all over the place, from the herd on the street column in the Journal to Dan Dorfman, a guy with a bloodhound's nose for Wall Street shenanigans. But the hard truth was nobody could put it together. Who could have? The play was too ambitious even to imagine, you guessed it. With the trillions and trillions now at its disposal, Japan was about to take charge of America's future. Chapter 14. The task ahead can be described very simply. I was going to help Dai Nippon acquire controlling stock positions in a bevy of ineptly managed American high-tech companies, and she was going to be in charge of turning them around. I was DNI takeover artist, Tam was the fix-it expert. That probably sounds a bit ambitious on everybody's part, but after watching the Dai Nippon juggernaut for a couple of days, I knew one thing for sure. We'd have plenty of heavy backup. Why did I agree to ride shotgun for Matsuo Noda's Save America project? Because, if he meant what he said, such a program was long overdue. American industry was in trouble, and it was hurting a lot of good, hard-working people who didn't deserve to be hurt. Worse still, this wasn't some random act of God. It was largely the result of self-serving corporate management. Most occupiers of the executive suites these days were too busy merging and acquiring and leveraging to do what stockholders thought they were paying them for, building industry and creating American jobs. Well, maybe that's an overstatement. They had kept Drexel Burnham's junk bond cowboy working overtime. In the mid-80s, American corporations were spending 2 and 3 times more on mergers and acquisitions than on research and development. Most industrialists here no longer cared to try making anything as old-fashioned as competitive products. They preferred to make deals and sell imports. The net result was that America, the world's major economic locomotive, was veering off the track and seriously in danger of taking everybody else in the world along with it. That's where Matsuo Noda came in. Part of the arrangement he'd made with the Japanese institutions putting up the funds was that he would be given proxy to exercise all voting rights. Face it, he had a pretty impressive performance record overseeing the long-range planning and investment of well-run corporations. So after I'd helped Dai Nippon acquire control of a long list of poorly managed companies, he and Tam Richardson were planning to move in, clear out the deadwood, and lay down priorities for restructuring. She was Dai Nippon's technical director for all U.S. operations, which meant she was going to head up the team on the newly evacuated floor just above The financial section, Noda's management, samurai, enough theory. Here's how it actually went. On Friday, the story was finally broken by the Wall Street Journal, a little squib in What's News, with a short 2-column analysis, On page 3, the piece revealed that all the heavy new activity building in the high-tech sector of the market represented buys being coordinated by a new Japanese investment concern. This sudden, unexpected program of foreign investment was heralded at first as a salubrious omen, refuting those doomsayers who were claiming the world had lost confidence in the U.S. In fact, if anything, it was proof that overseas enthusiasm was actually increasing. Japan's previous practice of focusing on debt instruments was at best passive investment. But buying heavily into a sector of the economy that appeared weak was something else entirely. It was a rousing endorsement of America's prospects. To be fair, there was still a modest case to be made in that direction. Our high-tech sector wasn't all struggling high flyers operating out of some one-story cinder block on Route 128 or the Washington Beltway. America had plenty of solid industry and high-tech computers, aerospace, office machinery, and American laboratories and universities were the envy of the world. The problem lay with the downside. We'd lost our lead in electronics, drugs, scientific instruments, plastics, communications equipment. It's a long list. In fact, America's overall trade balance in high-tech products had actually gone negative, shrunk from a $25 billion surplus as recently as 1908. The ignored question, therefore, given the direction things were headed, why were the Japanese suddenly supposed to be so impressed? The market's initial euphoria didn't last long, however. By the end of the second week, the SEC was sniffing the air, and the lunch talk downtown, from the Amex traders at Harry's to the expense account crowd at historic France's Tavern, was focused on what appeared to be a major shift in Japan's investment strategy. Now that the stock market was in shambles, they weren't just dabbling anymore, they were cashing in on the fire sale hand over fist. Thus, the street's early cheering melted into apprehension. Japan had already taken apart our debt and currency markets, turned them upside down, and scored a bundle. Now Noda had Wall Street looking over its shoulder and reminiscing about the good old days when all it had to worry about was rich, crazy Arabs. When it became clear that Dai Nippon was assaulting the U.S. securities markets with high-speed computers and a checkbook that just kept coming, there weren't all that many wisecracks about camels and tents. Wall Street, however, merely counts. It doesn't think. The real disquiet was reserved for corporate boardrooms. Take it as a given that when the Securities and Exchange Commission reports some 10, 20, or 30% of your company's stock has just been swallowed by a cash-rich Japanese raider, your attention can focus most exquisitely. In a word, Matsuo Noda was the talk of industrial America. More to the point, and exactly what he had expected, the boards and CEO of the companies being bought were beginning to be scared shitless. A major player with seemingly bottomless pockets was gobbling up heavy blocks of their publicly traded shares. Worse still, nobody had the slightest inkling why. What all those entrenched CEO didn't realize in their wildest paranoia was that seven-figure salaries and cushy executive perks were about to go the way of Cadillac tail fins. World competition, not executive compensation, would be the new game. Playtime was over. America was about to get serious again. My early suspicions concerning my role in Noda's design had been precisely on the mark. I was indeed the freelance gunslinger he wanted by his side when the companies he was aiming at started to shoot back, which they surely would. Needless to say, if his plan was ever allowed to reach the courts, it would create a virtual living trust for half the corporate lawyers in the land. He'd be in litigation through the 21st century as managements fought to the last stockholder. Dollar to keep their jobs. Enter Matt Walton. Time for some samurai-style legal swordsmanship. The rules. If you're CEO of a company and somebody starts buying up a major chunk of your stock with the intent of taking you over, you've got roughly 4 basic ways to stop him. The first is to try and bribe that buyer to go away, paying him a ransom politely called greenmail to sell his holdings and disappear. More than one corporate raider you've read about, eh? The papers has made millions in a couple of weeks using that very play. The drawbacks of trying to buy off a potential acquirer are, 1, it's expensive, and 2, maybe he really does plan to eat you, in which case it won't work. Anyway, Matsuo Noda was in that category. A second popular means to thwart a hostile takeover is to go out and find somebody else to buy you first, the proverbial white knight. Ideally, this friendly buyer should be 1, 2, big to be taken over himself, and 2, willing to let you keep your playpen. A third technique to stop somebody from acquiring a controlling chunk of your stock is to jack up the price, usually by offering to buy it yourself. Float some junk bonds, sell off a few divisions, do anything that will raise cash, and then offer the shareholders more than the raider is willing to bid. This can be very expensive, but if you're a CEO with millions in compensation every year, why should you care if your stockholders' company is leveraged to the brink of ruin? You've still got your job and your goodies. It's used a lot. The fourth and most fashionable way these days to stop hostile mergers is to try and make yourself unmergeable. To do that, you get your board of directors to vote a poison pill. What this does is make sure that any company that swallows you is going to be ingesting a piranha that will eat said company's own guts instead. The newest twist on this is to use phony bonds with a so-called flip-over provision. A killer pill invented by a clever New York law operation I won't name, but whose initials might be WLR and K. Their game is as follows. In order to protect yourself, you invent some convertible bonds and stash them away somewhere, ready. Then, should a raiding company start acquiring your stock or make an unauthorized tender offer to your shareholders, you hand out these bombs to everybody who owns your shares. If this unfriendly company is then unlucky enough to actually acquire you, those convertibles flip over into the stock of that buyer. Your stockholders suddenly have the right to exchange their funny paper for huge, discounted chunks of real stock in the acquiring company, which would, naturally, be ruined should that happen. And usually, just for good measure, you also vote through a few golden parachutes for you and all your cronies, giving everybody in the executive suite severance pay in the tens of millions. Those were the stakes. Now a lot of outfits suddenly found themselves being bought by a mysterious Japanese entity named Dai Nippon International. What were they going to do? At first, of course, everybody just assumed NDI was merely angling for a little greenmail. No such luck. After a couple of days went by, and we hadn't returned anybody's phone call, they knew that was it. Next, a few went looking for a white knight with more money than DNI, a tough assignment. Not surprisingly, however, most corporate managers very quickly decided to call a board meeting and ram through a poison pill. I got more than a few phone calls at my downtown office from COs wanting to know if I could pitch in and help them stave off what looked like an unfriendly Japanese buy-up. I had to say, sorry fellows, I'm unavailable. But why not give it your best shot and try the old pill? Most of them did. They had no option, really, which suited me fine. The time was late Friday, the afternoon was gorgeous, sunny and crisp, and the place was Noda's office. Naturally, he understood all about poison pills, so he knew the problem. What he wanted to hear was our solution. I'd like to try something that's never been done before, a different battle plan. I glanced out at the blue sky and wished I was already in Kurwa on holiday with Amy. However, I think it's possibly just unconventional enough to fly. It has to be legal, Mr. Walton. Noda leaned back in his chair, waiting. It is. But in order to lay the groundwork, we'll first need to set up a string of dummy corporations. Any particular state? He was listening closely now, his mind clicking away. I was never sure what the man was thinking, but I figured he'd probably seen it all before. That old standby. Delaware should do fine, though you might want to consider going for some offshore tax haven places, if only because the paperwork is minimal. In the Caribbean, I'd recommend the Turks and Caicos Islands. maybe the Cayman Islands. Then, there's Bermuda, or the Bahamas, or the Channel Islands. If you really want to get esoteric, why not Vanuatu used to be the New Hebrides in the South Pacific? I'm familiar with world geography, Mr. Walton. He was deadpan. Joke, fair enough. These dummy corporations, of course, will have no assets. I understand. He smiled and ran his fingers through his silver hair, doubtless already miles ahead of me. Absolutely no problem. Please proceed. While those corporations are being set up, you continue buying stock in whatever companies you need to control, making sure in all cases that you acquire just enough to deliberately trigger their poison pill mechanism. We force them to issue or flip over bonds. They can't stop the process since it's always set up to be automatic after a certain percentage of stock has been acquired. Not even the boards of directors can revoke it. Yes, Mr. Walton, I'm aware of that. He didn't seem the slightest bit ruffled by my unorthodox opener. Well, let me elaborate. The reason we want to trigger their poison pill first is so that nobody can later come in as a white knight and save them. They're totally isolated. They'll have made themselves into sitting ducks. Very good. He leaned back. Was he really that far ahead of me? While that's happening, you sell the stock acquired thus far to one of the dummy outfits we've set up in return for debt. Aper, which puts DNL at arm's length and untouchable. After that, you lend that dummy corporation the rest of the millions or billions necessary to acquire a controlling interest in the company, taking back as collateral more junk bonds at absurdly usurious rates. That makes it a financial leper, but you don't care. You're merely lending yourself the money. This paper corporation is all that can be touched when the acquired company's poison bonds flip over. So it of being convertible into the stock of some cash-rich corporation, the way they were intended, those flip bonds are going to give their holders a piece of some offshore phone booth with zero assets and enough debt to choke a horse. There were ithless paper, and you're in the clear, he smiled. Which means our program can proceed on schedule? Dai Nippon will be totally insulated from their poison pills. Like the guy who sells his house and boat to his company and then lets it file Chapter 11 bankruptcy in order to protect his personal assets from creditors. Nobody can lay a glove on you. Mr. Walton, he leaned back, a twinkle in his dark eyes. That's exactly why I knew you were right for us. You have an intuitive grasp of tactics. If you do this, there are going to be a lot of unhappy, unemployed lawyers in this town. Most regrettable. Some of them might even have to go out and find productive work. He rose and shook my hand. You've destroyed the prospect of years of legal roadblocks in a single stroke. It's elegant. It was. Sun Tzu and Miyamoto Musashi would definitely have approved, but there still had to be more. An unexpected opening is not enough in itself. It needs an equally deft follow-up. Bushido, the way of the sword, teaches that you should first surprise your antagonist, and then you must confound him. Both the initial attack and the carry-through are crucial to success. Among other things, that meant Noda's mechanism for calling a board meeting of the companies he'd be acquiring had to be instantaneous, without the usual niceties. This setup should do the job, but only if it's used with finesse. Otherwise, the whole system gets buried in paperwork. What do you mean? You have to be fast and flexible. Once you've taken ownership of a company, you've got to gain immediate control over its board of directors in order to block any and all counter moves. I understand. Do you? I'm talking about the ability to call an executive session out of the blue. The Kessa stroke of the sword, the power to cut a CEO in half before he can blink. No time for consensus and the usual Japanese niceties. He stood quietly, thinking. At last he spoke. In other words, I must be able to convene the board at a moment's notice. Is that the essence of what you are saying? Nothing else is going to work. Very well. After we have a commanding stock position, we can institute the necessary changes. Good. Remember, though, that's still merely half the battle. Besides being able to call board meetings, you need full authority to institute a shareholders' vote, which, in this case, will consist of nothing more than you signing your name. Perfectly reasonable. It is. But it also means you've got to be available to me at all times. Can I rely on that? He turned and strolled to the window, pensively. That may not always be possible. Then you've got a potential problem. He revolved back and studied me a second, finally taking the bait. There is, of course, one very simple solution. I can merely assign you power of attorney, allowing you to act in my name if I cannot be reached. That would do it. But you'd be handing over a lot of authority. I envision no difficulty. He looked me over with the self-assurance of a tiger contemplating a haunch of beef. I have every reason to believe you would always act in D&I best interest, Mr. Walton. It was possible he knew a few things I didn't. On the other hand, maybe Matsuo Noda had just overreached, taken too much for granted. Whichever it was, the maneuvering just completed had been one small step for Tam and Matthew Walton. Should we ever need them, I just conned Matsuo Noda into giving me duplicates of the keys to his kingdom. It was our action and, in a way, my secret price for putting our heads into Dai Nippon's noose. Then it looks like we have everything we need to move forward. I nodded. Excellent, upon which I absented his office safety net in place. The pull A was on, which brings us to Tam Richardson. If my approach to this new job was a little unconventional, what about the college prof who showed up in jeans as she readied to renovate corporate America? One thing, we suited each other. It was a tag team made in heaven. After I'd pried open the door to the company's D&I was buying, she was going to roll in, guns blazing, and shove everybody against the wall. Let me add one important distinction, however. Whereas I may have been wary, even slightly skeptical, Tam was definitely the idealist. She was, by God, going to get this country moving again. America was once more going to lead, she declared, not follow. No defensive fortress, Erica Claptrap. Hers would be nothing less than a full-scale assault, intended to win back and keep a solid manufacturing base here, toe-to-toe with the world, since no overall American program existed to rescue industries now being killed by foreign competition. She was going to do it herself, create a coordinated battle plan for our strategic sectors. Backed by Noda's Japanese billions, she was about to try and redeem this country's future, leading us back to number one. She also was quick to add she had no intention of merely copying Japan's famous management techniques. Japanese industry, she insisted, hadn't invented long-term planning, sound capital investment, dedication. And what they did over there these days was what the U.S. used to do. The American work ethic was alive and well. It was just temporarily on the wrong side of the globe. She was about to bring it home again. Maybe she could. One major impediment at least would be out of the way. Since the company's Dai Nippon was taking over, would no longer have to answer to a lot of fickle fund managers every 3 months. They could start investing for the longer term. Also a lot of unnecessary fat was going to be sliced out of upper management. If things went as planned, Dr. Tamara Richardson and Dai Nippon were about to become the ruthless architects of a new corporate America, unless, well, there seemed no reason not to take things at face value, at least for now. D&I new industrial management section on the 12th floor had already begun filling up with young Tokyo University graduates, guys who embodied the work ethic and human. Guys, they meant business. Nobody was sipping coffee and critiquing last night's rerun of Dynasty. I got the definite impression one of the unsmiling whiz kids in Noda's handpicked cotter could chew up about 5 American embass for breakfast. Tam currently had them working overtime, putting together a reorganization plan for an outfit in Boston, one of their new acquisitions, which I guess I'd better just call XYZ. The previous week Dai Nippon had purchased some 24% of its stock, presently at a historic low, and she was planning to make the company her showcase turnaround. Stock in hand, she'd buckled down with her new staff, and using D&I's analytical machinery, confirmed some alarming suspicions. It turned out XYZ was practically a terminal case, living at the moment off its real estate assets. which were being systematically dribbled away to mask heavy losses. Layoffs would be next by Thursday of the second. And week, however, she'd put together a restructuring, including some painful austerity that might just salvage the company and its American jobs. She went home that night feeling quite proud of herself, and Friday she flew up to Boston for her first official conference with Zeiss's chief executive officer. Since a quarter of a company's shares gives the holder reasonably high recognition, the CEO was understandably nervous about who exactly had acquired a fourth of his company inside of a week and a half. He appeared at Logan with his Rolls limo to receive Dr. Richardson personally. She explained right off that she was there merely to pass along a few of D&I recommendations. She took one look at the Rolls and added that, for example, one of the first was going to be to divest all limos forthwith, along with the new $15 million Gulfstream Roman 4 he'd bought for weekend fishing trips down in the Keys, and direct the proceeds toward capital investment. From there on, things progressed pretty much as might be expected. By the time they reached his paneled office, she had been obliged to explain that his options were either 1. To get in line, or 2. To watch D&I pick up another 30% of his company's OTC shares, then march him and his golden parachute past a stockholders' vote they would call to review his career options. After that, she had claimed to his unalloyed attention, it was a tough Friday. After she flew back late, she dropped by the office to pick up a few things and fill me in on how it went. Good, you're still here. She popped her head around my office door. Who won, the Christians or the Lions? Want to hear about it? She came on in and dropped her briefcase on the desk. Wouldn't miss it for the world. Matt, you should have seen the look on that man's face. She clicked open the case and pulled out the action plan she'd developed for XYZ. She was exhausted but still wired. These CEO forget it's shareholders who own the companies and pay their salaries. They start thinking they're little Caesars. Hey, those are the kinds of operators who used to be my clients, believe me, I know the type. She then proceeded to give me the rundown. Outfit XYZ specialized in high-tech widgets it sold in the US, Latin America, and Europe. Problem: their widgets cost too much, broke down, and more than they should, and consequently folks didn't tend to buy them the way they once did. As a result, XYZ had dropped about $5 million last quarter, and, unbeknownst to its workers, was currently on the verge of closing 2 of its 3 U.S. plants and exporting the assembly operation someplace where it could exploit $2 labor, a move that would tank just over 1,000 American jobs. Management says, gee, that's tragic, and awards itself the year-end financial tribute. Dr. Richardson had just dropped a bomb in the playpen. First off, she told them, Zeiss's damned widgets cost too much not because American workers are overpaid, but because its assembly plants were a candidate for the Smithsonian. Therefore, starting immediately, short-term profits as well as dividends and all management compensation would be slashed, and the resulting capital, together with a new offering of long-term corporate equities, would be invested in automating its facilities and retraining workers. There would, in fact, only be workers in future, since all freeloading middle managers, attorneys, and drones with titles such as administrative assistant were to be terminated. She gave them a list. Henceforth, she went on, management would begin planning 10 years ahead, not 3 months. XYZ would concern itself with world competition then, not now, and it would develop a substantially more diversified product line to cushion slumps. As part of that shift, it would double the budget for R&D immediately and expand the lab. Innovation would once again be brought to the product stage fast and adapted quickly to world markets. Zeiss's new focus would be on making its market share grow in the decade ahead, which also meant cracking down on quality and having the current customer-be-damned response time on deliveries and service. Concerning those last items, product managers would now be required to address customers' complaints personally. She figured that in itself would turn around Zeiss's substantial quality control debacle overnight. Finally, there would be an immediate crash program to rectify Zeiss's costly illusion that English was the worldwide language of business. These days, she explained, the language of business is the one your customer speaks. Accordingly, all Zeiss's overseas operatives would be required to enroll in intensive language training now, including formal study of the history and social customs of their territory. Sounds like you let him have it with both barrels. Keep on like this, and the US of A may never be the same. That's the idea. One company down and about 3,000 to go. What's that saying about a journey of miles and miles starting with the first step? Well, she'd taken the step. The future lay ahead. Hey, can I buy you a drink? I was winding up. The day, the week, you've earned it. Like nothing better. She was repacking her briefcase. Matt, I'm having the time of my life. All the things I've always wanted to do, this is like a fantasy come true. We're going to pull this off, wait and could be. I was switching off the lights in my office. Tell you something though, Doctor. I keep wondering what will happen when Noda gets through with us. Thoughts? She glanced back. Well, after Japan takes over half the companies in this country and starts running them right, then what? We were headed for the security doors. But maybe we ought to talk about that some other time and place. I'll think about it tomorrow, just now I'm bushed. Tomorrow, in case you've lost. Aunt is Saturday. Don't know about you, but I'm taking the day off. The hell with Japanese business hours. My daughter comes this weekend. We were saluted by heavies in the security airlock, then the doors opened. Matter of fact, we're going to eat somewhere down in Soho tonight. Care to join us? Be warned, it'll be mostly soy byproducts and brown rice. I'd love to meet her. She looked at me. Matthew Walton with a daughter, my God, she laughed. Sorry, Matt, but you really don't seem the father type. Amy's mother said approximately the same thing as she was packing her bags, but I'm now undergoing intensive on-the-job father training. Fact is, I'd planned to knock off around Christmas and take her down to our place in the islands, though now I'm not sure there'll be time. Sounds very fatherly. You should go. I'm still hoping to. I looked her over again. Well, the hell with it, why mince words? Tell me, Tam, how's your love life? These days, she burst out laughing again. You haven't changed a bit. Not at all. Spare the commentary, okay? Just stick to the question. Excuse me, counselor. The honest answer is it's non-existent, which you surely must know. Since I'm here every night till midnight, just as you are. She examined me pointedly. Matthew, could this conceivably be construed as a proposition? To a horny, bone-tired woman in her moment of mental fatigue, it might be a tentative gesture in that direction. I'm a slow mover. You always were. She finished buttoning her coat. What time's dinner? I'll pick up Amy and buzz you. Give us an hour. Think she'll like me? Some stranger competing for Dad's attention? If she does, it'll be a first. I pushed the down button on the elevator. Guess what? Matthew Walton barely got a word in edgewise the entire night. Then around 11, in the cab headed home, Amy whispered to me she thought Dr. Richardson was kinda neat. Was she gonna be my new girlfriend? Tell you, it's not always simple learning to be a father. Chapter 15. Over the next couple of weeks, I began to wonder if the scenario wasn't going a little too smoothly. Everything about Noda's setup seemed surprisingly pat. The answers came too easily. Was it all really what it seemed? I should also add that in the fortnight since Tarn's first contact with America's shell-shocked industrialists, the situation had not gone unnoticed in Washington. Tuesday of the second week, Jack O'Donnell called and left a message downtown with Emma, asking if I could arrange a meeting for him with the elusive Matsuo Noda. Although I tried to keep Jack informed as to developments, he still wanted to confront America's new age maker face-to-face. Walton, he said when I got back to him, I just heard your guy's too busy to meet the press, but maybe he'd chat with a close, long-time friend of his American attorney. That's me, in case you don't recognize the description. Why not try and get me in to see him? You're dreaming, Jack. I told him that a U.S. senator was about the last person Matsuo Noda would be interested in meeting just now. Don't hold your breath, but I'll bring it up and see what he says. And what do? You know, Noda declared that nothing would please him more. Naturally, there had to be a few ground rules about confidentiality. This was, after all, a delicate corporate situation. But otherwise, he'd be delighted to chat. You could have knocked me over with a feather, thus around 2 p.m. Thursday, Jack O'Donnell arrived at the new 12th floor operation, ready to get the truth, or by God know the reason why. After he made his way past our usually outfitted reception, he brought him on through the floor and introduced him to Dr. Richardson. Jack knew of her writings and hit the ground running, asking who, why, when, where, etc. But before he could get any real answers, Noda appeared and took over Ode. O'Donnell confided later that his first impression of Matsuo Noda matched perfectly my description of the man, every bit central casting's image of the in-charge Japanese honcho. After the usual routine pleasantries, Jack said he'd like to record their talk. Noda politely demurred, saying recording instruments stifled his spontaneity, then proceeded to laud Jack's own articles and speeches urging American industry to get its house in order. Senator Jack O'Donnell, he declared, was a visionary American statesman. Jack accepted this praise warily, then asked if he could maybe have a peek at the computer operation on the floor below, the analytical armory I'd told him about. Again, Noda begged off, claiming he'd be honored to guide the esteemed senator's tour personally. But surely they'd both prefer to postpone that until such time as they had the leisure to review the operation in detail. Jack sensed, and I did too, that he was getting a polite runaround, so he decided to get down to business. He clicked open his briefcase and took out a notebook. Mr. Noda, he began, there's been considerable speculation in Washington this past couple of weeks regarding the specific intent of Japan's sudden heavy involvement in America's high-tech sector. My subcommittee has monitored foreign investment here for a number of years, and frankly, I've never seen anything remotely like what's now underway. I'd appreciate an informal briefing, unless you wish to open the regrettable possibility of a formal subpoena to appear before our subcommittee. Whereupon Jack received the first whoosh of what soon blossomed into a roomful of aerosol. Bullshit. Noda started with some malarkey about the great tradition of economic cooperation between our peoples, advanced to balderdash about Japan's desire to share her resources with the world's less fortunate, then outdid himself with triple distilled crapola about the timeless trust and regard his country's ordinary citizens cherished in their hearts for our Christian nation, which had merely torch-bombed and nuked them a few decades past. Worst of all, I had to sit there and listen. I've never seen the guy so uncomfortable. Clearly, Noda intended to give him pure take-me soothing generalities that added up to zip. The man was, by God, going to do exactly what he wanted, all of which was perfectly legal, so he didn't really see any point in drawing a picture for the U.S. Senate. Finally, Jack just closed his notebook. Let me put this differently. I understand that your objectives are not merely acquisition, but also an attempt to rejuvenate U.S. business. Beginning, I take it, with the lackluster segments of our high-tech sector. We hope to offer suggestions from time to time that may prove helpful. Noda just sat there like a sphinx. Perhaps I can offer an example. As you doubtless know, Senator, Japanese firms build plants overseas these days primarily to be more competitive in those foreign markets. You Americans, however, are moving your manufacturing abroad. Now mainly to compete with foreign goods here at home in your own market. You appear to think it as comparable, but of course it is not. What you are doing is exporting your own jobs. Your strategy is defensive, ours is offensive. Jack looked him squarely in the eye. Quite frankly, I must tell you that not everyone in Washington these days trusts Japan's offensive in international trade. I, for one, would be very interested in knowing exactly why Japan has chosen to Invest billions of dollars in keeping America's manufacturing alive, particularly when so much of it is competitive with your own. Yes, Senator, I realize you Americans prize frankness. He wasn't giving an inch. Very well, quite. Honestly, no one in Japan believes it is in the interest of the free world to allow your industrial base to continue its current decline. Our economic condition is linked to yours, like the vital organs of Siamese twins. We cannot afford to let you atrophy. For one thing, you are our only defense shield since we have none of our own. I might also add, though it is a comparatively lesser concern, you are Japan's primary customer. So what you're proposing, if you'll permit me to paraphrase, is to take certain of our strategic industries, the ones in trouble, by the neck and institute the management, investment, and research necessary to keep them competitive. Noda just smiled. Daine. Pan expects to offer occasional advice in the spirit of friendly cooperation. Which is why, he went on, I am so happy to have this opportunity to review our program with someone such as yourself. Your understanding of America's industrial malaise has not gone unnoticed by those Japanese who take the longer view, who worry about world economic stability. Jack tugged at his silk tie and nodded his thanks. Then Noda continued, You will be pleased to know I have been in contact with the Japanese trade organizations that have political action committees, or PACs as you call them, in Washington. Last year we distributed over $50 million, at least if you believe the Senate Foreign Relations Committee staffers, in an effort to clarify misunderstandings about Japan's trade and investment position here. He smiled. That averages out to about $1 million per state to take a somewhat clinical view. Of course. We'll try to use my influence to see what our PACs can do to help you next fall. Mr. Noda, your expression of support is, naturally, appreciated. Jack was turning politician again. However, you should be aware of Section 441E of the Federal Election Campaign Act, which states that no foreign national shall make a contribution, or an implied promise to make a contribution in connection with any federal public office. I don't think this discussion is proper. That law says nothing about PACs of duly incorporated American subsidiaries of foreign-owned organizations, Senator. For example, Sony of America and a coalition of Japanese investors recently contributed hundreds of thousands to legislators of Florida and California to encourage the defeat of those states' unfair unitary taxes on foreign-owned companies. Sometimes it's necessary to remind your federal and state governments that Japanese investment can be very problematical in an uncongenial environment. He smiled. Americans investing overseas have a long history of making their interests known to those governments. Why should Japanese business men be expected to do otherwise? All of a sudden Noda glanced at his watch, rose abruptly, and bowed. Well, the afternoon seems to have gotten away from us. I wish you to know I am extremely honored you've taken time from your undoubtedly busy schedule to visit with us, Senator. It has been most pleasant. He shook hands with Jack as he continued. Of course, I have not yet had the opportunity to review the thinking of the man expected to oppose you in next fall's Senate contest. I believe he is Representative Mark Reynolds, is he not? Jack's polite smile sort of froze on his face. But I'm sure I will, Noda proceeded blandly. Again, let me stress that voices such as yours are important. And there are so few opinion makers in America, individuals such as Dr. Richardson and yourself, who have the receptivity to appreciate the importance of Dai Nippon's program and its objectives. I quickly offered to show the distinguished senator to the door, hoping I wouldn't need that Christmas gift dog muzzle. He was still closing his briefcase as we passed the guards, a couple of guys who looked like the heavies in an old Bruce Lee karate epic. Click, we were on the elevator. Click, we were headed down. Good Christ, he exploded. Before he could say anything else, I waved for silence. Around here, the walls probably had ears. Shortly thereafter, I discovered I'd underestimated even that. In minutes, we were on 3rd Avenue, autumn wind in our hair, with O'Donnell positively awestruck by Matsuo Noda's balls. Matt, did I hear what I thought I did? His eyes were grim. That he's got X million bucks that say you get tired if you fuck with him. My reading was, I play ball with him and his crowd, and he'll write a blank check for my campaign next year. I cross him, and I'll be watching the Mark Reynolds show every night on prime time right through Election Day. He was livid. Matt, take my advice and get out of this thing. That bastard thinks this country's for sale. If he expects me to run interference for him on the Hill while he gears up for World War III, he's making a big mistake. Jack, I can't quit now. Who else is going to keep an eye on this guy? Besides, he'd never let me. I know too much. So what? He's got to be stopped. Look, if you're so worried, then deliver a major speech on the Senate floor about all these Japanese billions rolling in, absorbing companies, with a lot of samurai fanning out to take names and kick ass across the boardrooms of America. It ought to get picked up by the nightly news. Then we'll see what the country wants to do about it. The problem, obviously, was what could the country do about it? And more than that, where would it eventually lead? Did anybody, Tam Richardson included, seriously believe this was merely a temporary helping? And history had a practice of going in one direction forward. So after Noda had acquired a lot of our high-tech outfits, maybe even kept them from going the way of Mostek and others, what next? More and more I was beginning to wonder if this was really preferable to our blundering along as best we could on our own. After gazing at the sky a minute, he declared he was going to do exactly what I'd said. Blow the whistle. He was about to write a speech that would read the length of America, maybe even in the White House, unless, as Henderson claimed, nobody there these days read anything but teleprompters. Nobody was going to buy off Jack O'Donnell. I watched as he bulldozed a matron and her fur-collared pooch out of the way to grab the next cab for his Midtown office. On the way back through the lobby, I stopped off and grabbed a copy of Time. Had we made the weeklies yet? Yep. Lead article, all about how the Japanese loved investing here. Going up in the elevator, though, I happened to flip past a profile of some recently disappeared luminary in the academic world, the guy who was supposed to have been the father of artificial intelligence. It occurred to me, the piece might be of interest to Tam. She'd been so busy she was probably out of touch. When I got back up to 12, Noda was gone. Vanished almost as though he hadn't been there. I wanted to huddle with Tam about his evasive new song and dance, but since I was holding the magazine, I showed her the item. The rest of what happened you can probably guess. She had been out of touch. Oh my God, Alan. Friend of yours, I'm sorry. Nobody told me. She grabbed it and quickly skimmed the article. Finally, she headed for her office. I've got to call Sarah. Tam, I caught her arm. I'd finally made the connection. I think I already know the story. Then I recounted Henderson's bizarre tale. That was the first time, though not the last, that I saw Tam Richardson look scared. She obviously knew something I didn't. Matthew, something is very, very wrong. Just repeating what I heard. I looked at her, now twisting the magazine in her hands, and decided to press. Is there more to this than you're telling me? I don't know. She glanced around. I really don't want to talk about it here. Whatever you say. I paused. How well did you know him? He had dinner at my apartment, more than a couple of months ago. She tossed down the magazine, and he asked me to do something for him. Did you? Don't know why I asked. It just seemed relevant. No, I guess you could say I did just the opposite. Now it all makes me wonder if maybe it has some connection with... Her voice trailed off. What connection? Nothing. She was starting to clam up. She didn't say anything more, and so far as I know, that phone call never got aid. Besides, something else occurred that night to occupy her mind. When she got home, she picked up her mail and decided to crash. She'd been so busy she still hadn't finished with all the odds and ends that had stacked up during the Toki trip, but that night she was too knocked out to bother. She poured herself a glass of white wine, quickly checked the mail, and was getting ready for bed when she first noticed the light flashing on her answering machine. For a minute she considered just letting it wait. There was nobody she wanted to talk with who wouldn't still be there in the morning. But finally, curiosity got the upper hand, and she pushed play. There was only one message, in Japanese, Miss Akira Mori. Wanted to see her Friday morning at the DNI offices. It wasn't a request, it was a summons. Wait 1 minute. Mori? When did she get into town? And more to the point, where did Mori-san come off summoning Tam Richardson for a come? And appearance? She had another glass of wine and finally went to bed wondering who exactly was now running the show at DNI. Friday late, she awoke still thinking about Alan. What was going on? She was beginning to get worried, and maybe a little frightened. Finally, just before lunchtime, she got her briefcase and hailed a cab for Uptown. After she cleared the checkpoint at the 12th floor elevators, she spotted Mori-san, right there in the midst of the action. This woman way. It's no time, she told herself. Mori, an incongruous peacock of designer elegance in the midst of the bustling, short-haired staff, was poring over a stack of printouts assembled on a desk in the center of the floor. Meanwhile, the office was going full tilt. The green print of CRT screens glowed, printers hummed all around, data bleeped between terminals, and staffers were hurrying over selected documents for Mori to review. Also, since heavy buys were underway, the latest SEC filings, required when one entity acquires more than 5% of the stock of a given company, were being readied. As it happens, I was already on hand too, over in Noda's office where we were going over some paperwork. The day's news as far as I was concerned also was Mori-san. She'd appeared bright and early, held a closed-door confab with Noda, proceeded to do some photocopying, then commandeered an office, by purest coincidence. I was doing some copying of my own roundabout then, and ended up on the copy line right behind her, inhaling her perfume. Next, an odd thing happened. As we all sometimes do when rushed, she'd snatched up her copies while the last original was still on the machine. Then she asked me if I wanted regular size or legal. Legal, I said, and she reached to flip the switch. As she did, though, she accidentally clicked the print button with those long fingernails, whereupon she stalked off, rummaging through her copies and forgetting the original, not for long. 2 seconds later she was back to claim it, but by that time an unauthorized copy was lying in the output bin. I didn't even see it. However, when I scooped up my own pages a minute later, mixed in with them was a sheet listing some names and numbers with revisions lettered across the top. I started to toss it, then paused to glance over the names for a moment. Hang on, everybody. This is very out of line. That's when I decided to slip it into my briefcase. When Mori saw Tam come in, she quickly stacked the printouts she was reviewing into a neat pile, then beckoned her toward the far corner of the floor. Tam noticed that Mori's new office was at the opposite end of the building from Noda's. I understand Noda-san has appointed you director of this division. Mori was ushering Tam into the office, all the while running her fingers nervously through her sculptured black hair. Congratulations. Not exactly a great opener. It sounded even harsher in Japanese, since it was so at odds with the usual polite greetings. I've been hired to do a job, Mori-san, and I intend to do it. So desu ni, Mori concurred in Japanese, her voice a trifle strained. Tam thought she looked a bit bleary-eyed after her flight in from Tokyo, but there were no half-measures about the woman. She was all business in a prim silk, shading to gray with a bright blue scarf tied at the neck. She wore high heels, but they didn't slow her brisk stride as she paced around her desk. I am sure you will do it well. I would like you to know I am prepared to assist you at every step. Well, Tam had a pretty clear idea of how she intended to proceed, which didn't really include a lot of assistance from Akira Mori. What exactly had Noda been telling this woman? Maybe, she mused, Mori-san just hadn't been fully brought up to speed. I noticed that you're reviewing our analytical sheets. Tam continued, those are the firms we're going to start restructuring first. And if you do not receive the desired cooperation, what will you do then? Mori asked evenly, as though she didn't already know the answer. We'll just keep up stock acquisition till we have whatever we need. Also, I intend to appoint a representative to sit on the board of directors to monitor performance and make sure our program is implemented. That is my understanding as well, Mori went on. And concerning the matter of who will be assigned, I've just finished putting together a list of management experts. They're dedicated people. Well, most of them will probably help us for a small honorarium instead of their usual consulting fees. These personnel are an area I wish to discuss with you. Maury pushed ahead, almost as though not listening. That was when Tam realized she was finally getting around to the real agenda of the meeting. It is our opinion that, at this stage, the heavy involvement of Americans in that capacity would be counterproductive. Our opinion? Tam didn't like the sound of this. Who exactly is our? I have reviewed Dai Nippon's program in some detail with the interested parties in Tokyo. Mori appeared to be making an announcement. They have concurred that at this stage it would be more efficient if we assigned our own specialists to assist in the management of these companies. Your own specialists. Now Tam was starting to bristle. Just whom do you have in mind? Industrial experts such as Kenji Asano, for example, may be involved. She continued, we have a great reservoir of talent to choose from, particularly within the Ministry of International Trade and Industry. Meaty. Tarn stared at her dumbfounded. She couldn't believe her own ears. That was like calling in a fox to fortify your henhouse. You've got to be joking. The decision was made last week. Mori fixed her coldly. Noda-san has been informed and he finds the suggestion acceptable. Well, I don't, Tam flared. It's outrageous. There is something you must understand, Dr. Richardson, Mori continued in Japanese. The management of a company should represent its ownership, since Dai Nippon will be holding what amounts to a controlling interest in these firms. We are obliged to assist them using whatever international specialists we feel are most qualified to contribute. For now, we believe that the expertise in our Ministry of International Trade and Industry is most appropriate since it has guided corporate growth in Japan for many years with undeniable success. That's irrelevant. Tam steamed. First, most media executives don't necessarily understand American business. And second, media has no right involving itself in the operation of our industry. It's a flagrant conflict of interest. There I must disagree with you. On your first point, many Japanese firms have been manufacturing here and have an excellent record of labor relations and management success. As to your second point, using specialists trained by MEDI is simply the most efficient way to transfer Japanese expertise. It won't be allowed. Why shouldn't it be? Any people we bring will be on leave of absence. Hence, they will no longer have any official ties to the Japanese government. No law prevents us from appointing whomever we wish. Ouch, Tam thought. She's right. Nothing could stop Dai Nippon from restructuring the boards of directors of the companies in which it held a voting majority of shares. In fact, several Japanese firms had already taken over and reopened the manufacturing facilities of some of the very companies MEDI's targeting had decked only a few years before, bringing in Japanese board members as part of the deal. What's more, Americans loved it. Governors were falling over themselves to attract Japanese joint ventures to their states. Does Noda-san understand the significance of bringing in MEDI personnel? There are many interests to be addressed. At this point, I wandered in, together with Noda, to talk about setting up a meeting that afternoon. We'd been reviewing DNI plans for a new program of real estate investment and construction, part of expanding the research or manufacturing facilities of the firms it was now in the process of absorbing. I passed a pleasantry with Tam, then studied her, puzzled. You look a little distressed this morning. I'm receiving an update on a change in our program. Tam glared back at Mori, then turned to Noda. What's this about bringing in people from MEDI? Noda smiled, but he looked a trifle uncomfortable. Think of it as a temporary measure. He nodded toward Mori, then looked back at Tam. We always like to operate by consensus, and that consensus among the fund managers who have joined us appears to be that our investments should be monitored by our own people. I thought this office was going to be in charge of determining who our people would be, not somebody in MEDI. Tam fixed him coldly, then turned on me. Did you know anything about this? Inging and honchos from MEDI. News to me. I examined Noda. I understood the management end of this was going to be directed by Dr. Richardson. He was smiling again. But it will be. She will continue to meet with the CEO. The firms we intend to assist to provide our preliminary analysis of their operations, and she will be with us every step we take. It hardly sounds that way. Tam was boiling. The way it looks now, I set up a reorganization plan, then Meaty's people come in and take over. Merely for consultation, Dr. Richardson, I assure you. He glanced uncomfortably at Mori-san. Both Tam and I had the same hunch at that point. Noda's backers had started to get a little edgy about his investments, so they decided to send in some brass from the Delta Force to keep an eye on things. But you'd never have suspected that, as he continued. Dr. Richardson, surely you must be aware that Meaty personnel are not in the habit of, as you phrase it, taking over. At most, Meaty merely recommends policies to enhance competitiveness. Furthermore, the individuals we will engage will no longer be associated with Meaty. They will merely be specialists in our hire. Their participation will be extremely beneficial, please believe me. If making decisions like this is your idea of consensus, then I don't think much of it. Tam was getting increasingly wound up. And I'll tell you something else. I intend to review the government connections of anyone you bring in. I'm going to have final say. We all want to work together, Noda continued smoothly. Our plans are continuing to evolve. Of course I will insist on full American-Japanese coordination and cooperation at every stage. He looked squarely at Tam. You have my word. She glanced over at me, trying her best to keep cool. I was toying with my papers, still posing as a neutral observer, but I was equally puzzled. Why would Japan's Ministry of International Trade and Industry let its people be used to assist American companies? Okay, Meaty's elite technocrats were probably the cream of Japan's management talent, but they already had their hands full. More to the point, given Meaty's sorry history of rule-bending and economic guerrilla warfare. Why would it now cooperate in Dai Nippon's plan to restructure the high-tech segment of U.S. manufacturing? I asked Noda point-blank. Mr. Walton, if you choose to see Japan and the U.S. as competitors, then I suppose you could regard this as our ancient tradition of giving salt to the enemy. He smiled awkwardly. Bullshit. That's what I thought, not what I said, which was nothing. Tam, in the meantime, had her own question to chew on. Mori had mentioned Ken Asano. Was he involved too? Since Mori had specifically named him as being on the Meaty team that she or somebody now planned to enlist, was this a tip-off that Ken was in with them up to his neck? Was this the trust he talked about? Since Tam looked as if she was getting ready to resign on the spot, I figured a little cooling-off for everybody might be in order. Dr. Richardson, if we're about through here, could you help me a minute? I thumbed toward the open door. Tanaka wants you to approve the final setup for the partitions. I quickly discovered I was raw about the idea she would quit. As we worked our way past the computer terminals and stacks of printouts, retreating toward the center of the floor, she declared war. Meaty or Mori or whoever's behind this is going to have a fight. In their hands, we don't need them involved. Hate to be the bearer of bad news, but I think we're being kept in the dark about a lot of what's cooking. I kept my voice low, scarcely above a whisper, as the Japanese staff milled in and out. There's a sheet of paper in my briefcase that I'd like to go over with you. Yet another example of the curious new developments around this place. She poured herself a cup of green tea from the large urn stationed in the middle of the floor. Or, what do you mean? We'll talk about it later. I poured some tea for myself. I think something's gone haywire. That startled her, and she began to tune in. Things are pretty haywire now. This may be even worse. I came across something a while ago that doesn't add up. I looked at her. I think we ought to talk about it. Now, not here. How about tonight? Can't. There's a damned faculty dinner I have to attend. Then tomorrow night? Where? What would you say to? My place downtown. I think you live right around the corner from me. This has to be strictly business, Matt. Guaranteed. I raised my palm. Well, I've got a lot of work. Shall we make it for 7? I was handing her my card, Res and number thereon. The cocktail hour, she was still glaring at Maury's office as she absently took it. Well, all right, she glanced back. 7, see you there. Jack O'Donnell's speech to be delivered to the Senate that Tuesday. Sort of slipped to the back of my mind. Maybe it shouldn't have. After getting back to his office that afternoon, he dictated about 3 versions before he had it the way he wanted it. Friday morning, he messengered a copy down to my office, and I can tell you it was a beauty. He'd got it all, and he'd got it right. Later Friday, however, he received a phone call from Matsuo Noda. After the usual preliminaries, saying how much he'd enjoyed their meeting, Mr. Noda confided he was calling as a personal favor to the senator, since they'd hit it off so well the previous day. Turns out, he'd just been talking to the CEO of various Japanese outfits scheduled to set up manufacturing operations in some of the Rust Belt mill towns in upstate New York. Here was the distressing development. Seems they were all of a sudden taking another look at sunny Tennessee. The problem was, they were upset by the anti-Japanese tone. Lot of New York publications were taking these days Japan bashing in the Times editorial pages. Things like that. Noda, however, felt all this was very short-sighted of those Japanese investors, and he wondered if Senator O'Donnell would like him to put in a word for the Empire State. Pause. He hated to mention this, but people were even talking of closing certain Japanese-operated factories already in place, such as that big one in Elmira, Jack's hometown, and moving them south. But he thought threats such as that were very impolite, and he was hoping he could find time to straighten the whole thing out. Like I said, it would have been a hell of a speech. Chapter 16. That Saturday turned out to be the day when winter descended abruptly and with rare vengeance. Remember, we're only talking mid-December. Still a dozen full shopping days till you know what. But it could have been the depths of January. After things kicked off with what seemed a foot of snow around 3, the elements really started to unload. Everything from sleet in historic proportions to a wind chill that would have frosted the horns off a Bexar County billy goat. While I waited for Tam, I battened down the garden, covered the outdoor furniture, and prudently provisioned the larder with a flagon of Ramai antifreeze. Ben, in the meantime, was lumbering around downstairs, eyeing the snow-covered garden with an of disgruntlement. The universe had turned unacceptable, something he never greeted with equanimity. I decided to try and divert his misery by hauling him up on the long country French dining table and combing some of the knots but of his shag. When that merely reinforced his overall gloom, however, I called it quits, located a consoling rawhide stick for him to gnaw, and poured a brandy. It was along about then, shortly after nightfall, that Tam finally eared. A cab with snow chains dropped her off. She'd come directly from the office, which Noda had just shut down for the weekend, and I helped her navigate the sleet-covered steps. I got the immediate sense that her first impression of my in quarters was unchanged from the old days. In spite of all the art, armor, and antiques, the place had a poignant rootlessness about it. Boys like toys, they just get more expensive as the bank account grows. Also, since she'd been in the man game long enough to spot a divorce-rebound case a mile off, she probably had me figured from the start. Part of that army of emotional paraplegics in our feckless day and age. After the meaty twist, however, I suppose she was ready to consult with somebody concerning the direction things were headed. I warmly invited her downstairs to the sisal-carpeted den just off the garden, and dumped some logs in the fireplace. Next, I pulled out a few discs men. Dilsone seemed about right for some reason and offered to whip up a batch of margaritas. 'Twould be, I dared to hope, a long winter's eve. Alas, she said no thanks. A club soda and lime would do fine. Looked as if I would be working air-handed, without aid of that universal socializer, distilled spirit, so I rustled up a Perrier, then poured another snifter of brandy for myself. Since she appeared exhausted, my first suggestion was she kick off her shoes and get comfortable. No argument. After settling in, shoes off and feet to the fire, she announced she was ready to hear what I'd come up with. Before an awkward silence could grow, I snapped open my briefcase. Dr. Richardson, in keeping with the and rule that this is a formal business meeting, let me introduce my first agenda item. I flashed her my best smile, then pulled out the purloined page. This is part of the paperwork Maury seems to have brought with her. I don't understand too well what it's all about, but my first impression is that somebody has decided to do some major tinkering with your program. Take a look at this and give me an opinion. I passed it over. She glanced down, then back at me. Are you supposed to be bringing D&I documents home? That was her first reaction, swear to God. Look, this just accidentally got in with some of my photocopies. All it is a list of companies, and I didn't want to talk about it there in the office. I reached over and ran my finger down the string of firms, then to several columns of numbers off to the right. The question is, what are these outfits suddenly doing on D&I buy list? She studied it a second, looked around the room and said exactly nothing. Doesn't that seem at all strange to you? I finally spoke up. As I understand the plan, you want to shift more corporate funding into research in the companies you're buying into? I do. Have it right, don't I? She nodded. Okay, then you're with me so far, but take a look at this. I indicated the column of numbers. That's the current research budget for these firms. It says so right up there on the top. Presumably these figures came out of the analytical setup down on 11. Does anything about those figures seem out of line? She looked at it, her eyes widening, then narrowing. Well, I don't know what this sheet is all about. She glanced up. These companies aren't part of our buys. Got news for you. I think they just made the team. I pointed to the heading. See that acquisition schedule, revisions. When she said nothing, nada, I continued, but you're right, they weren't on the origin. A list. The reason being, I would surmise, that they didn't need any of this so-called management RX you guys are supposed to be cooking up. Look at that one and that one. Even I know enough to realize those outfits are operating. The real cash surplus right now have plenty of R&D funding already, and hence are doing just fine, thank you. The figures, in fact, are right over there in that column on the right. Matt, we don't know what this is for. True. So let's just play pretend. And to make it fun, let me show you something else. I rummaged through my briefcase some more, finally extracting another paper. I copied a corresponding page from the file on current buys. I lay it alongside the first. She picked up the second sheet, checked it over. I helped compile this list. Then maybe you'll see what I'm saying? Format's the same. The only difference is some of the dogs have been dropped and replaced by some very well-run corporations. You're right about that. All high-tech, heavy research investment. Progress, the first scale to fall from her eyes. Then let's play another round of this pretend game. As I understand it, you and yours put together this original list of companies for one main reason: lousy management. But all of a sudden the outfits in the worst shape on list number 1 have disappeared on list number 2. Meaning, I would assume, that they are no longer part of the program, at least as it's laid out on this revised version Maury must have brought in from Tokyo. What are you trying to say? For Chris' sake, what did she think I was trying to say? Oh, nothing much, I suppose, except that it looks to me like somebody's just knifed your program in the back. All of a sudden D&I is going to start buying outfits that already have good management, not to mention heavy research commitments. So what exactly is anybody supposed to be doing to help them along? I paused. Maybe a better question is who removed those others, the ones now winging it on a hope and a prayer. She laid down the 2 pages side by side and began to compare them in more detail. A finger here, a finger there, but strictly no comment. Along about then, Ben got up and checked out the sleet-covered garden, then lumbered back and plopped down beside us, clearly expecting a pat for diligence in the line of duty. She remarked that English sheepdogs always reminded her of a big Flataki rug. After that put down, she returned to the lists. I hope the poor guy's sensitive ego wasn't mortally fractured. Well, she announced finally, my so-called discovery didn't add up to much. Matt, I officially have no opinion about this. It could mean anything. She shrugged. Maybe the new twist is to start with the companies that can benefit the most from coordination. Take on the easy job first where the payoff will be greatest, save the tough ones for later. Oh sure, who knows, it could all be very innocent, right? I mean, for all we can tell, the moon might really be green cheese. I wondered what had gotten into her all of a sudden. It was plain as day what was happening. But instead of congratulating me on my sleuthing, she was turning obtuse. Tell me exactly how you got this sheet. Like I said, more or less by accident, I told her the story again. I was about to chuck it, then I took a second to mull it over. That's when I got to wondering why the numbers seemed so inconsistent. Next thing I noticed was the new list of players. All of a sudden the heavens opened. A vision. I got up to freshen my brandy, then came back. She was still sitting there, maybe too exhausted to think straight. But I take it you don't believe my little epiphany means anything? Since I don't know what it means, I'm not going to engage in a lot of uninformed speculation. Good Christ, I thought, what's happened to all her reputed brilliance, you know, she went on. I don't think you should be taking any more documents out of the office. There's a reason for all the security. Hey, back off, I just have boundless curiosity. I still couldn't fathom her lack of interest. No, make that hostility. Look, I don't claim to understand how birds fly, how fish swim, or how this whole damned picture fits together. However, my new, albeit uninformed, observation is that Noda and company are not exactly giving us the fine print on their scenario. Exhibit A, this strange new list. I think some fresh air would be nice. He rose to her feet, located her shoes, and strolled over to look out at the garden. The sleet and snow was about 1.5 feet deep. Why don't we go into the back? What? I stumbled to my feet. Do you have any idea? She looked at me a bit funny, then made some hand signals. How finally I realized she was telling me she didn't want to say anything more inside the house. Talk about paranoid. Suddenly the reason for all her hemming and hawing. For my little theft came clear. She actually thought we might be bugged. Get serious, lady. Anyway, she gave me the cool it sign, then calmly started putting on her coat. Astounded by the possible dimensions of human mistrust, I got a sweater from behind the couch and opened the door. She was still nursing that damned designer water. Ben snapped to alertness and galloped to the door, whereupon he confronted the weather. His strategic decision, executed with lightning speed, was to switch into his patented zone defense surveillance mode against backyard trespassers, which required staying inside where it was warm. I gave him a pat, freshened his water bowl, and followed her out into the snow. There was a brief lull in the weather. The sky glowed red from all the streetlights, at least what you could see of it through the surrounding brownstones and the leafless ailanthus tree at the back. I looked around as Ben gave the fence one last survey. In plopped down and settled his chin onto his paws with a grunt. Tam, I suppose, had finally concluded I wasn't pulling some kind of loyalty check for Noda. So that was when she opened the real can of worms. How long was she make? In copies, I mean you were standing right behind her. Maury, I don't know, less than a minute. I examined her, a trifle puzzled. Why? How many pages? Probably 6 or so. She just stood there a moment, gazing at the sky, then she went back inside, stepping around Ben, and returned with the sheet. Did you notice this? She pointed to the upper right-hand corner. I took it and strained in the faint light from the back windows. It says 129/147. I looked up. You think that means? I think your episode suggests at least 2 things. She took back the page. The first one is this is part of a much larger document. With use. Oh far, 147 pages. And the second, you said she only made 6 copies, then overlooked this. She paused. Don't you think Akira Mori can count? At that moment, the snowy night grew silent as a T. What are you suggesting? I finally blurted it out. That she left this on purpose? Maybe, but I don't have the slightest idea why. Christ, you have a very mistrusting mind. I slogged on through the snow for a few steps, then earned back. I'm convinced it was accidental. All right, let's just say that's a possibility for now. But what we do know for sure is we'd better get our hands on the rest of this. Hey, don't look at me. I'm already in this scam D. Upper than I ever intended to be. I say we either play their way or cut and run. We start getting too nosy and we could end up on the wrong end of one of those Uzis. Matt, there's something else I noticed about the list. It's ominous. Ere to elaborate, I kicked at the snow. Well, not out here, I'm freezing. She pulled her coat a bit tighter. Is there some place inside where we can talk? I've got an idea, but let's warm up first. I led the way back in. The fire died a bit, so she settled on the floor next to the hearth, the smooth contours of her cheeks golden in the flickering light. Sure you won't have a brandy after all? To combat the chill? The quartet opus 44, no? One was enveloping us, both violins emerging out of the shadows. She looked up and smiled. Maybe it would be nice. I fetched it, slid onto the floor next to her, and stretched to stir the coals. Ben sauntered over to keep me honest, plunked down, and was immediately out like a light. How are we doing for warmth? I propped the poker against the side of the mantel, then reached over and touched her tangled hair lightly with my fingertips. To my everlasting surprise, she leaned next to me. Much better. Maybe we should both bail out right now, tonight. Why not just go down to my place in the islands and monitor the apocalypse off the satellite dish? Watch Meaty eat America. Was I joking? Only Parsha. Lee, down home we have a saying about folks with a certain je ne sais quoi they do to ride the river with. In my book, Tam was definitely one of the riders. The fire snapped and startled Ben, who glanced up, checked out the sleet-covered Arden, then grimly resumed his snooze. She reached over and gave him a pat. The first time. You know, I can't believe Meaty is behind all this. I know at least one Meaty person myself. You know somebody in Meaty? I was Eiffel taken aback. Who? She stared at the fire. His name is Kenji Asano. You wouldn't have heard of him. I lay there for a moment listening to the quartet, my memory registers running a quick sort. Then it came to me. Kenji Asano was the Meaty guy Henderson said had masterminded Japan's rape of the U.S. semiconductor industry. You actually know him? Sure do, she smiled. Very well. Shit, I didn't really need to hear this. That sounds like a little more than a professional acquaintance. I looked at her for confirmation. A little. Okay, I thought. Guess we're getting down to the straight story here. Press on. Well, I have some news you may not like. This Asano genius personally engineered a destruction of the U.S. industry in RAM chips. Probably the most devastating sneak attack on America since Pearl Harbor. She stiffened. Who told you that? Let's just say I heard it. So what's this guy doing all of a sud? And saving U.S. high-tech industry. He's already cost this country tens of thousands of jobs and literally billions of dollars. I don't believe it. I know Ken. Sure, he works for Meaty, but his job is overseeing Japan's own research in supercomputers. He's very proud of their progress. Oops, I swirled my snifter. Whatever you say, if that's really true, then excuse me, I take it all back. She looked up, probably not believing my diplomatic reversal, and watched as I casually slipped my arm around her waist. I couldn't tell if she wanted it to happen or not. Thinking I might have some momentum going, I reached back and pulled a couple of wide cushions off the couch, stationed them by the fire, then eased us both against them. I tried to do it with naturalness, finesse. It wasn't happening. Matthew, underneath all that unnecessary bluster, which is just as I remember, you're still a half-decent guy, which I also remember. But I don't really think this is a good idea. She looked at me, her face highlighted in the orange glow of the embers. I hope it's not because you have other commitments. I heard my voice harden. Like maybe in Japan. I'm just a little distracted tonight, that's all. She watched as I trailed a finger around the hard tip of a nipple beneath her shirt. Gently, she moved my hand away. Don't start. Maybe I can at least get a rain check. I retired from the field. Possibly, she smiled, then gave me a telling glance. A while ago you said something about another place. My soundproof chamber, right. I rose. We're always open around here for travelers on a frosty night. I helped her up. And for this evening's special introductory offer, there's a hot tub down the hall. Why don't you let me fill it, and you can unwind those muscles for a while, Japanese style or California style or whatever. Do you good? She looked me over a second, then smiled. Lots of nice, loud running water? Exactly. Off we went to the Italian marble bathroom there off the downstairs bedroom. I'd installed that little indulgence for Joanna back during happier times. These days, I used it as the world's largest laundry hamper. Ripping it out would have cost a fortune. Joe's Revenge, I called the thing. She marched in, took a look about the room, which had one of those big tubs trimmed in redwood, and said it remind it her of a place near Eyes. She did at least have the discretion to omit the circumstances of that occasion. What happened next sort of shook my cool, my being a good Texas lapsed Baptist. You see, I'd never bought into the nudity as whole. Some ethic of the age of Aquarius passed me right by. I mean, where's the fun in life without a little forbidden fruit? But Tam just began shucking her clothes. Everything. Kept going till she'd even doffed her little beige knickers, piling everything one piece at a time in a neat heap on the counter. Just like that. While bold corporate raider Matt Walton stood there in terminal astonishment, grasping the edge of the sink as if it were a life preserver. My nonchalance was an Oscar-winning performance. Now in the attire God gave her, she calmly inquired if I had any bubble bath. Well, sure, I suppose so, probably somewhere around here. If not, there's probably a box of Tide in the basement. I roped blindly in the cabinet, and my hand fell upon a pink bottle whose label read, Mr. Bubble. What's this? Then I realized it must be some suds stashed there by Amy. Bet she saw somebody soaking on TV and concluded that it's the way grown-up women behaved. My God, it's in their genes. Then I turned around. Tell you one thing, Dr. Tamara Richardson was still in great shape. All of her. Was she pulling a tease number on me, or just doing what comes? Actually, sad to say, I fear it was the latter. I guess she'd somehow internalized this Japanese idea that nudity is no big deal. Tam, I finally found my voice. You're something else. I know you're smart, and I'm beginning to remember you now. But we're all that retiring. How about refreshing me on a few of the other things I seem to have forgot? I think I wanted to be a boy. She laughed as she sampled the water with her toe. I thought they had all the fun. Now she was pouring in a test portion of Amy's Mr. Bubble. Then I found out girls could do anything boys could, but usually better, so I stopped worrying about it. She stepped in. Easy. You're talking to an unreconstructed male chauvinist. What else is new? You all are at heart. At least you have the decency to admit it. She dumped in the remainder of the pink gunk. Will somebody please tell me why women, all women, go for that stuff? An exaggeration, you say. Ever see one in it down? Hey, I'm trying to deprogram myself, but it's uphill work. I watched as a perfectly formed breast disappeared beneath the foam. I tend to be old-fashioned. I recall all too well. Well, give me a chance. I leaned back against the sink. You know, this striptease isn't helping repress my primal male instincts a whole heck of a lot. Matt, for somebody who's supposed to be an expert on Japan, you've understood very little about us. You know, I'm half and half. She flashed me a Mona Lisa smile as she was wrapping her hair in a towel. I found myself thinking that at least she shaves her underarms, a minor concession to conventional propriety. Well, so what? I'm an equilopert, unity seductionist. That is, when I get the opportunity. Not making much headway tonight, I fear. Another tricky smile. She was starting to drive me distracted. Thought you'd never notice. Matt, you're an emotional basket case, I've seen. In plenty. She looked me over sympathetically. Sorry, but I've got enough problems of my very own. You'll have to manage your own salvation. Could be you're just deceived by my sensitive nature. I leaned against the counter, playing Kaboo with a tan nipple now half concealed in the bubbles, mistaking it for brain damage. She shook her head in the negative. I read your gender pretty well. I was beginning to get a little annoyed. Who needed this? Tell you. Dr. Richardson, for all my putative failings, I do happen to possess a modest allotment of native wit, and my male intuition tells me your dance card is full right now. That same right brain perception also suggests it has something to do with this MLTL Honcho Asano. So that upsets me for a couple of reasons, only one of which will probably be of any interest to you. I don't think you have an entirely open mind on the possibility. Edie or somebody may be about to try and nail this country to the wall. Because if you admitted that, you would also have to admit something you apparently find distasteful to concede about your Prince Charming. I watched her eyes grow. Sad, stop me if I cross the line from preaching to meddling, to use a little expression from my youth. Matthew, you've just ceased being nice. She looked down. What do you do if you think you trust somebody, and then you find out? Maybe that trust is misplaced? Old Ecclesiasticus back in Bible times told us in the time of adversity, consider. As advice goes, that's still probably sound value for the dollar. Like, for example, you might want to back off and do a little thinking on whether Noda and his crowd have been using you, and me for that matter, like a couple of patsies. When she said nothing, I pressed on. I walk into the office yesterday, the first thing I hear about is some meaty connection. Then tonight I hear about your meaty connection, and it's starting to sound like the same tune. Like maybe these guys have been playing you like a violin. But why me? Credibility. And low profile for Meaty's grab. Bah. Is sending you out to meet the victims. They've thrown the hounds off the scent. Dr. Save American Industry has come to help. You're so goddamn clean, Tam. Impeccable credentials. You're gold to those guys. I was set to give her a blast, but I decided to try keeping the lid on for once. Maybe a better question than why they chose you is why you went for it. How did they brainwash you? Nobody brainwashed me. I still think Noda's being straight. He can think in global terms, that's a rarity. And how about this Asano character? You sure gave me the message to back off when I questioned his intentions. Maybe I've been thinking with something besides my head. She sighed and leaned back. But then, Mabe, not. I have no reason to believe he'd mislead me. Look, I don't know anything about the situation, but I respectfully suggest you ought to reflect on that possibility. I looked at her. By the way, I seem to remember you and there was something else about the list that struck you as odd. It has to do with the kind of research being done by those new firms on the list. A pattern. She paused. What pattern? I'd rather not say just yet, until I'm sure. It's probably just my imagination. Something snapped inside me about then. Anger. Tam Richardson, I was rapidly concluding, was being used by those bastards, and as best I could tell, this idealistic woman couldn't let herself believe it. This situation royally pissed me off. Even more when I also suspected this Asano operator had somehow been playing fast and loose with her heartstrings. I decided then and there I wasn't going to let them get away with it. A strange psychology takes hold of you when you sense you've been temporarily outflanked. I think it's that primal human response somebody once dubbed flight or fight. You realize you've got two choices. You can either stand your ground, or you can make a run for the sidelines. So what to do about Dai Nippon and Noda and Mori and Asano? Right then and there I made a tactical decision. I decided that like the caveman facing the saber-toothed tiger, the best defense would be to try and make the beast back off. More to the point, it wasn't merely Tam that was imperiled. Maybe Henderson's suspicions were right. Maybe this was the handshake that turned into a karate flip, the beginning of World War II, Part B. So I figured I owed it to myself and everybody else to at least uncover the truth. No entity, I've always believed, is unstoppable, no matter how massive. There's always a soft underbelly somewhere. After a while, any big organization gets cocky and makes a blunder. Sometimes, in fact, you can lure them into it. I concluded there was only one way to go, head-to-head with Dai Nippon. You want peaches, you shake the tree? Okay, you've got your theories, I've got mine, but for both our sakes, I think it's time we moved on them. What do you mean? She looked up. I suggest we start with a little information gathering. I turned on the hot water again, nice and noisy, then continued. What? You say we go up and take a little private look around the offices. Tonight? What better time? Weather alert, right? Nobody's there. It's perfect. We can fast-talk the security, get in and check the place over. And where exactly do you propose we look? She examined me skeptically. I'm there every day. How about that new office Mori commandeered for herself? I think we ought to poke around and see what she's got. Maybe try and locate the rest of the document, if nothing else. I'm not sure we ought to be doing anything quite that drastic, at least not just yet. I didn't claim it was approved by Amy Vanderbilt. I just say we ought to give it a shot, if we don't looky. And to this, who will? Maybe we'll find something to explain the so-called pattern you think you see. Matt, for all I know, that may be nothing more than a coincidence. If Noda found out we'd done something like this, the whole ball game will be over. That's the chance we take. Let's just see what we can come up with, okay? Personally, I'm beginning to think Noda and your Palisano are both world-class con artists. I poured a little more cognac for us both. But whoever's right, we should at least try to find out. Who knows? What if it's becoming a meaty show now, for some purpose neither of us can imagine? All right. She looked apprehensive for a second, only a second, and then her eyes didn't. You know, Noda and Mori claim I'm Fujiwara, on my mother's side naturally. She laughed. And you know something else, I feel in my bones that it's true, I believe it. I'm Japanese Matthew, and I'm proud of that. I glanced over at a set of samurai armor stationed just outside the bathroom door, glistening enameled steel. Tell you the truth, I'm second to nobody when it comes to admiring Japan's ethic and their guts. But I tend to draw the line at race talk. As a matter of fact, I wouldn't object too strenuously if they did manage to beat us in a fair contest. Hell, we won round 1, and they were remarkably sporting about it. But what I want is to make sure round 2 is fought on level ground. No inventing new rules, no rabbit punches or below-the-belt stuff. That's all I ask. How about showing me some of those swords you claim you collect? She came out with it just like that. My pleasure. Like nothing better. Besides, it seemed a good time for a change of pace. I straightened up and headed for the back parlor upstairs, then around the corner to the sword room, its door now fully repaired from the strange break-in. I fished out the key and snapped open the lock. Funny thing, but walking around fully dressed had started feeling out of place. Maybe it is merely a state of mind. All right now, where to start? This was a crucial moment. My first impulse was to go all the way to gold, that marvelous katana dating from the early Kamakura or even before, said to have come from the forge of the Shogun Yoritomo Minamoto's personal swordsmith. But wait a minute. After that, what? Maybe the absolute tops should be saved for a more auspicious moment. That sword was, to my mind, an almost sacred work. Maybe instead we ought to start with something a little offbeat, then gradually work up to the best and sharpest. The obvious choice, in fact, was a piece I considered a real curiosity, racked there on the left top slot. As I lifted it off and slipped it out of its scabbard, the metal glistened like a mirror, reminding me how long it's been since I'd oiled and pampered my playthings. I'm afraid nothing here was handed down by the sun goddess. I was coming back down the stairs a little unsteadily, like a half-drunk samurai. But this one's kind of like the old style, at least the metal. It is unusual, heavy on copper and tin, in a way almost closer to bronze than steel. Then I proceeded to point out a few interesting features: the nice curve of the face line, the burl grain, the Shinto deities on the ellipticals. Uba handguard, that kind of thing, taking care to keep it out of the damned bubbles. I was starting to get wound up, as all enthusiasts do with a captive audience, when she tactfully cut me off. How's the handle attached, or the grip? Or whatever it's called? That's the hilt, the tsuka, held on with a little wooden peg stuck through a hole in the metal. Here, let me show you. I had a small brass punch on my key ring that was specially designed to push it out, under the grip. There's a wrapping of silk braid, and then a layer of the belly skin of a stingray to protect the steel. But you just remove this peg, and the whole ensemble slides right off. I removed the handle and laid it on the sink. Now you can see the untempered end of the sword, the tang or nakego as it's called. I passed the weapon to her, blunt end first. That's where a swordsmith engraved his signature, his title, the place it was forged, so you always should check. On a really important piece, there may be cutting tests noted there. Like maybe they tried out the blade on a criminal or two just to see if it worked. Quality control. God, she shuddered. Really? Licensed testers did it and certified it? Gold engraving on the Nakego. Some of the ones upstairs have it, but this one's an Ubu virgin. I watched her turn it in the dim light. Careful now, that edge is very sharp. How can you tell if it's really old? Lots of ways. Rain, the signature, and then too a good one should have some rust there on the Nakego. Black, not red. She held it up a second and examined it. Virgin, huh? No signature? She had a funny, almost embarrassed expression on her face. Correct. But like I said, this one's not then. Who was Nihon Steelworks? Nagoya. Somebody you bought it from. Anybody ever tell you you've got a crummy sense of humor? I wasn't smiling as I reached to take it back. Her crack annoyed me. And I'm afraid I showed it. Some things you don't kid around about. That's a modern foundry that turns out crappy. Don't get testy. I'm only reading. Right there. She pointed to some very faint English engraved into the metal. Christ. I grabbed it back and held it under the light to look. No mistaking, there it was, plain as could be. That's when I finally realized the thing was a copy. A goddamn replica of the original. Okay, a remarkably good one, but a fake nonetheless. How did this get in my closet? Could somebody have broken in and... Suddenly, it hit me. The robbery. Whoever had lifted my records must have also pulled a switcheroo on this katana, leaving this piece of Nagoya junk and disguising. A deed by replacing the original grip and Tsuba handguard. I'd been too loaded to notice. Wanted to crack the goddamn fraud over my knee like in the movies. But you don't do that with a samurai sword, even a phony modern. So instead I flung it down on Joe's Italian marble floor and headed back upstairs to check the others. What in hell had happened? Had they cleaned me out after all? My God, thousands. I began yanking down swords, starting with the aforementioned centerpiece of the collection, scrutinizing them in the light. But after about half a dozen proved to be all right, I started calming down. Nothing else seemed to have been touched. Well, what the heck, I thought. It wasn't exactly a crippling loss. Finally, I grew a little ashamed of myself and sheepishly wandered back down, collecting the ringer off the floor. Tam, I'm sorry. Somebody broke in a while back, and they must have stuck this fraud in my collection. It's not the one I thought it was. Sure. She just looked at me with some sympathy. Matthew, it's all right, really. Lots of people own replicas of art. I have a few prints myself. It's not a crime. She touched my hand. Don't worry, it doesn't matter, you. I bit my tongue to squelch the unpleasant word forming on my lips, stomped back upstairs, and returned with a real sword. Then I gave my lecture all over again, dwelling on every insignificant detail. I was going to bore the woman till she cried uncle. Finally, I succeeded. Okay, you win, I apologize. She leaned back in the bubbles. You really love this hardware, don't you? Tam, I love the samurai ideals. I admire craftsmanship. I revere courage. The guys who made and used these blades had it all. If I'm going to collect art, why not something that inspires me? She just looked at me and nodded. I think she really understood. Then let's make a pact, Matt. You and me, she finally spoke up. We'll face Dai Nippon or Meaty or whomever honorably, and we'll keep them honest. Samurai, I smiled. Lineage to lineage, and may the best person win. I returned the sword and locked up, then lounged in the bedroom and chatted through the open door while she finished her soak. It didn't seem proper to lug a chair into the bath, and there was something too undignified about perching atop the loo. Why, I kept wondering, had somebody taken such elaborate pains to lift a single antique and plant a fake? So I wouldn't miss it. But why bother? Finally, she got into a robe and came out, whereupon we went downstairs and proceeded to put away more sleet slamming against the windows. That was when she refreshed my recollections of her early life, the peripatetic half-breed army brat. I think, truth be told, she was currently about as adrift as I was. She was too wary to admit it. I was too incapable of touching my own fractured emotions. So we talked around things, saying everything except that maybe we needed somebody. All the while, the storm outside continued to rage. But once again, I was feeling Those stirrings that I'd kept on ice for way too long. Alas, though, it had to end. About 1 a.m. we geared up. She retrieved her coat, I banked the fire, and we straggled out into the sleet. After finally managing a cab, we headed uptown. We'd agreed on the rules. Now we were off to face the beast. Chapter 17. As we rode, I tried to get into mental fighting trim. It wasn't easy. Walton, I kept telling myself, you're too old for this kind of intrigue. And why drag this innocent woman in? You're not shuffling paper and cutty deals, and then going out for a drink with the other side's counsel after you've both finished impressing your clients by shoving each other against the wall. You're about to start fooling around with guys who carry submachine guns, when you would, and know what to do with an Uzi if somebody handed you one. If these boys start shooting, there won't be a lot of polite inquiries concerning due process. Tam was leaning against my shoulder, still perfumed from the bubble bath, and totally relaxed. She seemed to know what she was doing, or maybe she didn't want to think about the risk we were taking. As for me, this Sam Spade number was definitely not part of my legal arsenal. My thoughts, however, kept coming back to her. Tam Richardson was the first woman I'd felt this comfortable with for a long, long time. She was a mixture of tough and soft, and she was smart, what I'd always been looking for. Exit Donna, enter Tam. Maybe life was going to give me another inning. If we both lived that long. We'd headed uptown on 6th Avenue, rutted with slush. At 14th Street, we hung a right, east toward 3rd. The snowplows were out together with the salt machines, while abandoned cars were lodged in furrows of ice all along the curb. This was definitely shaping up as the storm of the year, since most of Tanaka's staff lived in the Japanese ghetto up in Hartsdale and Eastchester, where there's even a Japanese PTA. These days, they surely must have caught the Orient Express out of Grand Central before the trains got stopped dead by the weather. Certainly tonight of all nights, the DNI offices would be empty. This had to be our shot, so shape up, Alton, and go for it. While we listened to the sleet bounce off the back window, our Jamaican driver proceeded to compare New York City unfavorably with every armpit he'd ever known, as well as a few Arctic locales he doubtless was acquainted with only by reputation. I finally tuned him out and began asking myself one question over and over. What exactly are we going to do if we figure out there's some kind of skullduggery afoot? Is there any way to top them, even if we wanted to? Probably nothing short of Congress's cracking down could keep Noda's money out of the country, and who's going to support that kind of legislation? Most salons, in fact, were hailing DNI and its Japanese billions as the salvation of America. No lawmaker was staring at the cameras and viewing with concern this new godsend of cash. Ditto the stock exchange. They were nervous downtown, sure, but given the avowed purpose of Wall Street attracting money, there wasn't exactly a groundswell of sentiment against Dai Nippon's massive investments. Noda had come into the market at its darkest moment and begun shoveling in capital. How could this be anything but positive? So every time another Japanese billion rolled in and prices ticked up some more, everybody merely leapt for joy. The Japanese were coming to rejuvenate our land, cheered the journal. Billions from the cash-rich Japanese capita. The markets were voting with their feet to be part of America's resurgence. Maybe they're right, I told myself. About the only discordant voices in this chorus of hesitant hallelujahs belonged to a few op-ed sour grape academics. I recalled one piece in particular from late last week. Who was it? Robert Reich, Lester Thurow, Adam Smith? This must be how it felt all those years in Europe as they helplessly watched the invasion of American money. Has the U.S. now joined the Third World, capitalized by rich Yankees from the East? Now at last we realize that setting up plants here for co-production was merely the foot in the door. Does it matter if U.S. industry is owned by American pension Funds or Japanese insurance companies? Guess not, unless you happen to care whether we still control our own destiny. America, soon to be the wholly owned subsidiary. The writer was just blowing smoke and knew it. These days a harangue. In the Times and a token will get you on the subway. Even Henderson was taking a new look at Noda, astounded by his market savvy. The Georgia po' boy who once summarized his own trading style as the 4F quotes. Find 'em, full. Ease 'em, fuck 'em, and forget 'em, had met his match. What a play Noda had made. To Bill, my new client had acquired the aura of some omnipotent invader from the depths of space, the creature that ate Wall Street. His eyes glazed over. And ever he reflected on Noda's masterful 1-2 punch. Billions skimmed inside a week. Tam, take a good, long look. I was pointing up into the night as we emerged onto the slippery sidewalk. The house that Noda built did all of it's happened since only late September. Time flies when you're having fun. She slammed the door and headed for the lobby, calm as could be. Okay, Walton, you'd better toughen up too. I rewarded our grumbling cabbie with a vulgar tip and watched the vehicle slowly roll off into the sleet, tires crunching. To end another of those passing New York intimacies, so vivid yet so forgettable. As it turned out, lobby security was a breeze, since yours truly had approved the application, The night guard personally right after DNI took over. Eddie Mazzola, blue uniform and grasping a styrofoam cup of coffee, glanced up from the Sunday Daily News, his face generic Staten Island. What brings you out on It like this, Mr. Walton. Nothing wrong, I hope? Do me a favor, Eddie, burn this place down. We'll split the insurance and both retire to Miami Beach. Who needs New York? He concurred the idea had merit. I then went on to mention that we just come from uptown. Dr. Richardson here had forgotten some kind of gobbledygook up on 12, and we wouldn't be a minute. Tell you the truth, Eddie, my fingers are too damned numb to bother signing the visitor's book. He saluted and returned his concentration to the Knicks' perennial slump. We took the night elevator up, and somewhere around the time we passed the 9th floor, we managed to settle on a story. Noda, we would say, had called Tam and asked her to hurry up a special report on one of the firms for Monday. We just left a dinner party on the east side, thought we'd drop by and pick up some printouts since she wanted to work at home tomorrow. Shouldn't be more than a minute. As the number above the door hit 12, I tried to remember how to pray. In the hallway, we waved at the TV eye and the steel door opened. Standing there was Shiro Yamada, cropped hair, trifle burly, gray uniform. One of the regulars. He shifted his Uzi as we came through. Then he recognized Tam and bowed low. By the wildest of good fortune, Yamada only spoke Japanese, a linguistic limitation that turned out to be crucial. Tam began by observing the niceties. She commiserated with him about the weather, the late hour. Would the next shift be able to get through and relieve him? He was all bows and deference and hi. Finally, she worked around to why we were there, almost as though it were a nuisance, and the real reason had been to drop by for a chat. By the way, she added, there were a couple of things she needed from her office. She gave him the story. Yamada listened, bowing, hi, then sucked in his breath to dem. And straight we'd presented him with a serious conflict of obligations, which for a Japanese is the most disturbing prospect imaginable. This situation entails great difficulty, he said, drawing in more air through his front teeth. Ha. Nto nai musukashii desu. Musukashii desu ka? Inquired Tam. Difficulty, hi, so desu. Yes, and he was deeply apologetic. Lots of sumimasen, very sorry. At first I thought he just hadn't bought the story. But then it turned out that there were these rules, you see. No one was allowed on the floor weekends without a pass signed personally by Tanaka-san. He glanced at his watch. It was nearly 2 a.m. More heavy intakes of air and musica. She eyes. Of course the Honorable Dr. Richardson-san, being an honorable director herself, should be able to come and go as she pleased, but the rules. He seemed to be pleading with Tarn to help him find a resolution for this towering dilemma. "What's the problem, Tam?" I inquired, sotto voce, no fucking pass. After an extremely awkward pause, a light bulb clicked on in my simple mind. With great theatrics, I suddenly slapped my own forehead, gave Tam a puff in English, and began rummaging my pockets. When we left the house, I'd grabbed an old topcoat, not worn since that rainy night I met Noda, and in it somewhere was. She started explaining that Walton may have brought the pie with him and merely let that fact slip his mind. And I felt what I was looking for in the bottom of the inside pocket. Noda's Meishi, his business card, complete with the English note scribbled across the back. How stupid of me, I apologized. Had it all along, Noda-san's top priority pass. He gave it to me only yesterday. Yamada took the business card and studied it with a puzzled look. What did this have to do with anything? That's when I impatiently turned it over and pointed to the English scribbling on the back. Noda's initials, I groused, right there at the bottom. Hi, Wakaramasu. He understood that Noda-sama surely had written this, but so what? It wasn't the official form that the rules specified. More Muzukashii. Noda-san was in a rush. I apologized again. Didn't have time to locate the regular form. Tam passed that along in better Japanese. Sue de Sue. Yamada thoughtfully agreed that such oversights sometimes happened. Everybody knew the big daimyo had a tendency to override official channels. He shifted his yuzi uncertainly. Noda-sama insisted I finish this report by Monday. Tam stressed. We should only be a minute, Yamada's routinized the back of the card a moment longer, holding it up to the light. What was he going to do? Finally, he handed it back, bowed reluctantly, and looked the other way. It was a go. God, that was close. Tam closed the door behind us and clicked on the lights. You don't know how lucky we were. If Morikawa had been on duty tonight, forget it. He'd never have bought that cock and bull routine. About a dozen computer workstations had been installed on 12 to link up with the mainframe and data center on 11. As we moved quickly past the sleeping screens, blind eyes staring vacantly into space, there was an eerie, ghost-like abandonment to the place, all the more so because of its hectic motion. During regular hours, the phantoms of regimented analysts seemed to haunt the rows of empty desks. Tam remarked she'd never seen it like this. The nerves sent her off duty. Only the storm of the decade, together with 2 a.m. Sunday morning, could create such solitude. It took God to shut down Dai Nippon. Okay, time to move fast. Let's hit Mori's lair. I was whispering as we neared the corner office. Ahead was the closed door, solid oak. I took a deep breath and reached for the knob. It was locked. No dice. I looked around at Tam, who was still wearing her lamb coat, gray against her dark hair, sleet melting on the shoulders. Let me try. She gave it a twist. Nothing. I don't suppose we'd be very smart just to kick it in, though that's what I feel like right now after all our trouble. She turned to me. Maybe there's a key somewhere in Noda's office. Think there's a chance? Could be. I was rummaging my pockets. First, let me check something. I pulled out a ring and began to flip through it. I ended up with a master, courtesy of the RM and S floor manager that day they turned in their keys. Now, if this internal door lock hasn't been changed. Maybe. I selected one and kissed it for luck. Here goes. The key, a large silver model, was resistant, the way masters always are. Undeterred, I wiggled it forcefully and slowly it slipped into the knob. A couple of jiggles. More, and the thing began to revolve under my hand. We emitted matching sighs of relief as Tam shoved the door wide and reached for the light switch. Now, I've got to regress into the past. A lot of their reports are in Japanese. She went on to explain that although she could read the kana syllabaries easily enough, she'd forgotten a lot of the kanji ideograms. She could piece together enough to work through a simple newspaper story, but heavy technical prose was always tough. She quickly sorted through the papers piled in neat stacks atop Mori's desk, but who knew what most of them said? Nothing looked like my stolen list. Next, she checked the drawers of the desk. One contained a heavily marked printout, the other nothing. Time was ticking. If Yamada decided to make the rounds, no quantity of creative fiction would save us. She quickly grabbed the printout At least we had one item that might give us something. What though, we still weren't sure. A thing resembled the page I'd lifted, but locating that document now appeared increasingly like a long shot anyhow. Guess everything seems easy till you actually try doing it. Where else to look? I glanced around the room, wondering out the file cabinet, probably locked, and besides, that's when I saw it. On a side table next to some technical books was an item we'd both failed entirely to notice. A large leather attaché case. Tam, I think we've hit pay. Check that out. Do you suppose she could have forgotten it last night when they shut the place down? Maybe she didn't need it. Anything's possible. I remember seeing her carrying it around yesterday afternoon. Well, could be this is our. I lifted it, and realized it was empty. Shit. I slammed it down and just then detected a faint rattle inside. Hold on a minute, I carefully shook it again and listened. Tam, there's something in here. I vote we take a peek. Which is what we did. No harm, right? I mean, the darned thing was just lying there, no break and entry. Guess what was inside? Not paper, not a meaty report, not lunch. Nothing in fact except for a shiny little compact disc. A CD. What the hell is this doing in here? Did she bring along some Beach Boys? Matt, that's an optical disc, a CD-ROM. She suddenly seemed very pleased. Compact disc, read-only memory. Except this one looks to be erasable and writable. This is the latest thing in computer storage technology. She held it up to the light, which reflected a rainbow of colors off its iridescent surface. Maybe we've found what we came for. Let's take it and go. Is this like the CDs in record stores? The ones you play back using some kind of laser gizmo? Same technology, only this is for text and data, not music. These can hold 500 megabytes, about 150,000 pages. Then, I have some disquieting information to impart. I saw somebody come in here one day after shopping at Tower Records, and a CD he'd bought tripped the metal detector out there in Yamada's anteroom like. He was wearing sleigh bells. Down inside this shiny plastic must be aluminum or something. We can't take it out. I turned it in my hand. And besides, what would we do with it anyway? Stick it in a Walkman and listen to all the little idiots spin by, in hi-fi? I've got a reader at home. But wait, there's a better way. She lifted it from my grasp and headed out onto the floor. Ever hear of computer crime? In passing. Good, then what you're about to witness won't shock you? I watched as she kicked on one of the NEC desk stations and loaded in a program. Next she walked over, flipped a switch on a little box, and a drawer glided out. In went Maury's shiny disk. Another button was push. The drawer receded, and the disk was spinning silently. Well, I thought, you want peaches, you shake the tree, right? Maybe she's about to kick hell out of the orchard. I'm going to dump this into the memory of the mother ship downstairs. She did some fiddling, then typed in her password to sign on the mainframe on 11. Beam us down, Scotty. In moments, she and all those silicon cells below us were beeping away at each other. She didn't look up, just kept typing away. The hollow click-clack that's become the signature sound of our computer age. Finally, she leaned back and breathed. Okay, it's reading the disk. After it's in memory down there, we can pull up the contents here on the screen and see what we got. I don't know how long it took to read the thing. Probably no more than a minute or so, though it seemed forever. Finally, something flashed on the screen and told us the disk had been dumped. Tam took it out of its little player and passed it to me. Here, put this back in her case, while I start pulling up the file. I'd just finished snapping it shut when I heard an expletive from out on the floor that would not be judged suitable for family audiences. Watch your language. She was sitting there staring at the screen. Finally, she turned and looked at me. So close, yet so far it's encrypted. It's what? Come and look. I did. On the screen was a mass of numeric garbage. What was this all about? Matt, this disk was written. Whatever went on, it was scrambled using some key, probably the DES system, the data encryption standard. It keeps unauthorized intruders like us from snooping. How does anybody rate it? A decrypting key? It must be in the hardware down on 11. but we can't get through to that level of the machine without an access code, which we don't have. Very smart. The electronic keys to the kingdom, I watched, wondering all the while what Yamada was doing out there. Should I blunder out and chat him up with my Berlitz Japanese, just to keep him occupied? The clock above the door was ticking away. Tam, why not just try activating the key using your own password as the access code? Maybe it'll get you into that level on the mainframe. She gave it a go without much enthusiasm. Predictably, the message came back, access code not recognized. Well, try some others, I was grasping. Hit it with Noda. Or Mori. She did, but after both were rejected, the workstation suddenly signed off. Click, out of the system. What's happened now? More bad news. I forgot the mainframe is programmed so that you get 3 tries at a protected code and then it breaks the connection. That's to keep crackers like us from sitting here all day and running passwords at random. Another security precaution. 3 chances to guess the secret word and then you're out. Sounds like a game show. I stood there and scratched my head. Seemed we were, to be blunt, shit out of luck. What now, Professor? I assume there are about 100 million alphanumeric combinations they could use. Close. She was clicking away at the keyboard. So, let's think a minute. She glanced back at me. Why don't we assume for a minute that this is a meaty disk? Safe bet. So the decryptor key in the machine here would be from meaty, right? Since Mori obviously brought the disk to be read? Sao. It's good. You know, I was in Ken's office once, and I recall watching some of his staff playing around with the information on one of these disks. Don't know why I still remember this, but the password they used was, I think MX something. 3 letters, followed by 6 digits. The digits were always changing, but the prefix was the same. So if your wild guess about this being a meaty disk is right, and the first 2 letters of the 3-letter alpha part are still MX, that means there are exactly, 26 letters in the alphabet times a million numbers, 26 million combinations. We're looking for one number in 26 million. So if it takes, say, 5 seconds to type 1, in and try it, we're talking roughly 130 million seconds to go the course. I glanced again at the door. Besides which, we get kicked off after every 3rd try. Working around the clock, we ought to have it sometime about 2001. She glanced back at the screen, then suddenly whirled around, a funny look on her face. What do you have in your office? What do you mean? Don't you have a PC downtown? Just a little IBM at 512K. And also a Mac, a toy I used to draw cutsy-poo pictures now and then and do covers for reports. How about a telephone modem? Built in. How else could I handle all that trading? And it's up, the IBM. Never turn it off. Little twitch left over from playing the Hong Kong exchanges. Habits die hard. Okay, I'm going to try and use it to crack the code in D9's mainframe. Honestly, for a second there I thought my hearing had gone. My little IBM against that monster. How for crusade? There are 26 million, we'll have to do something not very nice. Since the Japanese aren't used to hackers, those bearded malcontents in firms who screw up business computers for spite, these workstations aren't buffered off sensitive parts of the system. We are now going to exploit that trust in Japanese culture. We're going to organize these terminals, hook them to your computer, and then direct that network against the mainframe downstairs, something no Japanese would ever dream of doing. She got up and went down the row clicking on machines. There's a list of names in my office there by the phone. Can you bring it? Coming up. Fetched it. It was a temporary phone book of the staff on the floor. She took the list and went back down the line of stations, typing something on each keyboard. What are you doing, Tam? This is crazy. It'll just take a second. Everybody. Here has a password to sign on to the mainframe, but it's just the name of the person. She came back to the first workstation. Now the mainframe thinks 10 people just signed on to the system. We'll use these terminals to try codes on the main computer. Your PC will control them so that each terminal hits it with 2 codes, and then the next one goes online. That way we'll never get kicked off. It should get around the 3 times and you're out, filter down. Stairs. She began frantically typing again. What are you doing now? We could try alphanumerics sequentially or randomly. I think randomly is probably better. It'll be faster. So I'm writing a little program for the mainframe, a random number generator. It'll start making up random access codes of MX followed by a letter and 6 digits, and sending them to your PC downtown, which will immediately feed them back in pairs to these terminals. Out one door, in another. Maybe that will fool it. Christ, woman, you've got a criminal mind. Is this the kind of stuff you teach at NYU? What's your number downtown? She was typing away again. I wrote it down and handed it to her. I don't have the foggiest idea how you're going to be able to swing this. That's all right. I do. Just let me get your IBM networked into these terminals here. Fortunately, it's compatible, and all it's going to be doing for now is bouncing ACK numbers generated by the mainframe. She flipped some switches, then typed my number onto the screen. I momentarily wondered if the sleet had knocked out the phone system. It hadn't. Again, the seconds crawled by, but as soon as it finished her chat with my IBM downtown, the row of terminals suddenly started beeping away. 2 shots, beep, the next one came alive. 2 shots, beep, right down the row. Okay, your computer is running the show now. Soon. Or later maybe something will click. She punched a couple more keys, then got up. It's done. Ready to rock and roll. She was putting on her coat. We'll be running millions of numbers. Isn't anybody going to know you've pulled this? It was, I confess, totally dumbfounded. Not unless they discover my little program in the mainframe downstairs. But it's just a random number generator, something any sophomore could write. The trick is, we're hitting it with so many terminals. It won't be programmed to keep track of all these little elves trying to sneak in. And when we're through, we'll turn them all off using your modem downtown. Good God, whatever happened to pen and pencil? I was still dazed. She'd done it all. So fast. If you can find the decryptor key and get into the files, then what? You going to dump all the info on Maury's sexy little CD down at my place? I hope you've got lots of paper. Who knows what's on it? She was shutting off the lights. Come on, let's get out of here. Aye, Professor. I walked back, clicked off the light in Maury's office, then paused to double-check the lock. We came for printouts, remember? We only have Maury's. I was joining her. She glanced at the stack on her desk, then grabbed a pile and handed them to me. You'd better carry these. And don't be put off by my ugly American routine at the door. It'll be for a purpose. After she doused the rest of the overheads, we passed through the first security door and greeted Yamada. While I fiddled with Tam's printouts, she proceeded to give him a very Japanese-style dressing down, disguised as a series of pale compliments. She reviewed all her work for Dai Nippon, just happening to mention Noda-sama this and Noda-sama that every other breath. The hapless guy sucked in his breath and bowed a lot and high, so-ed about once a second, and then Sumimasa-ned some more. By the time the elevator appeared, she'd destroyed him. He'd lost so much face he'd never dare mention our visit to Noda or anybody. About 2 minutes later, we were out on the sleet-covered sidewalk, looking for a cab. It was a heroic effort, but eventually we were headed back downtown, secure and holding. Although my upstairs office was freezing, I was mesmerized watching the flashing green numbers spin on my little IBM screen. It was like playing one of those fruit machines at a local bars, except we were sitting there witnessing a gigantic intelligence turned against itself, searching for the crack in its own armor. There was something ironic about the fact that the Japanese were such a homogeneous, disciplined people. They didn't need vast arrays of American-style safeguards to keep crazies off their computers. Unfortunately for them, they weren't expecting a couple of American criminals with no such scruples. By 4 a.m., we had watched 3 million random numbers tried. By first light, we were up to 6. Tam, I'm beginning to get this sinking feeling meaty must have changed the prefix. I was bringing a new pot of coffee, half staggering up the carpeted stairs. Or maybe we should have done it sequentially. Maybe, but that would mean wasting a lot of time on numbers that are improbable. This is our best chance. She poured another cup of java while I just stretched out on the floor. Damn, I wish I could Ember what the other alpha was. MX what? That could save us days. We don't have days. I closed my eyes. Try hypnosis. She sat staring at the screen for a few moments, then slowly wheeled around. I know why I couldn't remember it. It was a repeat. Matt, it was X. Go with it. Hang on. She did some quick typing and hit the play button. Her face was showing the strain, but I loved her looks. What a champ. We were together, us against the beast. Unfortunately. Oh, the beast was still ahead. At 7:30, Ben roused himself and lumbered expectantly up the stairs. With a silent curse, I put on my boots and took him out for a stroll on the ice. He hated it. When we came back, I decided to give up and crash. Come on, this was insane. 1 billion to 1 shot, and we didn't even know what the prize was at the bottom of the box. We were getting nowhere. Meaty had changed the code and screwed us. Fortunately, however, I heroically but to try and stay awake till 8 a.m. That was it. The end. At exactly 7:49, the numbers abruptly stopped. Access code MXX 909,090 confirmed, decryptor key activated. Confidential. Meaty memos started scrolling in orderly green clumps up the screen. My God, Matt, turn on your printer. Chapter 18, Jack. Doing anything today? Walton. What in hell? Jack O'Donnell and Joyce Hanson had been working through the 10-pound Christmas catalog known as the Sunday Times. She was up to arts and leisure, and he'd advanced as business when my call interrupted their mutually agreed-upon vow of silence. Now that her apartment in the West 70s had become Jack's weekend hideaway, his escape from phones and conferences, the number was as carefully did as a Minuteman launch code. The time was shortly after noon. He just braved a foot of snow and sleet to retrieve the paper and a couple of fresh croissants, while Joyce was still recovering from a 2 a.m. session editing a speech. One of his staffers had drafted for some Ilgwu holiday blowout the following week. Since he was still chewing over Noda's ominous phone call, wondering what to do, the last person on Earth he wanted to hear from right now was Di Nip. And's lawyer, even if it was me. Feel like coming down for a Bloody Mary. An academic lady we both know is here, and we've happened across something you might find interesting. Very interesting. Care to elaborate? It's a little complicated. It'd Jack, how about coming down? He glanced out the frosted kitchen windows, puzzling what in blazes was up, then finally agreed. Keep the coffee hot. You've got it. Joyce claimed to be unamused, though in truth maybe she wasn't that heartbroken to have the place to herself for the afternoon. He grabbed his coat and said don't throw out the week in review. The streets were now at a standstill, so the prospect of finding, let alone traveling in, a taxi was implausible in the extreme. As a result, Senator Jack O'Donnell shared the Broadway local with several hundred of his lesser-heeled constituents, and finally managed to get down to Sheridan Square, from which it was only a few mushy blocks over. To my place. Ben greeted him at the door with me not far behind, doubtless looking as if I'd just stumbled in from a 3-day forced march. Without a word, he passed over his coat, then followed me downstairs where Tam was still owing through the line of printouts spread across the dining room table, translating onto one of my yellow legal pads. I pointed him in the direction of the coffee urn stationed in the kitchen. He poured a cup, then came around and plopped down on the couch. Walton, he sampled his brew, then set it down. You're not going to believe what your goddamn client did Friday. Swear to God, your man actually threatened me, the bastard. A not too subtle warning to back off. Jack. At Small Potatoes. I straddled one of the dining room chairs. What would you say to a possible play by our friend Matsuo Noda that makes Pearl Harbor look like a gesture of Japanese-American solidarity? 2 days ago, you might have thought you'd been smoking a controlled substance. Now I'm not so sure. Well, we're still piecing it together. I don't think anybody could even imagine what's really afoot. One thing's for sure, though this is big. I paused. It might even be that Noda is somehow fronting for Meaty, though I'm still not totally convinced. I'd been turning that possibility over, but I somehow couldn't buy it all the way. Wasn't Matsuo Noda's style. He was a loner. Meaty? He looked at me. That's government, right? The Ministry of International Trade and Industry, Japan's War Department for Trade. Yeah, go on. Listen, all Nodas talk about helping American industry. Of course it's bullshit. But I think it's just half the bullshit. What we suspect is he's buying a little of everything so nobody will figure out their real agenda. You'd better back up and take this from the beginning. Wait a minute. Tam got up and started the tour. In table, Mendelssohn was still on the platter. Maybe we were taking too many precautions, but she still nursed the idea we might be bugged. With the music cranked up to 8, we proceeded to give Jack a quick summary of how the stack of them. Emos on the table had come into our hands. In a way, though, they raised as many questions as they answered. Jack, nothing here is spelled out in detail. We have to take everything and sort of rotate it by 90 degrees to see how Noda fits in. I walked over to the table. Tam, where's your translation of that one by what's his name? Aikta? Right here. She handed it to me. Here, Jack, start with this, just to get up to speed on the background. He fumbled in his pocket, retrieved his bifocals, and began to read the yellow sheet. Operation Markechair 90 Internal Memo, No. 22 from Hiramu Aikta, Deputy Minister of Industrial Technology Sector, Ministry of International Trade and Industry. Meaty. Subject. Superchip's world dominance in semiconductors will provide the basis for Japan's control of the global information industry by the turn of the century, which will be the key to our economic lead. Ship and military strength. The critical path to achieving this lies with the coming generations of semiconductor technology, the submicron, gigascale superchip. Accordingly, the objectives of Operation Market Share 90 in the semiconductor sector should receive the highest possible priority. Areas of research should include semiconductor-grade polysilicon, silicon wafer production, ceramic packaging, quartz photomasks, X-ray lithography, supercooled Josephson junction circuits, and optoelectronic chips for optical switching. R&D should also be focused on digital signal processing, application-specific integrated circuits, ASICs, specialized dynamic random access memories, DRAMs, very large-scale integrations, VLSIs for supercomputers. Walton, I can't make heads or tails of this gobbledygook. He tossed down the sheet. What's this all about? What it means, Tam spoke up, is that Aikta has targeted every emerging area of semiconductor research. Everything. A clean sweep. If he succeeds, sooner or later nobody else will even be able to make the really advanced chips. A few more years and America joins the third world. Jack looked a little skeptical. Truthfully, I found her extrapolation somewhat fanciful myself. But then who knew? Tam, how about showing Jack that other memo? You know, the one. She didn't say anything, just turned back and sorted through the stack of yellow pages till she had it. Out came Jack's glasses again. Operation Markechair 90 Internal Memo, No. 37 from Kenji Asano, Deputy Minister for Research and Planning, Ministry of International Trade and Industry. Meaty. Subject. Current status of R&D. This office has now completed its review of the recent survey of research and development, R&D, by Japanese firms compiled by the Science and Technology Agency, the results of which are the subject of this memorandum. Of the companies surveyed, 70% maintain that their research is equal or superior to that of leading firms in the US and Europe, although only 2% consider themselves in unchallenged top position. Furthermore, the remaining 30% believe their research is inferior or lagging behind the West. Ref. To Table 1. Of those who reported inadequate R&D in high technology areas, the following reasons were given. Whoever wrote this is just poor mouthing. He flipped on through the sheets, then looked up. Saying he needs more money for basic research. I hear this kind of stuff all the time. Well, Japan already spends nearly twice what we do per capita on non-military R&D. What does he want? Keep reading, Jack, and you'll see that the main R&D he's pushing is in computers and semiconductors. It ties in exactly with Eichta's targets. This is backup consensus for the big drive. You still haven't told me anything I didn't already suspect. He tossed the pages onto a side table. So how about answering a few less obvious questions? Shoot. First off, what's this Operation Market Share 90 all about? He took off his glasses and pocketed them. Jack, remember the famous Hitachi directive that got loose a while back, the one on how to market their 256K memory chips, ordering their salesmen just to keep underpricing American manufacturers till they had the sale. Loss no object. According to Henderson, by the time the International Trade Commission got around to convicting them of dumping, they demolished America's domestic industry and nailed down 90% of the market. 90, you say? Well, that's getting to be a familiar number. He slumped back against the sofa. Out of curiosity, what's included in this meaty market share 90 operation? Computers, of course. But also pretty much everything in high tech where the U.S. still has a leading position from biotech to aerospace. These guys don't think small. I gave a pat, then pulled Maury's printout around, going on to explain that we'd come across it in the drawer of her desk. It was, I added, obviously some kind of special computer sorting of the firm's D&I was targeting. The categories in the sort were a breakdown of high-tech areas with individual firms listed underneath, together with a summary of their research expenditures. Take a look. First, notice that this printout has been sorted and converted into this list here. I placed it alongside the page I'd found in the Xerox machine. Voila, they're identical. So, okay, now compare that list with the R&D areas targeted in Eichta's memo. I laid Tarn's translation down next to Maury's. Pages. See, everything on Eichta's meaty wish list for research in semiconductors is now being done by the American outfits named here in Maury's sorting, which is the latest revision in D&I acquisition program. What are you getting at? He looked it over. It's a pattern. Tam spoke up. These new buy-ups cover Japan's last remaining shortfalls in R&D. I spotted it right away. But what I didn't realize till we got these memos was that the areas covered by Maury's companies exactly dovetail with Meaty's goals. I probably wouldn't have noticed it without her sorting. Mixed in with all the other companies Noda's buying, he's targeted those that fill the gaps in ML Tai's semiconductor push. Ak looked at us quizzically. Are you telling me Meaty's behind Noda's program? That's where Tam and I parted company. She argued it was obviously a meaty play. Why start from scratch when you can just buy what you need, sound biz? It's investment. For some reason, though, I wasn't so sure. Somehow that explanation seemed too simplistic. Unfortunately, however, there's a law in science or somewhere that says you should always pick the least complicated theory that fits all. Well, your data. Hers appeared on the face of it to address the facts perfectly. Except for one unknown. If Maury did accidentally feed me the sorting that blew the whistle on Noda's design, why? I think this has to be what the buying program this list is all about, Tam answered. He's taking over firms whose R&D coincides with Meaty's targets. Matsuo Noda has been put to work simply acquiring what they need, but to make sure nobody suspects the real agenda, he's worked up this elaborate management assistance story, buying all kinds of companies. Her voice was bitter. The next step will be to set up joint ventures between these firms he's bought and their counterparts in Japan. In all American R&D would be shared. Which means Jack's face began to redden, that since we always seem to lose out when it comes to commercializing what we invent, the U.S. ends up becoming one big think tank for Japan in the 21st century. We do the research and they manufacture and market. They pick our brains and then cash in on it. He turned back to Tam. Do you really think it was Noda who planned all this? I wish I knew what to think. Her voice grew hesitant as she continued to stare down at the memo. It's hard to believe Ken would do something so unethical, especially a grab like this, when I'm sure he's convinced Japan ought to be advancing its own R&D. Ken. Did you see who authored that second memo? She pointed to the name. Kenji Asano is apparently a close friend of Dr. Richardson's. I broke in, my tone unnecessarily sharp. Unfortunately, he seems to be an even close. A friend of his cronies at Meaty. Tam didn't respond, just sat there looking betrayed. Matt, let's be constructive here. Jack walked over and shook the coffee pot, then sloshed the last dregs into his cup. We damn well ought to take some kind of action. That's why we wanted to talk to you. Tam came back to life. Do you think you could leak something about this, maybe to the Times? And say what? He laughed a little sadly. That I've happened across a set of secret memos that bear a coincidental similarity to some stolen DNI printout. Don't think that's exactly fit to print. He frowned. But I'm glad our Mr. Noda has finally let slip his true intentions. I never believed all that pious malarkey about propping up American industry. He snorted. The man gets a few suckers like you to help him destabilize our bond markets, in the process of which he turns the high-tech sector of American industry into a bargain basement for Meaty. Tam sipped her coffee, maybe trying to act as if Jack's comment hadn't stung her the way I suspected it did. I decided to try and handle her defense. Jack, hold on a second. You've got to admit that a lot of these outfits Dai Nippon is buying are currently on pretty thin ice. If somebody doesn't come in here and help run them right, they're probably headed offshore anyway. We're not talking about first aid now, Walton. We're talking about Matsuo Noda taking over the most strategic segment of our economy after pulling the biggest scam in the history of world finance. That looks to be the story. I watched his cheeks redden with frustration. So what? Do you propose we do? There's no law against foreign investment. Securities exist to be bought. Well, damn it, Matt. We've both seen enough by now to realize this Noda genius is up to no good. We've got to stop him. Couldn't I agree more? So why don't you just arrange to have the SEC shut down trading in every stock DNI has in its gun sights? You know that's out of the question. Exactly. So what legal remedies are there? How do you squelch it? Takeover program that's not even against the law. That's your specialty, counselor, or so I hear. Jack, be realistic. We can expose this thing, maybe even try and lean on Tokyo to back off. But aside from shutting down trade, there's no legal way to actually stop Matsuo Noda from buying whatever he likes. You can't shut Japanese investors out of Wall Street. There'd be a riot downtown. We're talking about the open market here, not some inside. Forget legalities, he scowled. Tell me how your damned corporate raiders go about shenanigans that don't quite match the letter of the law. Jack, I've officially quit the business. Retired. Guess you hadn't heard. That's what you think. I just got unretired. As of this moment, now give me one of those high-priced consultations you're so famous for. For you, Jack. I looked him over. One last play. Trouble is, there's not much that's doable, at least on shore. Notice, you say not much, which means there's something. Well, one possibility might be to try and slow him down some, make him think twice, say, by punching up the prices of the stocks he's aiming at. Make them less of a bargain. That's a start, not much of one. Well, how could it be done? Since you're such a Boy Scout, Jack, you probably won't like what I have in mind. This one's not exactly in the rule book. Try me. Okay, it's a long shot and we'll definitely need some help. If we're going to tinker with the market, then we have to have somebody Wall Street trusts. And also somebody who's got a lot of money to play with short term. Sounds like our mutual friend from George. Well, Henderson can play the street like a symphony. What I'm thinking of involves tricking the smartest guys around, the risk arbs. We'd need to suck them in. If anybody can do it, he's the man. Then I say let's give him a buzz. Fine. Why don't I get him on the squawk box so we can all listen in? There beside the couch was an old conference phone some client once gave me as a Hanukkah gift. At long last, it might be good for something. The risk arbs, either way, are the risk arbitrageurs, those speculators who live with one ear to the ground. The minute they hear word, inside or otherwise, that a company is in play, meaning it's a candidate for a possible takeover or merger, they idiotly grab up and stockpile huge blocks of its publicly traded shares. Then they sit back and pray for a bidding war. Since Company A has offered so much a share for Company Z, maybe Company B will step in and offer more. Or maybe Company Z itself will outbid them both and offer even more in a stock buyback. They're the hyenas of the hunt, getting plenty of leftovers no matter who ends up buying Z. Besides, they don't really care anyway. They're not in. Vesting in American industry, they're laying side bets. Tam and Jack settled back while I punched in Bill's number. The doctor was in, and after a few profane formalities tempered when we informed him of a female presence, he listened with characteristic attentiveness. I gave him an update, concluding with the view that we ought to try heading off Meaty's presumed play. Henderson, despite his admiration for Noda's style, didn't take kindly to the possible buy-up of America. His remaining R&D in semiconductors, a specter that coincided all too closely to his own fable about how Meaty had already eaten one segment, memory chips. I decided to start by seeing if he and I were on the same wavelength concerning countermeasures. Without tipping him to my own idea, I asked what he thought could be done. Tell you, it won't be easy. One thing, though, we could maybe try and scare him off with a little brush fire. Try that in English, Bill. Jack interrupted. Don't know, maybe a few hot rumors could hit the street. Mergers, takeovers, your usual quick buck action. Say a few of the CEO of these outfits on Noda's Christmas list had a little powwow, a secret meeting everybody manages to hear about, and supposedly talked about getting themselves bought out. Naturally, they'd deny everything on the evening news, which in itself will tell the street we're talkin' wedding bells. Is that really going to do us any good? Tam was talking to the box. Afternoon, ma'am. Like that last book of yours a whole lot. Hope you're keeping them boys sober. I could almost see Henderson turn up the charm, sculpting a voluptuous, horny divorcee. His ardent imagination. Tam, to my surprise, was not totally immune to his Georgia sweet talk. She sort of smiled to herself as he continued. But to answer your question, a takeover rumor can do marvels for your stock. Price. What happens is the ARBs come in, snapping up blocks of stock and holding them, just in case. It can take a lot of securities out of circulation, at least short term. So if we could get the ARBs to chasing those companies, on Noda's list, they'd give the Japs a little competition. At the very least, it'd kite the market, hurt their pocketbook. Bill, that's why we wanted to call you. How about putting your finances where your flag waving is? Be an ARB yourself for a few weeks, lead the herd. Start picking up some blocks of stock and shooting off your mouth a lot about your inside information. I'll even kick in my modest retirement fund to help the action. What if somebody pulls the rug out from under us, shoots the whole thing down? We'd be left holding all that stock we'd bid up. We could lose our shirt. Then protect the downside by buying puts. I have full faith you'll think of something. Come on, Henderson, be a market maker. You've got the credibility. All you have to do is set a spark to this, then we'll quietly head for the sidelines to make way for all those investment house yuppies who love to shoot craps with their clients' money. Have to be a in and out for damn sure. This hot air balloon won't stay up for long. He paused, clearly not wild about the idea. Tell you what, though, maybe if we had a real good story. Ideas? Well, how about this? Maybe we've just heard on the grapevine that those outfits on Noda's playlist have started a little white knight talking. And since this is just speculation, we might as well think big. Know who I mean? The pride of Armonk. Give that man a gold star. We both know IBM headquarters ain't talked to nobody but God since Watson outgrew his short pants. So it'd be weeks before they'd stomp on some horse-bucky rumor about how they were looking into saving whatever's left of the chip business here, just covering their ass, we'll say. Friendly mergers, no poison pill stuff. That's exactly the kind of specious supporting detail that always triggers the street's greed, I concurred. Offhand, I'd say that sounds just about perfect for tomorrow's hot tip on the exchange floor. In truth, it did seem like a workable first draft of an idea. No law against deep background sources that turn out to be 24-karat bullshit down the road. The antitrust implications would be front page for a couple of days. But since the administration adhered to the see no evil school of regulation, that angle wouldn't impress the smart money. America starts thinking big, chucks them of garage entrepreneurs, and staves off Japan using a dose of Meaty's own medicine. IBM rides in to rescue what's left of Silicon Valley. It might just make Matsuo Noda back away. He'd learn America could play hard. Ball 2, we told Bill to take the rest of the day off. Jack was, I can report, noticeably encouraged. Tam also. For my own part, I just crashed with a few wistful reflections on my rocky non-seduction. But if we pulled off our little scam, she might be more inclined to take me seriously. As Shakespeare said, Lord, what fools these mortals be. I realized the true extent of Matsuo Noda's reach on Monday, just after noon. I was still home when Tam called from the office uptown to inform me of the latest developments. I was so busy on the phone just then, planting merger rumors with a few friendly columnists, that I was almost annoyed to take time out for her call. However, she quickly captured my attention. First, the revisions on DNI acquisition program were in full swing. Noda had started purchasing those healthy semiconductor outfits on the new list. Then she went on to say that an additional set of buy orders had just gone out over the wire. Noda had been on his satellite hookup to Tokyo all morning, and he'd now finalized official authorization for a minor expansion, so to speak, in DNI program. Apparently Ukyo had agreed with him that his portfolio should include a certain high-grade issue to achieve better overall balance. She didn't say much more, for obvious reasons, but we both had a strong hunch what must have happened. If anything was bugged, for Chris' sake, it wasn't my apartment. That's B-movie stuff. It had to be my phone. Matsuo Noda had just kicked off a new buy program to the tune of $3.5 billion. For what? More high-tech stragglers, not precisely one company, and in an amount intended to stay safely just below the Securities and Exchange Commission's Form 13D mandatory reporting. 25 million shares of IBM, roughly a full 4% of Big Blue. It was a massive variation of the Pac-Man takeover defense. You eat anybody you think wants to eat you. Noda's message to us was loud and clear. He could buy the USA anytime he wanted. Dai Nippon was unstoppable. Chapter 19. I hung up the phone very slowly. We've moved the shadow. I spoke the words to myself hesitantly, maybe even a little apprehensively. That was the name for a famous strategy of the 17th century swordsman Miyamoto. Omashashi, using a feint to lure your opponent into prematurely disclosing his battle plan. The way I saw it, Matsuo Noda now stood revealed. It had all been a setup. The financial scam, the Help American Industry cover, the meaty guidance. This was a takeover all the way. A global takeover. What else could it be? And the only people on this side of the Pacific who knew were Matt Walton and Tam Richardson. For some reason, that thought brought to mind the professor at Stanford, the AI guy who disappeared. What was it Tam had said? He'd had dinner at her apartment, asked her to do something for him in Japan, and her meaty friend, whose name was all over that stack of memos on the table downstairs. Ano, where did he fit in? One thing, he'd helped Noda recruit her. They'd worked together, and their play had been flawless. But now our friend Matsuo Noda had a small headache. Tam Richardson and Matt Walton had exposed the underside of his game. The shadow had moved, which meant it would only be a matter of time before he struck. Where was our weakness, hers and mine? What would cause us to lose our rhythm, to blunder? He'd already outmaneuvered Jack O'Donnell with ease. He had a master swordsman's unerring instinct for his opponent's weakness. So where was mine? I had to know it before he found it. He'd realized Jack could be blackmailed if the stakes were his constituents' jobs and lives. But I didn't need a job and the only life. Of course, it was obvious. Amy. Could it be I was dealing with a madman who made people disappear? If I was about to take on a pro like Noda, I had to cover every possibility. Which meant I had to get her out, away, beyond his reach. Today, still though, there were so many questions. Who was really behind all the moves, the master puppeteer? Was it only Matsuo Noda, or was this possibly, just possibly, something that Wu? And its way even higher. If so, who was the point man on that? Akira Mori? The only rational countermove now was to back off and survey prevailing conditions. Miyamoto Musashi's Keikyo Shuru to Iu Koto. But to do that we had to remove ourselves beyond the reach of Dai Nippon's sword. How long did we have? I glanced at the clock on my desk, the little Sony Digital. The number 1218 stared back, the two dots in the middle flashing every second. Amy was still at school, and for the moment I couldn't think of a safer place. They wouldn't even let me in without a pass. She didn't get out till 4 p.m., so now what? Simple. In swordsmanship, vigilance is everything, and there are two things you always have to keep in view. The first is called Ken, the surface actions, the moves your opponent wants you to see. The second, and more important, is Kan, the essence of things, the real truth. Ken covers the superficial moves. Kan gives you the big picture. Instinctively, I still believed we had only been witness to Ken, the distractions, the insignificant feints of our opponent. The deeper wisdom of Kan still lay beyond us. Time to probe. We had 3.5 hours. I got up and headed downstairs to retrieve a couple of very important memos. If we needed them, we'd have them. The rest of the pile I brought back upstairs and locked in the sword room, the closest thing I had to a safe. Finally, I reflected a second and paused to scribble Emma a note, asking her to feed and walk Ben in case I wasn't around for a while. That taken care of, I retrieved my heavy topcoat from the front closet, walked out into the street, and grabbed a cab for the offices of Dai Nippon International. Maybe our opening move should be Urom Kasu to Iu Koto, to feint a thrust that would induce a state of confusion in Noda's mind. Then we could stage a tactical retreat to plan the final, all-out attack. Retreat to where? Well, that part at least was easy. The obvious hideaway was my place down in the islands. The thing to do was to quietly catch American 291 and head for the Caribbean. If Noda did manage to track us down, he'd be in for a surprise. Let me explain. Back when the world was young and Amy was still a gleam in our eye, Joanna and I acquired a rambling white fortress, complete with pool. That was being referred to the first tourist appearing on St. Croix that day with ready cash. Seemed its Cosa Nostra owner back in Sicily. So the story went, suddenly needed a transfusion of 100 grand in bail money. Fortunately, I'd had a good year, and happened to have the necessary liquidity. It was luxurious beyond vulgarity. Hardwood parquet floors, heavy tile roof to withstand an Interpol bombing run, who knows? Manicured grounds, satellite dish, a bar worthy of Caesar's. Palace, 3 bedrooms and music in every room. It was oversized and garish and pretentious, and who cares? I loved the place. Sort of a Roman villa in the middle of paradise. However, because of the peculiar requirements of its former tenant, it also had a security setup to shame Fort Knox, including a 6-foot fence, 2-inch thick doors, and TV monitors all over the grounds. If we could locate a little hardware to match Noda's Uzis, he'd be in for a surprise should he try and send down a Dai Nippon hit squad for an unscheduled visit. But first things first. Right now, we needed to somehow lure Matsuo Noda into revealing more of his overall strategy. After the cab dropped me off, I rode the elevator up to 12 and passed through security. The complement of guards I noticed in passing had just been expanded. Instead of 2, now there were 4. And when I walked out onto the floor, nobody said anything, but there was an almost palpable air of tension. Stony silence, analysts nervous, bad vibes, very bad vibes. I just ignored the stares and headed straight for Tarn's office. She was waiting, and she had an identical reading of the situation. The minute I walked in, she got up and shut the door. Her first words: "He just brought in more security. That and the IBM thing. Matt, he's getting worried." "Bet your ass he is. We're moving in too close." But I think Noda figures he's just toying with us now, having some fun before he cuts us in half. I'm not afraid of him, no matter what he tries. She glanced at the door. Did you bring the memos? Here in my briefcase, but I think it's too soon to show him everything we have. Right now he doesn't know what we've got, that's better. Well, I've just begun to fight. I'm going to Tokyo to get the truth out of Ken. She paused, and her voice trembled slightly with anger. He's got some heavy explaining to do. You're incredible. I just looked at her. I almost believe you still can't accept that your friend Asano is in on Noda's play, since he's such a terrific guy. Matt, I don't believe it. He wouldn't be part of this. You don't know him. That I don't. All I'm saying is this doesn't feel right. He wouldn't involve Meaty in whatever Noda's planning. She sat down, running her hands through her tousled dark hair. You know, the fact is we still don't know for sure who's really behind what. Exactly. How does everybody fit in, including us? We've got pieces of a puzzle lying around a section here, a section there, but something fundamental is missing. So what do we do next? How about a little joust with our friend downstairs? Try and feel him out. Maybe we can lure him into making another move, something that'll give away more of his game. You don't think he's actually going to talk? Not really. He'll faint, Perry. But if we watch carefully, maybe we'll glimpse more of the outline of his strategy. Then we'll know what our counter scenario has to be. I decided to hold off on telling her the getaway plan. Assuming the walls had ears, we'd already said too much. Look, make you a deal. First, let's see what happens with Noda, then we decide what to do about your friend Asano. All right, but let's stay cool. She was locking her desk. You read my mind. With that settled, we strolled out, past the doubled security, and headed down to 11. The way people looked at us, I felt as naked as Tam had been in the bath Saturday night. How much did they know? Matsuo no? Udo was in his office. His secretary buzzed us right through almost as though he'd been waiting for our appearance. Dr. Richardson, Mr. Walton. He rose to greet us. How timely. There is an urgent matter we have to discuss. A talk about Meaty. I decided to try and break his rhythm as quickly as possible, take the action to him. Then this is a coincidence. An easy smile as he resumed his seat. That happens to be the very matter I wanted to explore. We want to know, Tam interrupted, here and now, is whether our program is being run by the ministry. Dr. Richardson, you, and Mr. Walton are in the employ of Dai Nippon International, not Meaty. He leaned back. His chair. Though of course nothing in this world is entirely simple. Certain interests of the ministry are germane to our programs here. Then we'd like to hear about it. She glanced at the leather chairs but decided to remain on her. Eat. I did the same. His face was like granite. Well, you are aware we've occasionally received input from Meaty's industrial technology arm. How about research and planning, Ken's section? Only a few informal, nothing to do with Ma. Chair 90. He betrayed a hint of confusion, quickly masked. Dr. Richardson, with all due respect, I fear you may not be entirely aware of the various forces at play here. He leaned back. This program of ours must succeed. There are many avenues of responsibility, but all difficulties will be overcome. You mean? All in time, please believe me. He smiled once more. I'll readily grant you our acquisition program may have evolved slightly as of late in the direction of more solid securities, but you can be assured that is merely a response to the concerns of certain conservative institutional investors in Tokyo. He continued, a silver tongue to match his silver hair. Risk is involved, not to mention an enormous quantity of funds. There is pressure on us just now to try and maintain a prudent balance in our portfolio. He glanced at his watch impatiently, as if he was anxious to move ahead. Which brings us to the matter we have to address. Just to set the record straight, I decided to do a little parrying of my own. You have nothing to say about any kind of media involvement, including Chair 90. Well, this Chair 90 proposition you refer to probably should be thought of as merely one of the ministry's more ambitious trial balloons, nothing more. It has the quality of, how do you say it, wool-gathering. Whatever its purpose, it should in no way be confused with Dai Nippon's objectives. Such was Noda's reply. Then, in a remarkably convincing tone, he added, how could the ministry's planning possibly have anything to do with our program here? Tam wasn't buying. Looks to me like it has a lot to do with it. Dr. Richardson, since I am no longer directly affiliated with Meaty, I am not in a position to speak for every proposition arising there. However, we both know that the ministry's responsibility is to provide long-range industrial planning. They often circulate scenarios for comment. It's part of their job. We were rapidly losing our footing. Noda was top-ranked swordsman. He'd kept his discipline and revealed nothing. He was telling us we hadn't found an opening. He was right. It was a classic standoff, or it should have been. Strategically, we should have taken that moment to back away and analyze Noda's style, searching for his weakness. But instead, Tam made what turned out to be a fatal move. She struck, exposing herself. Since according to you Meaty is not involved in this program, there should be no problem if I contacted them directly and talked this over, in Japan. I wanted to yell, "Oh, don't tell him anything," but it was too late. An excellent idea. He nodded gravely, then turned to me. "Do you intend to be part of this expedition as well, Mr. Walton? What to do? The only moves left now were defensive." No way was I going to let Tam face the beast alone. Also, if Noda had me, he wouldn't need Amy. I assume you can spare me here for a few days, but we will all be in Japan together. He removed his thin, wireless spectacles. That is in fact the very matter I needed to discuss with you. It is time you both were brought more closely into the matters at hand, beginning today. I've already made reservations on New York helicopter, departing for Kennedy in 2 hours, from the East 34th Street heliport. He had us. He'd seized the initiative, feinted us off balance, and defined the terms. She tried to recover. When and where we go is something we intend to Dr. Richards. And one must seize the moment. It is past time you and Mr. Walton understood more fully the many levels of concern involved here. There are a number of things you need to see. He smiled as he replaced his glasses. Because of the expected frequency of my travels in the coming months, I have just leased a Concorde. We refuel in Bahrain. I've been looking forward to having you both as my guests. The answer is no. Mr. Walton, I urge you not to forego this opportunity too rashly. He looked me over. In fact, since you are known to be an authority on Japanese arms, I could even arrange for you to have a first-hand look at the Imperial Sword. Forget it. But the timing couldn't be more ideal. At the moment, the sword has just been transferred to one of the metallurgy labs at Tsukuba Science City for minor repair work. Since Tsukuba is to be our destination as well, I can just telex the Imperial household and truck them to arrange a viewing date. He smiled again. For a connoisseur such as yourself, nothing would please me more. There was something about the way he said it. I don't know. Maybe a strange glimmer flashed through his eyes. Looking back, I think that was the moment I first should have realized Matsuo Noda had decided he was God. You didn't hear me. We're not leaving now, at least not on your terms. Mr. Walton, I really must insist. He glanced over at Ta. What I intend to show you should be of extreme interest to you both. I'll go when I'm ready. She turned and headed for the door. Dr. Richardson, I'm afraid we all have no alternative. He spoke quietly, his tone masking the harshness as he continued. These offices have been sealed as a temporary security measure. There appears to have been an unauthorized access to the NEC mainframe here. However, I've decided to postpone criminal charges for the moment. He smiled again. Besides, the time has come for you both to know everything. We were on our way. I looked out of the window on my side, down through the haze covering New York's East River just below us, and took Tam's hand. The NY Opera was a Sikorsky S-58T twin-engine, 2 pilots. Events were moving so fast it was hard even to think. No doubt about one thing, though. We'd been outmaneuvered, outplanned, outfought. The only good part was he had me as hostage, not Amy. In a final face-off with Noda, whatever he had in mind, I still figured I could take care of myself, meaty and all. The battle had just begun. When we walked out of Noda's office, there was no longer any mistaking the new security arrangements. Dai Nippon was on red alert. Well, Matthew, looks like we're about to get the big picture, like it or not. On Noda's terms, which wasn't the way it was supposed to happen. I just need a confront Ken. For whatever good it may do, I found myself thinking. We were knee-deep in confrontations and we still didn't know a damned thing. What did Noda have planned for us? Whatever it was, I had a strong feeling I didn't want. Sit back in my own office at Die Nippon, there was only time for one phone call. The first name that came to mind was Joanna. I wanted to say, look, if I don't make it through this, you and Amy are well provided for. She's got it. Rust fund, that's 7 figures, and you can have the house, the bank account, the whole damn works. Just don't ever let a man named Matsuo Noda anywhere near you or her. But I couldn't force myself to dial the number. It wasn't Joe. Anna, who was in over her head now, it was me. The subtle or not-so-subtle difference was enough to stop me cold. I'd vowed to manage life on my own, and this was no moment to waffle. So instead I did the next best thing and called the West Side Free School, which, I might add, may have been free in its disdain for classical curriculum, but it had very non-free tuition practices. I identified myself, announced an emergency, and asked to speak to Miss Amy Walton. In about a minute she was there. Dad, we're in the middle of our Monday Geo 2 exam. She lowered her voice. What's the capital of Somalia? Honey, haven't a clue. Just try and do the best you can. Employ that exceptional brain of yours. Thanks. Adults don't have to know the capitals of third world countries. That's a small perk we get for putting up with old age. I paused. Amy about this weekend. Oh, she sighed. Betcha I know what's next. The problems come up. I've got to take care of a few things. Dad, the snow leopards. This weekend is when they're supposed to, honey. We'll hit the Bronx Zoo the minute I get back. I absolutely promise. You going off somewhere? Just ick trip. Where? She perked up. We'll talk about it when I get back. I wanted to say if I get back. Big secret, huh? Amy, I just wanted to. Darling, be careful. What's the matter? Dad, are you in some kind of trouble? How could I answer? Damned right I was, but that wasn't the point of the call. Sweetie, just be especially careful, that's all. I'll try my best to make it up to you at Christmas. Maybe we can still get down to the island somehow. And Amy? Yeah, I love you, honey. Love you too, Dad. Look, I gotta get back. I'm sure Miss Winters will give you some extra time. Don't bet on it, she's an old grouch. She's 28 and an old maid. 28, old? Good God. I keep forgetting what it's like to be 13 and think of the future as the next 3 weeks, followed by a gaping void. Sweetheart, that's not exactly ancient. Believe me, she's probably still got half a dozen good years left. Tell her, look, I've gotta run. All right. Just advise your mother something unexpected came up. Maybe you and I can make it next weekend. We'll do the snow leopards, that's an absolute guarantee. Great. So long, Dad. Have fun. I almost said goodbye. Bad luck, I thought, so instead I said, take care. Shortly thereafter, Matsuo Noda, Tam Richardson, and yours truly were headed over to New York Helicopter's Midtown pad, one of Noda's body guards in the limo with us. The battle was drawn. Now, as I looked down at the boroughs of New York gliding below, all those little strings of metallic beads lined up on the ribbons of asphalt, the backyards of New York's solid middle class. Glimmering with remnants of snow, I found myself wondering what Noda had planned for them. Another imponderable still nagged at me as well. What about Akira Mori? Tam reported that by the time she'd arrived at the DNI offices this morning, our friend had vanished. Ditto her information-packed attaché case. As quickly as the lady had come, she disappeared back to Tokyo, but not with Noda. She'd gone on her own terms. Was he now using his new Concorde to try and head her off? What had she been doing here? Just hand-delivering Meaty's latest guidance. Maybe we were finally about to uncover everybody's real agenda. Again, my mind went back to Ken and Kan, Miyamoto Musashi's famous discourse on mental attitude in the way of the warrior, which he called Haiho Kokoro Machai no Koto. What was merely appearances, Ken? And what was Kan, the global picture? The essence, Noda had temporarily gained the upper hand, but now I realized that was almost to be expected. After all, he was a swordsman with decades of experience. So much for Ken, my superficial observation. The real truth, Kan, lay much deeper, and like all such truths, it had to be elementary, elegantly simple, which left only 2 possibilities. Either Matsuo Noda was merely an insane genius about to show us the inner workings of the massive organization he now controlled, or he planned to kill us, or both. Chapter 20. Dr. Kenji Asano gazed out the window of his office at the Institute, the last shafts of sun casting long shadows in the canyons below. It was late Tuesday afternoon, and gales of December wind tunneled around the sky. Scrapers of Tokyo chilling the gray steel and glass. The blank computer screens reflected back his smooth, trim face, his glum eyes. Technology. It was divorcing man from all sensibility. What Kenji Asano found himself wanting at that moment was not high-tech, but high-touch. To be seated on the tatami of his Tokyo tea house, smelling the fresh straw, gazing out over the manicured evergreen shrubs of his garden, the clumps of leafless black bamboo. He recalled. Again the tea ceremony in Kyoto and the sight of Tamara, approaching down the stepping stones of the dewy path. She was a rare American, one who understood the essence of Chan-Oyu inner power shows itself in outer restraint. As he lit a peace cigarette with a wooden match and continued to examine the cheerless skyline of Tokyo, a thought flickered past Bodhidharma, the first Zen master, who had plucked away his eyelids to prevent sleep as he meditated. That reflection led naturally to ruminations on the master's disciple, Huey Ko, who sat zazen for days in the snows outside Shaolin Monastery, then finally severed his own arm and offered it to the master as testament of his devotion. Bushido, the code of the samurai, who today would cut off an arm to prove determination, or be Benkei at the bridge, the servant who breaks the rules of society and cudgels his own master to protect their disguise and deceive their foes. That famous episode, he told himself, would be his model. Sometimes Bushido required you to circumvent tradition and honor for the greater good, what was happening in Japan. These days many thoughtful Japanese were expressing open concern, even fear, over their country's rising nationalism. Although high officials still couched their flag-waving in coded language intended to elude foreign notice, many prominent voices were now suggesting, it's wrong to think pre-war Japan was all bad. The latest school textbooks spoke glowingly of the country's imperial traditions. Encouraged by this jingoism, in truth veiled racism, many superpatriots were beginning to emerge from obscurity. Now, with the Imperial Sword as symbol, the Japanese right was openly on the march. Surely Noda had known it would happen, had counted on it. He recalled the line by Yeats, and what rough beast, its hour come round at last. The beast, Kenji Asano feared, had risen in Japan, and its monstrous head was none other than Matsuo Noda. Who could have suspected the dark side of Noda's grand design, or the extent of his determination, violence, money in the billions, and accomplices where they were suspected, perhaps even inside Midi. This last disturbing prospect had convinced Kenji Asano that the time for operating within the rules was past. He had already taken a first step, aided unwittingly by a bureaucrat of him. Hence ambition within the ministry. His first counterploy against Noda had bought time how much he didn't know, but the next move must be decisive. He glanced around his office, then at the meaty reports stacked high on his desk. Bank. At the bridge. For Kenji Asano, only one course was left. He would now have to use his own master, Midi, to destroy Matsuo Noda. His mind went back to the meeting at his meaty office Monday of the previous week. Although he was on temporary assignment at the Institute, he still checked in daily at the ministry. Filing into his office at 9:30 sharp had been the three men whose consensus was crucial. The difficulty was, they must never know what he planned. Ishio Watanabe, International Trade Policy Bureau Trade Research Section. Heavyset, early 50s, a professional bureaucrat with powerful eyes and a permanent expression of skepticism. He had been a close colleague of Noda's for decades. Tanzan Kitano, Industrial Policy Bureau, International Enterprises Section. Gray hair tinged with silver, immaculate dresser, spoke 5 languages. He had been in MIDI over 20 years and had maintained the same mistress for 15. A man respected for his long-range thinking. Hiramu Aikta Industrial Technology Agency. Late 30s, thrived on expediency, doing the job no matter the consequences. Part of a hard new breed, he was Japan's. Future, and MLTI was his future. While the men moved toward the wide couch across from his desk, Kenji Asano opened with offhand pleasantries, directed mainly toward Watanabe, partly because he was eldest and partly a sound out his mind state. Next he welcomed Kitano with a few inquiries concerning his wife and son, a transparent formality since he was known far and wide to despise them both. Finally he greeted Aikta and indicated the meeting would be short, knowing the younger man liked to move directly to matters at hand and regarded the usual preliminaries as an old-fashioned waste of time. Agenda. The American company's Matsuo Noda was acquiring. Aprapa's Ishin had surfaced, in Japanese bureaucracies, all ideas are anonymous and thus devoid of repercussions, that certain meaty personnel be put on leave of absence to serve on the boards of those U.S. concerns, given the heavy participation, and of Japanese monies in Noda's American program. Perhaps a more formal monitoring mechanism would be helpful to head off potential anxiety in Tokyo's financial community. The idea, of course, was Kenji Asano's. He had first laid the groundwork with a few oblique hints to several of Dai Nippon's major institutional backers, particularly the Daiichi Credit Corporation Limited. That move had borne fruit. Within days, they had begun wondering aloud whether a ministry might wish to consider helping oversee Noda's American investments. So far, so good. Now MIDI itself had to be convinced. This meeting would undoubtedly be the first of many, resulting eventually in a consensus. Would the ministry go along? Having set forth the topic, Kenji Asano surrendered the floor to Watanabe, the senior man present and therefore the one whose views, in keeping with convention, would be listened to and applauded by everyone else in the room, whether they agreed or not. In my judgment, the original objectives of Matsuo Noda and Dai Nippon are the most desirable means of maintaining the long-term security of Japan, Watanabe declared. It is in our strategic interest that he be allowed to succeed, which is why MIDI should stay hands-off, should limit its participation to an advisory capacity, nothing more. Anything further could well prove extremely counterproductive in our relations with the United States. We do not need more friction. So desu, Watanabe-san. Kitano, the man second in seniority, nodded after a moment's pause. I totally concur with the basic aspects of the viewpoint you have expressed. He was telling everybody he hadn't made up his mind. I also support fully Watanabe-san's insightful summary of the relevant issues. Aikta spoke up, his honorifics far more polite than necessary a signal. Caridomo, however, it might possibly be prudent to examine briefly the considerations advanced by those who differ with this wise assessment in order that we may counter their concerns more thoughtfully. That was it. Kenji Asano had a head count. Watanabe was against sending meaty personnel. Kitano was waffling. Hiramu Aikta was foursquare and hell-bent in favor of the idea. He had just announced it to the room. Was Watanabe in league with Noda, willing to give him free rein? Was he one of Noda's operatives inside the ministry? Or was he merely advancing his own ideas, genuinely fearful an influx of meaty personnel into the U.S. could precipitate a severe diplomatic flap? On the other hand, why was Aikta so in favor of having meaty move in on Noda? The answer to that was hardly a puzzle. Meaty's young prince of ambition, Hiramu Aikta, scented the possibility of grabbing a part of Matsuo Noda's new American empire for his own handle. Skillfully, it might well catapult him directly to vice minister inside a decade. Perhaps it would be useful to review once more the main elements of the situation. Kitano knew he had the middle ground and thus was offering to arbitrate. The condition of America now is very troubling. The question is, how can we best aid them and ourselves? We in Japan realize that a nation's true strength is ultimately not in armaments, but in the health of its economy, its industry. Yet the Americans, by making themselves a military state, have paradoxically imperiled their real security. How long can we continue to rely on an ally so blind to the main threat to its own strategic well-being? Atsuo Noda is correct. Our very safety may soon be imperiled. Something must be done. The only question is how best to proceed. So Desuni, Watanabe pressed, realizing he would have to force his point. The Pentagon is, ironically, America's most insidious enemy. Japan's greatest benefit from America's defense umbrella has not been the billions we've saved on sterile arms. It has been the technical manpower we have free to support competitive industries. But the price has been the industrial decline of our foremost ally. This must not be permitted to continue. He paused. Matsuo Noda, a man I've known and respected for years, who guided this ministry to greatness, vowed to assist the Americans rebuild their civilian sector unhindered by us. If media involves itself at this time, the American government may well grow alarmed and step in to stop him. Then, their industrial stagnation will merely accelerate. So Desu, Aikta finally spoke. I agree. Unfortunately, however, there are some who believe the task Noda-sama has undertaken cannot succeed without direct media assistance. Again, it is a matter of our own security. The question has arisen concerning whether we should continue to rely on the Americans to rescue their industrial base, unassisted by any formal direction. Of course, I disagree with such pessimistic views, but some would say we ourselves must now step forward and assume global leadership in technology to prevent a vacuum from developing in the free world. By taking charge of America's floundering high-tech sector, we could rescue it from continued mismanagement, while incidentally satisfying our own R&D needs in a way that is extremely cost-effective. However, this can only be achieved if we are in a position to provide hands-on guidance, which means direct media involvement. He paused. These opinions, of course, are not my own, merely ones I have heard voiced. I am told, though it is difficult to comprehend, that this viewpoint has been entertained by Nakayama-sama of the Secretariat, and even discussed in his weekly conference with the parliamentary vice minister. The hand of fate, Asano exulted. Hiramu Aikta has already done my work for me. He's gone over everybody's head. He swallowed the idea like a carp snapping a hovering dragonfly, then went off and peddled it to the vice minister as though it were his own. A man to watch out for in the future, he thought, but a perfect ally at the moment. Watanabe said nothing. His ancient face was in shock. Everybody realized the meeting was over. It was clear Aikta had trampled on consensus and seniority in order to further his own fortunes. Watanabe-san, I think we all agree your understanding of the situation is entirely proper, Kenji Asano said, soothingly, but solely in the interest of continued theoretical discussion at some later time. It might be prudent if all sections prepared a contingency list of staff, fluent in English, who would be suitable for reassignment to an American sector. It is always wise to cover contingencies, Asano-san, Watanabe said dryly. None of them realized it, of course, but Hiramu Aikta's ambition could well turn out to be the salvation of media itself. But for now, Ano mused. That was something none of them needed to know. Looking out the window at the freezing streets below, glimmering from headlights and neon, Kenji Asano told himself that a dangerous game lay ahead. Noda's first gambit had encountered, but there would be more. What he needed was a preemptive strike. He had made the plans for that strike, a play of pure, absolute genius. The catch was, Tamara would have to cooperate. With that thought, he reached down and unlocked the top right-hand drawer of his metal desk, then drew out a large red and blue envelope. It was Air Express from a university address in California. As he fingered the stripes along its side, he recalled how it had arrived at his office at the Institute for New Generation Computer Technology, while he'd been in Kyoto with Tamara. Finally, he opened it again and slipped out the contents. Inside was a confidential memo on the old Nippon ink. Letter. Head unsigned but obviously authored by Matsuo Noda, a top security document that had been clocked in at a document station at Tsukuba Science City. How had Alan Stern stumbled onto this? Had he stolen it? Picked it up? By accident? It was in Japanese, so how could he have sensed its real import? American ingenuity, he told himself, defied all understanding. The memo, which outlined the timetable for a massive scenario, had been the first step of a long path of discovery leading Kenji Asano to indisputable proof of Matsuo Noda's real objective. Alan Stern must have had this translated or somehow intuitively guessed Noda's plan. And then, Alan Stem had tried? A worn meaty. Why? Out of past regard for Dr. Yoshida, former head of the institute and a close friend, Stern reportedly had vanished the same day this envelope was postmarked. Noda had acted, but not swiftly enough. Who at? Meaty had been the original recipient of this memo? Maybe, he thought, it no longer mattered. There was only one real way to stop Dai Nippon. At that moment, his phone buzzed. As he punched the button, his flustered secretary announced that an in-flight call was waiting, channeled through Meaty's satellite security link. It was the president of Dai Nippon International.